You should be able to eat as many crickets as you want. That's as many bugs, anything as you want. I like the ladybugs because I find that it gives a nice red tint to my feathers. That's what I prefer. But these motherfuckers, they tell you to eat grub worms. They tell you to eat grub worms. I tell you this, I ate a couple grub worms. I started feeling a little gay. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying I'm just asking questions.
And so I'm happy to go first. I'll let you guys pick which one.
I'll go 2, and then Kyle, and we'll wrap him.
So the 2 that I prepared are Albert Einstein, fraudulent plagiarist, and Helen Keller, secret retard.
You're off to a good start. I'm sorry.
These Hallmark movie titles are just getting out of hand.
Like a sci-fi movie.
Helen Keller, secret retard.
So either of those, which one do you guys
Helen
want?
Keller. I want Helen Keller. That's the one's going to piss me off.
Helen Keller. Okay. All right. So I will make the case that at absolute best, and this is at absolute best, Helen Keller was able to say and comprehend a few words and short phrases. All the advanced speech she gave was trained and rehearsed for her by her trainer and teacher, Anne Sullivan, almost like a parrot more than a person.
Wow.
And so I will say this. She went blind and deaf at 19 months old. Do you know what the prognosis is for children who go blind and deaf at 19 months old in the year 2020 as opposed to 125 years ago? It's that they will never be able to function in society. They will never be able to communicate. They will not be able to engage in normal behavior. There is no hope. You just have to mitigate it. I looked up a lot of reviews of people who talk about this kind of thing, who work with blind, deaf people. And what they say is that you're way more likely to have to engage with them lashing out violently at you because of confusion. And, you know, it's sad. They're totally distanced from reality. And so they obviously lash out. You're way more likely to engage in that kind of behavior from these patients than you are them trying to read, because they can't read. There's a fundamental level of perception that you need in order to engage with anyone at any meaningful level. And that includes both audio and visual. You know, you don't need both.
I never thought of this.
There are deaf people who can communicate and there are blind people who can communicate, but that's only because blind people take advantage of audio. Deaf people take advantage of visual. That's the only reason that it's able to be done. Is it a coincidence that in all of human history, there have been blind, deaf people? Not once in human history, other than Helen Keller, have they been able to engage with someone like this and speak in this way. And also, and you may say to me, oh, there was someone 50 years prior to Helen Keller that was also a taught blind, deaf person. That person is even less credible than Helen Keller. They literally are. I went on a deep fucking dive with it. And so,
I can't believe you're shitting on them. This is awesome.
So I'm saying it's simple. It is far more likely that she is a hoax than it is likely that of all blind, deaf people throughout human history, she is the only one that was capable of speech. And not only speech, because remember this is not purported that she was able to recognize water. It was purported that she was a very political person with a lot of astute observations about the goings-on in society. And what you don't know is that Anne Sullivan, her teacher, isn't it remarkable that all of Helen Keller's political beliefs align exactly with those of Anne Sullivan, her teacher? That's weird. It's weird that she finds this one woman, teaches her how to say a couple words. There are literally political speeches of Helen Keller that you can find where the actual speech is Anne Sullivan standing there talking with Helen Keller's hand moving in her hand.
Oh,
and you know
it's just like Joe Biden.
It's almost like Joe Biden. I will say this. There was an established way that Anne Sullivan said that Helen Keller communicated, and that was to make single measures, single positions in the hand of Anne Sullivan that meant different letters. Yet in all of these speeches, Helen Keller is furiously signing, not that furious because she's retarded, and what it turns out is that Anne Sullivan is speaking at a normal pace, a normal everything, giving normal speeches about politics or beliefs, everything. Hey, try and speak one sentence to me, Kyle, where instead of saying the words out to me, you spell them out. And not even with your hand, spell them out with your mouth. How long does it take? Say, hello, my name is Kyle, with just the letters.
Fuck space YOU.
All right.
Oh my
You know how much
God,
longer that
that's
took
great.
than saying. Do you
He's
see how much
making
longer that
How
great
took?
dare you
points here.
disparage the miracle worker?
No,
Are you
no.
fucking
I got
kidding me?
another
Helen
page.
Keller was a scam?
That's Patty Duke,
Helen
motherfucker.
Unbelievable.
Do you think there's one blind deaf person that's ever achieved this? And not only that, she mimics the exact political views of her teacher, which are very, extremist views in a lot of situations, especially for the time. You think that's a coincidence? You think that's real? You think that now? So in the last 120 years, no other deafblind people have been able to be reached this way. No other ones. All the advancements in science, all the advancements in everything, none of them are reached. That's fucking crazy. Isn't that weird?
Where's Anne Sullivan?
Anne Sullivan's dead. Oh,
You got to dig her ass up. Get to the bottom of this.
dig her
Those
ass
hands
up.
out. What a great point. So Anne Sullivan used to talk at these things. She would be the voice of Helen Keller, allegedly, and Helen was supposed to be talking to her, and she would talk in a normal cadence.
Yes, and she would speak.
So that's impossible from what you just demonstrated, because she's getting one letter at a time. That would be a long, drawn-out speech.
Yes.
What's hilarious?
Is it possible to have shorthand like a court reporter?
She can't even see or hear. You think she's doing
I love this. I love this.
And so I
Fuck
maintain
Helen Keller.
I
Fuck her in
maintain
the ass.
My question, Taylor,
this bitch has been retarded from the start, and we've all been bamboozled.
is
We've all
Helen
been
Keller even in on the ruse, or is she just playing palm tickle games the whole time, unaware that there's a speech happening?
Of course she's not in on the ruse. She's retarded.
If she's retarded,
Maybe she's the mastermind.
Also, here's another thing. The big thing from the miracle worker was the scene where Helen Keller and her retard voice like what, and saying water on there. There's no way to falsify that claim. She doesn't know if water means water. She doesn't know if water means wet. She doesn't know if water means cold. She doesn't know if it means the sensation of water rolling over her fingers. There's no way to falsify what she could possibly mean by expressing that term. And so for that reason, I say it is absolutely 100% verified based on this 2-page document I made earlier today that Helen Keller was a fucking retard, and she absolutely was used by Anne Sullivan. And let me add to this, she came from a very, very wealthy family, and her parents did not want to accept that she was retarded. They were very afraid of that. And so they paid Anne Sullivan.
We saw that in the movie where she would go around and just smash things on the table and take everyone's food like an animal.
Exactly. And so her parents were desperate. They would pay any amount to any teacher. You think Anne Sullivan was the first teacher that came in there? No, there were tons of teachers that came in prior that said, yeah, I'm sorry, she doesn't have a lot of mental
screaming.
She can't engage with reality, unfortunately. It is very sad. It's a very sad story. But that doesn't change the fact that she had rich parents who were heavily invested in her not being a mental midget. And they used Anne Sullivan, who then used Helen Keller to both raise money for her own political causes and espouse the same beliefs that she held in order to get publicity. Something else you don't know about her. She did not get publicity and become famous after all of her stuff, all of her speeches. She was a novelty way before that. She was a novelty way prior to any of this. Just when she went to an all-girls school who could obviously speak and see and hear, that was like a national news story in the early 1900s. Oh my God, she's really going to school with these people. How can you graduate school in 4 years if not only can you not go back and reread things and reanalyze things without someone giving it to you, but you also have the ability to read at when a paragraph takes 5 hours to read, you're not graduating the same time. This shit is so absurd. It is so absurd on its fucking
So why
face.
would they give her like a diploma? Because didn't she get a university diploma also? And
she was famous. She was famous.
Yeah,
and
yeah. So what motive would the university have? Publicity for like graduating this fucking retard?
Yeah.
So eloquently put it.
It sounds to me like what you're saying
terrible.
is Helen Keller, secret genius.
Secret retard, and there we go. There's
Wow. I am stunned. Dude, that was fucking concise. I give it to you.
Thank
Nicely
you.
done.
She's a retard. So there's my first one. The Einstein one's even better.
But yeah,
Let's do it, man. We got to get us a little retarded kid.
Does that
One
link
more
work
thing.
for you
Wouldn't
boys?
we have? You're right. Wouldn't we have seen more deaf, blind people excelling, especially in this day and age? You look at people with disabilities that kept them out of any type of social interaction even a few decades ago, and now people are living perfectly well in society with certain mental problems, and you would think you'd get one more Helen Keller who would be deaf and blind and going around and touring, and
it's almost like it's almost like it was easier to bullshit people 130 years ago. It's almost that's what
very good.
No, because what you're describing is exactly what they did with Koko, the gorilla. It would Koko can't speak at all. She just makes symbols, and the bitch, her Anne Sullivan, just says what she thinks Koko means. It's the same exact thing.
I was absolutely devastated when I deep dived into Koko.
Access.
I was like, oh no. This gorilla wasn't talking. I loved that story. I loved it so much. It's
adorable with the kitten. It puts the hat on and shit like that. So, I'm fine with Koko.
Do you know something else with Koko? Is that she had a fixation on nipples and breasts. And so there were people who took out like cases against the zoo because like some chick reporter would show up and be like, I'm here to talk to Koko. And then some zookeeper would be like, yeah, she likes it when you pop your tits out. And like there were newscasters who do that. So Koko could like grab the nip or something, and so
nice Koko.
Sexual harassment.
I wish you had made your conspiracy theory that Koko was in fact not a gorilla, but a man in a gorilla suit.
No, that would be something.
Now that would be fucking hilarious if a guy dressed up as a fucking gorilla and had perfect sign language.
Yeah.
But also like titties.
Yeah.
The goddamn Helen Keller shit just makes perfect sense.
It's killer.
It's a strong word.
It's so obvious. We have history. We have obviously she couldn't have done that. So yeah, wow, that's a tough one. That is.
I remember watching that movie.
But there's two left.
Yeah.
I remember watching that movie in school and being taught about the miracle worker and Helen Keller.
Yeah.
And it hurts to come to the realization that yes, she was a fraud. Like he's brought this up before, and I was like, "You're just an asshole. You're just an asshole." She's an inspirational story.
My childhood.
But if he's to be believed, I've done zero research on my own, that no one has ever done what she did. Then you're left with two options: either she's either a genius or a retard. It's literally one or the other. Like she's like either the smartest deaf-blind person that's ever existed. Like if she'd had her senses, she'd have been Einstein. Yeah. Maybe not Einstein, because apparently he's about to disprove Einstein. But
right.
or she in fact was a literal retarded person.
I think it's like when like Anne Sullivan must have been like with Helen thinking it was like a dog. You ever see people online? They're like, "Look, my dog," and it goes, "Oh, it's saying I love you."
Yeah,
my dog said I love you. It's like, no, your stupid dog didn't say I love you.
Right, it made 3 syllables. I'll give you that.
Shit or something.
Instead, it's more like it's like this, and she's like, she says that capitalism is inherently flawed, folks.
Yeah. I don't know.
Let me read you a supposed quote from Helen.
Oh, okay. I would like to hear a quote from the great Ms. Keller.
Did she ever get married? That would be interesting.
Oh God!
From her that lines up exactly with the beliefs of her teacher. It is.
It's got fucking papers.
When we watched that movie in junior high, the only thing I remember is the 20-minute speech our teacher gave us about how if anyone laughed at the end of the movie, how much, like he had a whole chart on this is how, if you snicker, this is how much trouble you're going to get in.
Yeah.
All right, man.
That.
We don't,
God,
you are showing us this movie. We don't want to see it.
Yeah.
Can I just conjugate verbs in the outside, please?
It was a great way to find out who was going to be a comic in the room.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's going to be a comic.
He sat on my desk during the entire movie.
I believe that.
Your balls are on my hand, dude. He's like, tell your parents, they're not going to care. Yeah, you're right. Can I at least watch? It sounds funny. What's going? No, you may not watch.
Try watching that movie as a 16-year-old and not cracking the fuck up. It's so funny.
Yeah, there's no way.
So, can we walk out of that class like drunks, like just silent? That was the good shit, man. That was the good shit.
Whoa.
So tell me if you think this seems more likely to have come from Anne Sullivan, her teacher, who is very politically motivated, or more likely to come from a person, the only person in human history, blind, deaf, and mostly dumb, that can't that can actually
Pinball wizard.
Yeah. Here's Helen Keller's quote, translated by Anne Sullivan. Our worst foes are ignorance, poverty, and the unconscious cruelty of our commercial society.
Oh, fuck.
These are the causes of blindness. These are the enemies which destroy the sight of children and workmen and undermine the health of mankind. Does that seem like a blind, deaf person?
Nah.
Helen Keller said that?
Bullshit. No,
How long did it take her to say it? How many months did it take her to say that?
She was a college graduate, Taylor. She speaks like that.
Anne Sullivan said that shit. I'm throwing this in the finished box. I win.
Oh my god!
Either that retard was more eloquent than all of us combined, or
it's a slam dunk, my
or
friend.
the more likely thing is that she was manipulated and used. So, just saying.
Yeah, I'm convinced of Helen Keller. That one wins for sure. Not only was it pretty entertaining, but I'm pretty sure that she was a retarded person.
You convinced Helen Keller the fifth.
Yeah.
She's like, she watched the show and said, yes, fuck her.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm open to the idea that she was environmentally retarded, right? Like, because of a lack of audio and visual stimuli, she was she might not have been born with a broken brain, but how could she have developed a fully formed one?
Well, retarded doesn't necessarily mean that like her brain wasn't functional. It just means she's held back. She's restrained in some way or another. And by that definition, she's retarded.
But to not have the input like that, even as a kid watching that movie, as a kid, I would think like, well, how the hell would you know if someone signs into your hand what they're even trying to reference? You could go like this and go glass and then do some kind of letters. But there's no way to really make the connection. There's too many missing parts. You could think, like you said, is it like something hard, thin, this? Like, what are you trying to tell me? Yeah, that would let me know that what you're spelling is what this is.
Yeah.
Crazy.
An understanding. What's
beautiful.
So what's the deal with MLK? Was it the CIA? When something fucked up happens, I always assume CIA.
Oh, brother. It was 1,010% the CIA. Like, not even a question. So much so that the King family also believes it was. And they spent the last 3 years of James Earl Ray, the alleged shooter, they spent the last 3 years of his life trying to get him out of jail because the family thought he was innocent.
Wow.
In 1999, in Shelby County, Tennessee, the King family sued the United States government, specifically through an agent. And the specific one that did the suing was Martin Luther King's wife. They sued the government for conspiracy to commit wrongful death and won. So in a civil court, they officially decided the government did kill MLK.
I never even knew that, man.
Yeah. That is wild. and that's not even news. Like
wow, yeah, I had no idea. That's not common knowledge as far as I know.
People are like, but if you told someone, like, did you know that MLK was killed by the CIA? Like, I feel like a lot of people would
be like, oh, he's one of those guys.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they're like, put up the tinfoil hat or whatever. Yeah. Meanwhile, it was like the King family who did the research and got it and all that, which is like, I don't think I have to tell you guys that some information is chosen to be fed while others is not.
Of course.
And stuff that has to do with like a distrust of the state tends to be on the don't show as much.
Who was the guy who went to prison for shooting MLK? Was that like Mark David?
James Earl Ray.
James Earl Ray. They always have three fucking names.
Or David Chapman was John Lennon.
Thank you.
Yep.
So the civil court thing decided that. Well, and in civil court, did they ever bring up that, there's a guy sitting in prison for this murder and blah, blah, blah?
Well, so he died in 1998 and the civil court was in 1999. So It was more so exonerating a dead
That
man.
sucks.
Was he retroactively
So
exonerated?
just in the nick of time.
By civil
posthumously?
court, yes. In official court, no, because
gotcha.
double jeopardy and all that stuff. He was already accused of it. But like, man, I tell you, like, I went into the MLK video like, oh, the FBI killed MLK, and then I did the research. It was like, oh my gosh, they destroyed that.
You're
man.
like, this
Wow.
is way too obvious. They didn't even try to cover it.
They didn't.
Yeah.
Like, there was one witness who saw James Earl Ray there, and 74 who saw a different man there, and they went with the one guy.
They went with the one guy, Agent.
plant.
You know,
Yeah.
Steven.
Agent Brown.
That one guy who saw him was actually in a drunk stupor at the time, and then during an interview with ABC, the journalist held up a picture of James Earl Ray, and the guy goes, "Who's that?"
Oh my god.
and the reporter goes, "That's James Earl Ray," and he goes, "Oh, yeah. I mean, well, that's not really the guy who I saw, but I mean, maybe from the back, it's
The
a
only
little
way to like
different.
bail yourself out of that is like, oh man, he's gained a lot of weight.
Clearly, the stress of being a murderer.
It's weighing on him. His hair fell out and everything.
I'm like that's my bias is like if I hear something that's like, you know, something fucked up the FBI or the CIA did, I'm like, you don't even have to explain it, I believe you.
Yeah.
And it's-
I used to not be like that.
but if,
Once
like,
upon a time.
yeah, if they came out and they were like, CIA stops hunger in Nigeria, like poor village, I'd be like, no.
What's that village got to hide, huh?
Yeah.
Who's in that village?
Village got
Maybe
some
Nigeria's not even real. I've never been.
If I haven't seen it, it's not there. Australia looking at you, not looking at you.
Yeah, Finland isn't that the conspiracy that Finland isn't real?
Oh, I thought
That
it was
Finland
Australia.
doesn't exist, yeah. It's
Oh, I
part
thought it
of
was
the,
Australia. Fuck.
Well, I
Australia's too
mean,
big.
it started with.
come from.
I don't
You
think
got me
that's
there.
Wait, where
no,
does Blake
no,
come
he's
from?
right. Trust me, I'm an expert. He knows what he's talking. Just listen to everything Kyle says about alligators and crocodiles. He knows.
The Finland thing. You've heard of that, Isaiah, right?
Yes, yeah. So it's part of something called the Blifeld conspiracy. Blifeld is a region. I want to say England, but it may be France, somewhere Central Europe, whatever.
Mhm.
It's a small city that not a lot of people lived in, and it became a joke on like European television or whatever that Blifeld just isn't real. And the argument for it was, well, have you ever met anyone from Blifeld? That's what I thought, so it's not there. So people just kept rolling with that until eventually Finland doesn't exist.
It just spread.
There's only a few.
It got bigger. You're really right. I saw this whole like breakdown someone did of it, that the world like demographics charts and stuff are always right within a percentile. So like it could be off by 1% of the population or whatever. And Finland makes up 6% of the world's population, meaning that Finland could be a statistical error.
Probably
Effectively don't exist.
Exactly.
For error, they effectively do not exist.
No,
You know,
you're
one of the
totally
wildest
right.
things
Muscle milk
about
is
the
definitely
ML
up there.
You know, one of the wildest things about the MLK assassination that didn't have to do with the conspiracy.
Mm.
So Jesse Jackson was with him the day of the assassination. As a matter of fact, King was hanging over a balcony talking to Jackson in the parking lot below whenever he was shot.
Yep.
Immediately, Jesse Jackson ran to the news, and he was wearing a sweater covered in blood and said that he was holding MLK as he was dying. And that's what the blood on the sweater is. Every single person who was there that day said what actually happened is MLK got shot and Jesse Jackson ran off and the rest of them stayed there with him. And Jesse Jackson went somewhere, put fake blood on himself, and then went to the news so he could get the attention for it.
He like tried to pull his own like
What?
Juicy Smollett thing.
Well,
yeah, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. In research for it, MLK had a lot of problems with Jackson because every time they would go to a rally or protest, he would like aggravate it or like get it as a problem. There was one instance, I think it was some city up north, where King was giving a speech and he was talking about nonviolence, and the police show up, and Jackson's immediately like, "All right, guys, this time to fight, make a wall," and like made this whole violent protest.
Yeah, like rabble rousing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right, yeah.
And he was like, there's a bunch of accusations he was trying to take the spotlight. And it was specifically King's brother who was furious at him for going to the news in a fake bloody sweater.
I can
Being like,
imagine.
oh man, he died in my arms. Yeah.
Trying to
And
take
it
credit.
really is like a tremendously narcissistic thing to do. Like MLK dies, and it's like, but how am I gonna get positive attention?
How do I
He wants to be
profit from this
remembered in history.
scenario?
You want to be
The
remembered in
other thing to
history
remember
books.
is, what about me?
I would hit him up all the time. I'd be like, yo, that was super weird. The next year, I'd be like, yo, you remember last year when my brother died and you did that whole thing? Super weird. I never want you to forget how fucking weird that was. We all think you're weird. All the people I talk to, all my homies think you're weird.
Yo, that was
I
weird.
just got to know. Where did you get the blood?
And why
Yeah, where would
why did MLK have acrylic-based blood?
You came up with a liter of fake blood in like 8 minutes in Alabama on a Thursday afternoon. I've got to know more.
You just like
I've got to
grab
know.
the bird, popped its head off like a bottle of
I have
ketchup,
children,
just squirted
goddammit. I can't allow you around them until I know where you got the blood.
Where did you get the blood? You can't come around my
You have
kids.
to know.
Fine, I got it
Damn
from
it,
Sherwin
Jesse.
Williams. Get off my ass.
Oh. Well, let's
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, you can come around the kids again.
fine. No, I don't know anything about that conspiracy, about the MLK thing, but I do know that they were surveilling him and recording him and stuff, and they had that like salacious audio of him having sex with his wife, and they were trying to use that against him. He's like, I don't care. Yeah,
He's like, I'm married, bro.
Yeah.
They wrote him a letter to try to get him to kill himself.
Yeah.
Where the FBI posed as like a member, like I think it was a black teen who was like a fan of him, and was like, "Man, you should probably kill yourself before this goes public."
And
Wow.
there the
Jesus
first
Christ.
troll comment existed.
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
The
paper.
first one in all history. Probably not, but yeah.
The first YouTube
You know it's wild.
comment.
Whenever I was going through research for it, the like first detail I got to that made me be like, "There's no way," and then sure enough, it was real. The gun, it was a Remington 760 in 30-06. The gun that had Ray's fingerprints on it was never matched ballistically to the bullet that killed King. They tried it over and over.
Fuck, man.
And, yeah, and the best that they could determine is that it was the same model, probably because the rifling patterns within the barrel were similar. They're like, yeah, we can't exactly determine this is the same rifle that did it, but it's probably close enough.
Are you scared
Close
at night?
enough.
Are you scared at night
Kyle,
that
you're
you're on a
muted.
list or something?
No, there he is. No,
You're not worried that you're on a list.
I'm on a list.
Oh, I know. I know for a fact I'm on a list.
Kyle's
But I
probably on
don't
a list.
like. I know, Kyle's on several lists.
They made me sign
I
up
think-
for the list. They were like, "All right, this is for the list," and they like scanned my like face and took my DNA. Like, yeah, I'm on a list.
I think
We're all on
Kyle and I
lists.
share not that
Well,
one, but I think we
everybody's on
share
here.
a few lists.
Kyle's on a
What-
list on the
what's the,
Baby Gap subscription list.
Oh my
There's,
god.
I'm
Can't stop,
actually,
can't stop sending them.
Oh, here we go.
Can't stop.
I'm actually curious.
Just waiting for that winter collection.
Even
Spring's
though it'll
coming.
sound, even though it'll sound funny coming out of my mouth, I actually am genuinely serious. What's the scariest Jewish-related conspiracy theory you've come across? Because you go deep in conspiracy theories, like the Jews are there, like the Jews
Yeah,
come up.
it pops up. If I'm on.
Like if they're like the
4chan,
rifles didn't match, what's the
theories,
answer?
all right,
show
I
up.
feel like the go-to answer for every conspiracy theory is like the Jews.
So,
The rifles didn't match the Jews.
So this is
Yeah,
really
75 people, one guy. Yeah, the Jew.
So this isn't
It's
really
like a
theory, but
backfill. Sorry,
it's
go
just
ahead.
what happened. So I remember I remember watching on TV like the recording, I guess, of when Marlon Brando said that all of Hollywood was controlled by the Jews. And
Did he say that? Marlon
yeah,
Brando?
he said it publicly. And you know what happened?
What?
Hollywood made him apologize publicly if he wanted to act again.
That is pretty funny.
There were some Jews in Hollywood who said, "You want to work again? You better say that's not true." Wait a minute.
Which is ironic.
First of all, I will say that. And second of all, like you realize the irony in all this, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you get it. Oh yeah, we understand. Now say it. Like
We understand the irony. We really
Yeah,
do
that-
run it, but you got to say sorry.
I bet Kennedy would have done that if they didn't kill him. I guarantee you, he would have got high in the Oval Office before it was over.
Have we talked
He
about
seems
Kennedy like on the show, like you with us?
Never
I know the
in-depth
show's
at
talked
all.
about Kennedy, you know, like everybody has, but have we ever had the Kennedy talk with you?
I think it got passively mentioned on the episode that Woody wasn't here for.
I've
when, like Harley and everyone was on.
Yeah.
I remember watching.
I don't think we talked much though. I'd like to. I don't know too much about it.
Did Oliver Stone make the movie, the JFK movie? Is that who made it?
Yes, yeah.
I remember watching
Remember
that.
Your King. Yeah, that's the Oliver Stone movie.
I remember that. Anyone who's never seen JFK, you should watch it. It's a tremendous film, great cast, got our boy Kevin Spacey in there. And I remember at the end of it, there's something.
His boys, Kevin
Spacey.
It's got your boy. Part of the gang, so to speak. Yeah. We go way back.
Kyle is president of the Kevin Spacey Stan Club.
I like when our boys are like Kevin Spacey and I don't know who's the fucking guy who didn't kill himself. Epstein.
Oh, Epstein.
He is not our boy. I don't know.
He was just a fun-loving playboy who liked to have a good time.
Yeah.
Is what I've heard. Is what I've heard. I mean, if that wasn't it, then surely all that information with Ghislaine's list, they would have looked into it, right?
Yeah, that's what the guard at the penitentiary told me. I don't know what else is going on.
That's what the guy who wasn't in prison there, the former cop with his pit bulls and his 22-inch arms, that's what he told you before the cameras went out.
With his magical camera racing capabilities.
At the end of JFK, though, there's a part where, I don't know, there's some text on the screen maybe, and they're like, they give a date in roughly 2020 when they're going to open these files and they'll be available for the public. And then like that came, right? Or you're probably like, oh yeah, where's this file? They like pushed it forward again. They pushed it forward again. They're like, nah, we changed our mind.
No shit.
Kick the can down the road. I remember my dad looked at me. My dad, I guess, didn't think he'd live to 2020 at the time. He was like, make sure that you look into that. Like back then, I remember it so well. Like 30 years ago. Like, make sure you look into that.
I want Wendy to get
even
pills
even more. And so the JFK files are a whole thing. There's like hundreds of pages of declassified CIA info that you mentioned. My last video about the vampire attacks, part of it actually came from the JFK files. So it's like this book of information, and then what they did is they took stuff like JFK, stuff relating to MLK, Nazi groups in South America, and they released like a few pages and then redacted the rest. And it's like, that'll be another 10, 20 years. Like, all right, so they acknowledge it exists, but they're like, these 40 pages? No. What, 24? When we're all dead, that's when you can look at it.
And then the people alive then will be like, nah. Let's push that. Let's kick that can a little further down the road. And then
Kyle tells his son, like, you look out for that whenever that comes around.
Well, I don't know if it's true, but it's right here. Zach wrote it. White House delays the release of secret JFK assassination records, citing COVID-19.
Damn.
That sounds like them.
That's dangerous.
That
you can't be reading that on your phone.
Hey, that's what killed JFK.
I've heard I've heard the JFK movie is good and entertaining, but like, I don't even know what their claim is for who did it in the JFK movie, like CIA or something, I guess, based on the redacted thing. But we know for sure that that's not the full story in that movie.
Correct.
Like, if the people out there were powerful enough to kill JFK, they're powerful enough to kill someone trying to tell the story of how JFK was killed, you know? Like, they wouldn't allow a movie like that to come out if it was really spilling like state secret beans, you know?
There's a lot of weird stuff with the Cubans and with Oswald. I've never thought the mob stuff was particularly compelling, but the Cuban stuff, the all the CIA stuff with Oswald, and then there's that one guy who's all the Ruby stuff is really weird.
Jack Ruby.
Yeah,
he was in the mob or mob connected, right?
Yeah, he did. Well, he was more of like an enforcer for random stuff, like mob connection, yes, but he wasn't in the mob. He wasn't like a big member or anything.
Yeah, the whole thing's wild. And then that shot that he supposedly made, I don't know.
And then they killed his brother
after firing 3 shots out of a bolt action in like 2 seconds. Like that guy had sleight of hand on up there.
What's hard to do, and like if you've never like tried to do it in real, if you've only played video games with scoped guns, like shooting the gun and then chambering a new round and then putting it back up to your ear and getting that sight picture and then kind of getting settled into it, like that. It seems quick, but it's precious seconds that you need if you're trying to shoot a guy driving away from you in a fucking Lincoln or whatever.
Is the claim three? They say it was 3 bolt action shots.
Yes, 3 bolt action shots out of a 6.5 Carcano rifle. As he was driving away, fired in the time span of a little over 3 seconds, if I remember correctly. So the first shot was a miss. It skipped off the pavement and hit a guy who was walking down the street. The second shot is the magic bullet. That's the one that supposedly, hold up, let me think, I'm JFK. It hit him in the neck, went forward into his arm, down into his thigh, out of the front of his knee, into the seat in front of him, and hit the governor in the back, and was perfectly intact. And then the third, that's why when you watch the Zapruder film, he's holding his neck, because he had just been shot in the neck. So he's leaned over holding his neck, and then the third shot was the one through the head. So yeah, 3 shots, like super fast from a bookstore window, several hundred feet back. Just a lot of variables happening at once.
So do you not think that Lee Harvey, like, you think he was maybe framed, or where does he kind of fit into the mix?
So yes, yeah, there's the magic bullet. So yeah, into the back, then the neck, then the arm, then the leg. And then surprisingly was all in one piece. If in court they call it the magic bullet, yeah, they tend to not do that so much.
Yeah, bullets do weird stuff. I don't know about all that shit. And then it being pristine at the end is the real weird thing, because they get all warped up and beat up after hitting bones and stuff. And I don't know.
Looks like there were like 6 points of contact in that graphic. Like that would ball up and fuck a bullet up, right?
If it's
like
full metal jacket, it stays pointy. Like
really?
Yeah, it's not going to mushroom back. It's going to stay, and that is full metal jacket. It's going to stay together, but it's going to look worse than that. That would be a real pristine bullet if you found that like out on the sand at a firing range, downrange. If you go downrange at like Knob Creek in Kentucky, millions of rounds have been fired that way. And so if you just go down there, start like kicking dirt, you could just piles of the lead, the projectiles, just every kind you can imagine. Like, and you can see that not too many of pristine
unless it what?
I got him.
No, I got him. You guys were so still, I couldn't tell if all of you froze. I'm like, maybe it's me.
No.
You're good. You're good now. You're good.
Yeah,
now,
you said
Kyle.
unless they wouldn't be, the bullets would not be pristine unless.
Unless you hit sand or something, and it was like we would shoot bullets into that rubber stuff they use for landscaping. You can fill a trash can up with that and use that as a bullet stop. You're doing like ammo tests and stuff. You shoot right in, it'll catch the bullet. The bullet's in pretty pristine condition because it's going through soft rubber. But when you hit dirt and rocks and shit, the bullets get mangled. I don't know. Whenever I've hit animals and recovered them, they were mangled too. I don't know about all that. So they call it a magic bullet for a reason. They conspired to kill that guy.
Yeah, what was the Lee Harvey?
Did.
Like what?
Yeah. I'm not positive about this one because I haven't dove into the research regarding him specifically. Whenever I was doing my MLK assassination video, I saw this and quickly followed it and I was like, all right, whenever I remake a full bore JFK video, I will come back to this. But Lee Harvey Oswald was an employee at the bookstore. And according to official records, he was a communist sympathizer, didn't like JFK. It was during the Cold War, so they just called him a commie because that was the idea. So he he supposedly just decided that he was going to kill the president whenever he heard that the president was going along that area. So I'm sorry, I'm going brain dead right now. Does something need to be said?
No. You're...
Sorry. I heard the mic come on, and I was like, oh, what's going on?
That's never happened before.
Yeah, we heard you typing
audio, and we heard him typing, and
that's why I froze up. I'm like, is this an emergency announcement?
I don't know.
Sorry about that. I thought it was just going to stop. No big deal.
You're good.
Nukes at last.
Yeah, sorry.
They're getting first they got Kyle, now they got Zach. Anyway,
all of us.
So to stay on the train of thought, supposedly Lee Harvey Oswald just hated the president and the United States wanted to kill him. According to a report, this was the quick thing I saw, I haven't fully looked into. The initial police report is that because the police ran into the building, that whenever they ran into the building, Lee Harvey Oswald was downstairs working, according to again, this one report that I haven't validated, that he was just downstairs working there, sweeping the floor or whatever. And then one of the police officers was murdered. Supposedly the first guy who ran into Oswald got shot. And then Oswald escaped out of the bookstore and to an old movie theater, if I remember correctly. And then the police followed them there and arrested him. But that initial police report says that when they got in, Oswald was just there. He wasn't upstairs shooting another cop with a gun. And then that report disappeared from the official record later. So the theory is that Oswald was set up to be the fall guy or the patsy. And then later they just took that record out so that it would better fit the narrative that Oswald was the shooter. On top of that, whenever Oswald was being held by the police, he kept saying, I have no idea what's going on. And then whenever they explained the shooting and everything, he said, oh, so I'm the patsy. I'm the fall guy. That's how this is going to work. And then he gets shot by Jack Ruby. So a lot of people are dubious over the Oswald connection.
I think Jack Ruby may have killed him to cover up anything he would have said?
Yeah. So that's the theory. So Jack Ruby was a mob enforcer. He had carried out jobs for. That's why I said he wasn't specifically in the mob. He was more like a contractor. He supposedly just loved the president so much that he decided to shoot the guy as he was being transferred to interrogation out of the kindness of his own heart. So he gets gunned down, and then whenever they arrest him, he's like, oh, I just like the president. And it turns out he had cancer, and he died 4 months later. It was 4 months or 4 years, soon after. And if I remember correctly, his family, he had family debt and hospital bills from his cancer that disappeared after he shot Oswald. So,
That's
and that was part of a lot of people throw that towards the mob theory. They're like, oh, maybe the mob hired him to do it to pay off his debt. It's the CIA, that's the mob you're looking for. They have a name and everything.
And they can
so that's the Oswald theory and the Ruby theory and all that. Of course, it goes into more of there being a second shooter, the whole grassy knoll thing and all that. So
what is the grassy knoll thing? I've always heard that as a joke from Dale Gribble in King of the Hill, and I never looked what is that theory?
So Kennedy is in the back. Sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
I just said pocket sand quietly.
Oh,
pocket sand.
my apologies. So Kennedy's in the Lincoln. He's going down the street, and Lee Harvey Oswald is in a bookstore behind him, to his back right. There is a grassy knoll, as it's been dubbed, which is a small hill underneath a tree by a fence to his forward right, both on the right side of the vehicle, but the grassy knoll's in front of him. The only footage that we still have of the shooting is the Zapruder film. That is the film. So there's a picture of the grassy knoll, up towards where the trees are back there, the shadowy area. I don't think that wall's still there today, if I remember correctly, but it's a little field, essentially. So anyway, the only footage that we have is of the Zapruder film. There was a cameraman standing on the same side of the vehicle of the camera shot we just saw, who was filming the whole thing. So he on the opposite side. He would have been over near the grassy knoll filming. So he's filming the whole thing, and he films from that angle as the shots ring out and as Kennedy gets killed. In the footage on the Zapruder film, you can see that there is someone else across the street who is also filming on a camera. So that should be the solution, right? Because if our cameraman, the Zapruder cameraman's back here, and the shooter's over to his right, then the person on the other side of the street should have an angle of that. And supposedly, well, not supposedly, this is a fact, they recovered that footage and brought it into court during the trial that the movie JFK is about and all that. So, see how Zapruder position is next to the grassy knoll dude? Over there where the mouse is on the right side of the road is where this mystery cameraman was. So anyway, that footage makes its way into court. And it was not shown publicly. It was shown to a private jury. The jury said that the evidence in the footage was compelling. And the next day, whenever they moved to make it public record, they misplaced the tape. And to this day, it's never been recovered. They just the biggest trial ever. They're like, oh, we misfiled it. I guess it's just not here anymore. But according to luck. Yeah, and according to
I hope some CIA guy didn't lose his job over that. Oh my God! Can you imagine?
He worked hard to file that paperwork, man. According to the people who did see it, they're at the grassy knoll, which is again the position in the diagram. Whenever Kennedy's head explodes and he actually gets shot, there is a large puff of smoke from the grassy knoll. And that also lines up because Kennedy was in the Lincoln leaned down like this. And whenever he got shot, supposedly from up here, his head jerked backwards and his whole body flew out the back. Which, yeah, your muscles can do weird stuff when you get shot. But it's much more likely if he was shot from the front that his head would shoot backwards like that, rather than getting shot in the back of the head and, having that reaction.
Yeah.
So the idea is that the shooter was in front of him at the grassy knoll, rather than behind him at the bookstore. There's also like the three bullets.
I'm in.
The 3 bullets is also widely contested. For example, supposedly the first shot's the one that skipped across the pavement and hit the guy watching the parade go by, right? Well, according to that guy's account, he heard a gunshot and stopped and then looked and then got struck in the leg. So supposedly, again, according to the theory, the grassy knoll guy fired first, and then whoever's in the book, because there was someone in the bookstore, whoever was in the bookstore, that shot is the one that hit him. Because there's no way this guy heard a gunshot and was like, I wonder what that could be. And then that gave enough time for the bullet to skip and hit him.
No.
That's not how speed works.
That's not how speed works, yeah.
It would have to be some wacky shit, but it's possible. That's the fun thing. Like that bullet would have been like ding dong ding, and he hears bang. The bullet's still going bing bang ding. Like
it's like a Looney Tunes cartoon jumping all around the square. Yeah. And perfectly intact.
I never knew how much bullets bust until I started shooting a lot of tracers, specifically like not just bang bang bang, but when you've got like a belted machine gun shooting hundreds of tracers at like that area. And you're hitting like trees and stumps and rocks and hard pieces of dirt and soft pieces of dirt and water. Well, let's start making sharp turns that you don't think are like physically possible. They just make a right turn and they're already going 3,000 feet per second and they just hang a left.
I've had that same experience. I shot a saw. People know this is a belt-fed machine gun. It was on the ground with a bipod, and we were shooting it at a car. And after the bullets hit the car, in my mind, they vanish, turn to powder, stop,
disappear.
Yeah.
See,
like,
the CIA thinks that way too, actually.
But in reality, because they're tracers, you can really see where they're going, and they're just zinging all over the place. Sometimes back at you. They do crazy things. And Kyle's right. Like that story they tell is improbable, but not impossible. So.
What's crazy is it's like, okay, you're expecting me to believe that some wonky shit happened the day a president died. I'm not going to buy that. Look, a president already died today, so I'm going to just assume everything else went like it normally does in our plane of existence and assume y'all had a guy hiding over there, one up there, probably a third we don't know about who just didn't have a clean shot. Like,
right.
I think they conspired to kill that guy, and there's just so many reasons. He was a fly in the pudding, or whatever they say. In the ointment, is it?
Fly in the ointment. Yep.
That's what Biden was talking about. Yeah.
I think I'm a fly, and the ointment, life tries to get rid of me, but I'm stuck like a fly. And the ointment,
there was a lot of reasons they would have wanted him dead. They also did suspicious stuff that day. Like every time the president goes somewhere, they put Secret Service everywhere. And the day of the Dallas drive, the Secret Service got together and they were like, hey, there's something like, I think the number was 1,200 windows he's going to be driving by. That's too many to cover. Let's just no security today.
I did not know about that.
He's too exposed. No one watch him.
It's just a wasted effort. Let's hope. Like,
that can make
he's
sense.
in God's hands now.
yeah.
Why don't they just say, let's not do
CIA's
it?
capable hands.
Let's put the fucking top up. Whose idea was the top down? I always think back to that scene in The Office when Michael is driving and Dwight's in the passenger seat of his convertible PT Cruiser, and Dwight thinks it's so cool to let the top down, but it's the middle of winter. And he's like, and he's already unbuckled them, and they're coming down, and there's no choice anymore. I just imagine that shitty governor of Texas wanted his picture taken with the president. He was like, no, come on, and he's like twisting how
Put the top down.
put the top down, and the wife is like, fuck, this guy's an asshole. He's like,
Is that the view from the grassy knoll?
Oh.
This would have been where the shooter was. Yeah.
Wait, there could be clues on the fence.
All right.
Look, he wrote his name right there.
Right there. His name's Roy Sanchez.
That's so
Roy
close.
Sanchez, you son of a gun.
The trees
Lewis
know. I like that.
Yeah.
The trees know. That's pretty good. That goes
Yeah,
hard.
that's good.
The trees know that is good.
That's a lot closer than I thought it was. The way that looked, like, I don't know where he was when he got shot in perspective to like where that camera was just sitting. But if you were trying to shoot a guy in that Suburban or whatever down there, that wouldn't be a challenge at all.
It
That'd
does.
be like
I thought that same
child's
thing,
play.
but also I don't know. You know how cameras work. I feel like I can't take it at face value.
I was just kind of looking at the sidewalk and the steps and kind of like doing
It's
a little.
I
not
feel
a
like
long
I could
shot
grab
at all. It's like 70, 80 feet maybe. If I remember
Okay.
right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I
okay.
have a
70,
lens
80
that would
feet.
make that look
He's
like a
super
hard
dead.
shot and an easy
He's
shot.
super dead at 70 or 80 feet.
Especially if you miss and you have a guy to cover your ass.
Yeah, you've got like what's funny is if that's true and they each fired like 3 shots, right? They were horrific. For like a couple seconds, it was like the Wild West, just bam, 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 bam. He's missing all the shots. They're skipping over the car.
Yeah.
Too bad he couldn't like Mr. Magoo his way out of that. Like he reaches down to tie his shoes at the right time. Gets up to shake something. It's like the tires are popping behind him as he's like, through the street. Yeah.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah, but that's not the world we live in.
Hey,
And then they killed Bobby. And then they killed Bobby. What was that guy's name was like Sirhan, right? Something like
Bobby
that.
Kennedy?
Yeah, the guy who showed up and shot him in a kitchen that the CIA, the Secret Service, just let him into, and then he gets shot, and then they burn the evidence.
They have to. They did it.
Yeah, so
it's really weird. I think we might be living. I think that America may have died sometime around that period in history, and we're just like the leftovers.
We're like riding the corpse as long as it'll go.
Yeah,
It
like
was
the green men took over like right around then, and it hasn't been the U.S. since then. It's been some sort of weird,
some sort of devilish influence.
Yeah, some sort of satanic thing. I saw they were interviewing like rural Russians. I'll be kind to call them. And they asked them, like, what do you think about all this? And they're like, oh, it's the Satanists. And I was like, who are Satanists? Because that's not anything that like people here ever talk about really. But she was talking about America. Like she thinks that we are Satanists. And
that we are the great Satan. I think like Iran says that about us.
Man, we keep hearing that a lot. Are we sure it's not true? Like 100% that we're not the devil?
are we the bad guys? Yeah.
We certainly are sometimes. Have you guys ever, all three of you, started looking into a conspiracy out of fun and just novelty, and then you're almost annoyed when you start to buy in because you're like, oh, fuck. Like, now I'm going to be that fucking retard who's into this, who I previously would have judged. I have one in mind, but I was curious.
The alien thing has always just appealed to me so much, and I know it's stupid. And like even on a different level, I know that it's not like likely that they could get here. So I have to I'm like, well, maybe they're time travelers from our future, and their time city is beneath the waves. And I'm like, no, that's stupider than the other thing. And that one, I have a real, I don't know, I romanticize the idea of there being aliens and us contacting them to the point where it doesn't take much to get me going. Like if I see some eyewitness testimony, they're like, I seen it. It's hovering right over the Piggly Wiggly, and I'm like, for real? Over the Piggly Wiggly? Like I believe him. I can't. They just seem so emphatic. I believe they seen it. And I wish they were real. That's I want it to be real so bad that I will it to be so, and then I realize I'm believing in kookery.
You are big on that. Not kookery, but like you are absolutely obsessed over the years with aliens being real and finding evidence for them.
I'm very afraid of them.
That's the funniest part, is that like you're deathly afraid of them and you do want them to be real.
One thing that I can offer you, Kyle, is at one point I asked my dad if he'd ever seen like a UFO or an alien or whatever. And like, so my dad was a military pilot, and I asked him if he'd ever seen a UFO, and he just like looked at me and went, yes. And I was like, do you want to, it's like, I've seen a lot of them. And he didn't want to talk about it anymore.
Oh, shit. You should have
That's
told
all
me.
it took. I'm hooked. I told you. I'm like, that's proof positive right there. This guy's dad's seen him.
And it's like,
Let's call him.
Give him a ring.
I mean, your channel boy.
I feel like he probably would not appreciate being put on.
Yeah, my father would.
Fair,
Okay,
fair enough.
That's
He's
fair.
a somewhat private guy.
That's fair. Yeah, my dad would
Makes
hate
sense.
it. If I was like, hey, Dad, you're talking to a few 100,000 people right now, say something ridiculous. He'd be like, Taylor, call me when you're done. And then he'd hang up on me.
For your dressing down.
Yeah.
Surprise, your reaction will be recorded for posterity forever.
Yeah. Forever and ever. All the retarded stuff you say will never be forgotten, and people will meme on you with it. Woody, what I asked Kyle, Tom, and Brad is, has there ever been a conspiracy that you went into just out of interest, novelty, and you didn't want to believe, but you ended up buying in? If you need to think, I have one, and it was the chemtrail thing, where I was like, this is the most retarded thing ever. And then I had some random person on Twitter be like, hey, not only are you dumb for saying they don't try chemicals, you live in St. Louis. Are you not familiar with Operation Large Area Coverage? And I was like,
Yeah. Operation Black.
Know where you
well,
live.
I'm definitely familiar with it, and then, but I wasn't, and so I had to look it up, and it was like, it's one of those, it's like Operation High Jump, Operation Mockingbird, these things that back in the day they would have called conspiratory nonsense, but then end up, when it's no longer consequential, releasing it. And there was a program called Operation Large Area Coverage, where the U.S. Army Chemical Corps dispersed microscopic zinc cadmium sulfide particles over much of the United States and Canada in order to test dispersal patterns and geographic range of chemical or biological weapons. And apparently they did this over St. Louis a good bit. Like, they poisoned our city proper with these chemicals over and over and over.
Why did they use poison to see like
Oh,
how
no,
far
no,
something
not,
would get dispersed? They could have used sugar or something.
Not poison as in like they were doing it to poison the people of St. Louis. It's just that zinc, cadmium, and a lot of these things they would release happen to be not good for you.
So the zinc cadmium in particular is a tracer used to test dispersal of biological agents. So they use that because they're able to go back and see how well that chemical was dispersed. So if later on they wanted to put the Trixie virus in there, or they wanted to put, I don't know, some other agent in, they would know, what altitudes, what speeds, what wind patterns to utilize to maximize dispersal over a large area.
Yeah,
and that's the thing about it.
They just fucking microwaved the Pruitt-Igoe housing complex with that stuff. Like it.
What's the Pruitt-Igoe housing?
Like it was a public housing initiative, like a big, like one of those big tower blocks, kind of like Cabrini Green in Chicago. But it was like, hey, yeah, everyone here is poor. They won't notice they're getting radiated.
Yeah, probably not. They'll just be like, this is because of my bad diet that my fingernails are falling off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing with like
one thing.
A lot of the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brad.
One thing that might interest you, Taylor, is that amongst other things like spraying down St. Louis, as part of Operation Sunshine or Project Sunshine, I can't remember which one but there was this operation about sort of like taking cadavers, parts of cadavers, organs and whatnot, and doing nuclear testing on them, making them go back and forth across the world, like people, like legs being chopped off, dead babies in Australia and being brought to the United States. One like sub area of that was in St. Louis, I believe, where they were having dentists remove children's teeth to see how much like heavy metals and like radioactive material was settling into their bones.
Ooh. See, that sounds more sinister than what I've found. Interesting. And that is a thing that like solidified me more with it after just seeing the actual operations where they drop this stuff. It's once again a shit coding where people will go, these chemtrails, they're poison. They're all a way to harm you. They're a way to do this and that, and just very sinister things. And that's not the case always. Like what Kyle was saying and what Tom said, like sometimes they are just testing dispersal patterns and they're using things that happen to be poisonous. But it still proves that they do engage in that behavior.
Do you all
One
of you
very
know like
large
that?
operation? Oh, sorry.
We might be thinking about the same thing. Operation Sea Spray,
Sea Foam.
See the pink mold one.
The pink mold from like showers and stuff like that. They sprayed it all over San Francisco.
Yeah, that's why so like the pink mold that shows up in showers, the reason we have that now is because that was released in San Francisco.
What? That's what causes that?
Yes.
That's why I have to scrub my shower floor every few months.
Yes.
I hate that. Last time I just used bleach because that's what was near.
Yeah, I used that bleach gel for toilet bowls. It's amazing.
I just used regular bleach and I scrubbed it all out. And then I started a new thing I do where I was worried. I had to take a shower right after I scrubbed it with bleach. And I was like, I don't want to stand in like remnants of bleach. And so I put on these Crocs that I'd never worn. And it turns out showering in Crocs kind of rocks. Like it's pretty soft and comfortable. And so I've kept using them even now.
The most unbelievable part of this conspiracy is that a Midwesterner has never worn Crocs. Like we're supposed to believe that.
Yeah. Well, I fit all the other things. I'm dumb and overweight. And so that plays in. But yeah, Operation Sea Spray. I love your guys' encyclopedic knowledge on all this shit.
It's amazing me. Yeah.
That's what that fucking pinkish shit is. Mm-hmm. Or orangish, I guess, that shows up.
Yeah, like this was a collaboration between like the Navy and the CIA where they sprayed it across San Francisco, and like they didn't notify the local like medical establishment before doing this. And so out of nowhere, shitloads of people are coming in with bladder infections. And they're like, what the fuck is going on? And it apparently was causing bladder infections. And one guy had complications to the point where he died.
Fuck. Dude, well, what I'm learning from this, you're saying the demons, they aren't traditionally scary in that way, which actually checks out with Christianity. Like they want to imbue you with pride or one of the sins of thinking you can get ahead. But they also help people. They do things like curing the blind by the thousands, curing the deaf by the thousands. Curing the deaf, yes.
The deaf.
So does that make you give any more thought to the Mr. Mark of the Beast theory?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Mark of the Beast? You're talking about the Mark of the Beast from Revelations, right?
Yes, with Mr. Beast. You've seen those people on... Yeah, Mr. Mark of the Beast. Have you seen those people on...
I did not.
Have you had your chocolate yet? Have you taken it into your body yet?
Have you seen those people on Twitter? There's a bunch of people on Twitter who are...
I should have known that's where that was going, but that blindsided me. Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah, there's a lot of people online that are convinced that he's trying to pull the wool over people's eyes by pulling the wool off of their eyes.
It's interesting. Now, I won't say to Mr. Beast specifically, but Man, I have to give a good transition before I talk about this, or else it could get clipped so easily. But not Mr. Beast, but insert another person is similar to a lot of Christian ideas around like the Antichrist, right? Like the purpose of the Antichrist is to unite the nations. It's not that the devil needs to win, he just needs God to lose, right? That's his whole purpose. So like for one, the devil's a losing battle. The devil knows it's a losing battle. He's just trying to get as many souls as he can while he's there. And what's the better way to get people's souls? By, tormenting them, making their necks spin around and like float off beds, or to be an administrator of wealth and, knowledge, prosperity, what have you.
Sure.
And it's interesting to see like the shift that had, because previous to, I would say, Enlightenment era, all stories around demonic activity were about that. It was always about like deals with the devil that were made, of like the devil was portrayed as like a false member of the clergy, or perhaps a ruler or a king who'd come to people and give them, wealth and wisdom. The stories like Faust, capitalize on a lot of those legends. But then after the Enlightenment era, in time where like the religious tone shifted from God being prosperous, the devil being prosperous, but God being a true prosper in like the afterlife. Once it shifted to these kind of black and white ideas of good and evil, like the devil, pitchfork, horns, going around trying to torment people. Once that cultural idea shifted, then our stories around the devil shifted. It went from, kind of this person who wants to give you what you want into someone trying to trick you, or someone nefarious looking to cause harm or kill as many people as he can. But again, to Christianity and Judaism, that's not his MO. That's not what he's trying to do.
I could believe that about the devil. That makes sense. If you've got some sort of figurehead, he's got his own plans.
Yeah.
But what about a rogue demon? That seems more interesting to me.
So that's an interesting point. It's something I think about a lot with these things, because there, again, a lot of the stories in the Bible around demon, like he's described, or around the devil, Satan's described as the morning star, right? He's described as beautiful, conniving, wise, and stuff like that. But there's also stories about unwise demons, seem like you said, rogue demons, just their own things. Like, for example, the story of the maniac from Gader. He was a guy said to be possessed by thousands of demons, and he would wander the tombs cutting himself. He had broken chains because the people of the village tried to chain him, and he would snap the chains and run into the countryside. And whenever he approached Jesus, and Jesus looked at him and he fell to the ground, Jesus said, "Who art thou?" And the maniac replied,
"We are legion.
We are legion, for we are many." Yeah, which is where that's why that line gets pulled into every, demonic story or whatever. And it says that Jesus banished the demons from him, and the demons went into swine that were in the countryside, and the swine ran off a cliff like they were crazed. So that's very different from like, the conniving, dealing devil. That's just like wild animals.
That's what Constantine does.
Kyle, you're giving away your conspiracy. What is it? Or would you want to lead, or what do you want to do? Who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
There are no pictures, plans, or wartime documents dealing with gas chambers or any plan to exterminate the Jews during the supposed Holocaust. And we can't use the excuse that the Nazis destroyed all of that evidence, because after we broke the German codes, we were able to intercept their secret transmissions, including those from Auschwitz. There were no plans ever discussed, no numbers discussed, no techniques, no orders given. Zyklon B was in widespread use throughout Europe at the time for pest control, and it's found in all of the concentration camps, including those that are not said to have had gas chambers in them. Aerial photos taken of Auschwitz during the war show no signs of people being gassed, bodies being burned, or the stores of fuel that would be required to power the crematoriums. World War II lasted a total of 6 years. Assuming that Hitler started gassing Jews since day one, that makes for 3,153,600 minutes. 6 million Jews killed during 3,153,600 minutes comes out to 1.9 Jews per minute. That means Hitler killed roughly 1 Jew every 30 seconds. In Auschwitz, the most famous and biggest concentration camp, there are 15 crematoriums. According to Auschwitz survivors, Jews would go into the chamber, gassed for 15 to 20 minutes, then put into the oven. It takes 1 hour to cremate a body using modern furnaces, which operate at much higher temperatures than the traditional ovens at the camp. However, let us say that the ovens were operating at a level that we see today. That means it would take 1 hour, 20 minutes to gas and burn 15 Jews assuming they were all burned simultaneously. This is, of course, disregarding the time it would take for the gas to empty the chamber, for the bodies to be transported from the chamber to the oven. The elevators used to transport bodies were very slow and could only take up 7 bodies at a time with their weight capacity. However, for our greatest ally, we're going to assume that the bodies were magically teleported instantly from chamber to oven as soon as they were deceased. That means 15 Jews were gassed and burned every 1.5 hours. That comes out to exactly 300 Jews every 24 hours. Assuming the gassing and burning of the Jews was happening every hour straight without stopping for 6 years on an uninterrupted basis, the total number of killed Jews would be 657,000 for those 6 years. The official tally is that 4 million Jews were killed at Auschwitz alone. Even at the other official story of 2.5 million, only then it adds up. But assuming for 3.1 million minutes of 24/7 gassing, that's way more than existed. Of course, we would need some time travel. Supposed gas chambers do not have gasketed doors. They do not have fireproof switches, bulbs, or wiring. The gas is flammable. And the inlets in the roof that are said to have been the point of introduction for Zyklon crystals were, according to senior officials, added after the war. Dr. Francis Piper, the senior curator and director of archives at the Auschwitz State Museum, admitted on camera to David Cole that Krema 1, the alleged gas chamber at Auschwitz main camp, was in fact a reconstruction built by the Soviets after the war under direct orders from Stalin. This includes the fake chimney that is not even connected to the crematorium. There's pictures of that. In 1988, an execution equipment expert, a gentleman named Luchter, who created the famous or infamous, perhaps, Luchter report, conducted forensic examinations of the gas chambers. He took samples from 4 chambers at Birkenau, the one at the main camp at Auschwitz, and a control sample from one of the disinfectant chamber. Not disinfectant. It's the disinfestation chambers that we know used Zyklon B. It was used to deal with the lice problem. The gas chamber showed almost no traces, whereas the disinfestation sample went literally off the scale. In 1990, the Institute for Forensic Research in Krakow attempted to refute these results, and their own tests came back with identical results. Denying the Holocaust, by the way, is a criminal offense, and it carries a prison sentence in several European countries. The Holocaust is the only event in history to be enforced by law, and it's the only conspiracy theory we'll talk about tonight that simply suggesting is literally against the law in 15 countries in Europe.
15 countries?
So there's some really interesting points about that. Like, can I just pick that for a second? I don't want to.
No, you're not allowed.
No. I don't want to pick it one way or the other about like arguing against it, because I just want to pick at some of the principles of that, because there's a really cool part of that. So there's reciprocity at play there, right? There's the reciprocity element of this it's a psychological persuasion technique, and part of this is you give up something small, and the kind of the impact of that is other people feel kind of, it's not obligated, but they feel that same response to also make some like kind of reciprocal.
What concession are you talking about? I think I might.
So part of what that statement is, it does a lot of like, okay, well, let's assume this scenario, and this scenario is too big, so we'll be, for example, the elevator stuff was a reciprocity thing. It's like okay, well, this would be super hard in this, but we'll assume that this element's not a problem, and it still has problems. And there's like 3 or 4 of those throughout that the reciprocity stuff that jumps out at me. Another one is the facts thing. It's really interesting, right? Because we've had this conversation before here. I think it's really hard to refute facts on camera without any, especially in real time, without some citation and the ability to actually examine that citation. You said a number of facts in that who knows if they're fucking facts one way or the other on that, right? And especially when you're doing things like the report from such and such an institution, again, like there's like an authority exchange there. You're being like,
yeah, I was going to bring a citations page and a lot of links, but I thought that dragged the show down. Most of it checked out, unfortunately.
Huh.
It's really cool to like, because you hear that and you're like, this is fairly persuasive, and I'm like, why is it persuasive? And just to me, like, going into that.
The like rhetorical devices used is interesting, definitely, but like, what about the actual content of what Kyle said? Like, I'm trying to think of, in fact, one thing I didn't know that they said that 4 million Jews died just at Auschwitz. Is that right?
Yeah.
Just
one
at
of the interesting
place?
things, and I was going to expound upon that, was the varying number of Jews that supposedly died over the years at various camps. They began with the number 6 million, and that number 6 million goes back to like 1917, a publication in the New York Sun, where they were discussing the 6 million imperiled Jews in Europe, and then it throughout the years that number was repeatedly used to describe how, and it's basically a number of how many Jews there were in Europe. Out of there were about 12 million in existence at the time, and there just weren't enough Jews there to get the number that they're suggesting from most of the stuff I've read. But the numbers for Auschwitz fluctuated rapidly between the years of like 1946 and the years like 1988. They kept fluctuating from anywhere from 350,000 to 4 million. Meanwhile, the total number killed was never changed. That was another point that I was going to make, but it was just a little weird to get around.
Okay.
What was that? What was the number you ended up saying for that presentation?
4 million
right. So
it's
like
2.5 to 4 million is the number that supposedly died at Auschwitz.
That's
alone.
that's
So,
not
but,
of
like,
Jews
even
though.
the-
That's of everyone, right, Kyle?
Jews.
So
Okay.
even like an immediate, like for just like checking the facts, like I understand this conspiracy theory, like I don't think you believe that, blah blah blah, right? But like just even interesting for that, right? Because it's like presented as facts in that, right? But like a 1 second Google search for literally how many Jews died at Auschwitz, like the first thing that fucking comes up is 1 million, like between.
Oh, wait, you
900
can't trust that filthy. That's part of the conspiracy.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying. But like the weaving of like numbers and sources in there, combined with non-factual information.
What was the number that you got to that like was feasible? Or I guess there wasn't like a feasible number because so many had what filthy talk.
657,000.
And that was assuming like that like teleportation clause or whatever
Yes.
the fuck. Okay.
Yes, and always having enough fuel to run. They kept referring to a fuel it's Coke, COKE, and it's some sort of a crematorium fuel that was used, and there would have had to have been enormous stockpiles of that on site at all times to like keep them running, and of course there would have been plumes of smoke in the aerial photographs taken by the Allies, and at the museum they have those photographs blown up, the Auschwitz Museum, and then there aren't any clouds of smoke. So I guess that day in particular they weren't running the crematoriums.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That is interesting. I'm gonna have to Google more about this.
Really? You're tempted to Google more after that?
Well, I'm like looking to
Filthy
like
has
what
all
you
his
did,
questions
like,
answered.
like confirming and denying and shit.
But it's,
yeah,
I mean,
that's-
it's so much more work to refute something than it is to accept the claim. Like this is something that
There are
you see a
also
lot.
no eyewitness testimonies of them that didn't come from either tortured Nazis or people who were really in no state to know what they saw, right? Because how could you see the gas chambers and live?
Did people say that they saw the gas chamber and lived?
I'm sure there were some that did. I mean, I did 6 hours of research here. I'm not a historian. It just seems to me that there's a lot. I think the Holocaust happened, but I think the number 6 million may be inflated.
Gas chamber survivor Holocaust. Let's see.
Jesus, let's hope this is not in the title of this PKA, and hope that
Oh, it's
Filthy
in
Robot
there.
does not get associated with
This
this.
one on NBC says
Like, I
Auschwitz
don't-
survivor Gina Turgel walked out of gas chamber alive.
You wouldn't think they'd let her. She made it. Damn.
I think they didn't gas them
Yeah,
all
that's
too. Didn't they
odd.
originally
It
shoot
seems
them?
like
I think the shooting came later. It would be maybe.
I'm getting it off a movie. I remember them saying that this. I mean,
I hadn't thought about that, Kyle. Like, if you did escape the gas chamber, wouldn't they just go, "Oh, look, shoot that person"?
Yeah. I read a whole thing about how supposedly they use diesel, but they explained that diesel fumes would take so long to kill someone, and they basically said, look, these people were in coal burning locomotives, right, on a train being transported there. Why didn't they just pull the train into a tunnel and wait?
And wait, what do you mean? Oh, like with the fumes.
We've seen choo-choo trains, right? All that black smoke rolling out the top. If you just pulled that train into a tunnel and waited 30 minutes, now you got a train of dead people. You don't have to worry with the camp, with the apparatus, with all of the guards, with crematoriums, with gases, with gas chambers.
Now I gotta fucking Google a diesel tunnel. Trying to keep up with all this stuff.
But that's mine. I'm sorry. My job was to put forward.
Nobody's accusing you of anything. We know.
No, but they will. And my job was to put forward a conspiracy theory and support it as best I could. And I thought of that one early this morning. That one popped up to me, and I started doing a little bit of research online and watching some YouTube videos and took a few notes. And
did you come across any like clearly crackpot people?
There is a website that will pay you. They've got like a bounty for anyone who can like explain how it could have happened to get to those numbers feasibly, and they'll pay like $700 if you can write a paper explaining how the Holocaust as it's presented could be factual. I found that interesting. They also sell SS hats.
SS hats. So they have like a merch shop.
I'm saying that's probably the sort of people we're describing here. The
kind of people you'd probably notice in public, or maybe not. I have no idea.
We blend in well.
Well, that's interesting, Kyle. I think you did a very good job looking for a conspiracy theory and then presenting it very competently, the way we are supposed to present conspiracy theories. Woody, did you have any umbrage you took other than what you said?
Go to Germany now.
No. It Filthy nailed all of it, all the same points that I would have thought. Like you hear him do citations and numbers, and like I ran the math. The claims aren't even true. And then 1 second of Googling, it's like those aren't even the claims, like.
There's different claims. That's the thing. They bounce that number around so much. The number of Jews that died in Auschwitz changed so many times. I watched this video of how many times it changed, and it's like, well, shit. They said 350,000, and then they said 1 million, and then they said 1.1 million, and then it was 2.5, and then it was 4 million, and it's so, well, which number do we go off on? And like, how are they getting to these numbers? There was a 6-year period recently when they started allowing this online thing, where people can literally go online and look for mistakes in like the number of Holocaust victims there were, if it's a family member of something, and 1 million names were added, even though there aren't any records. That people just added 1 million names to the list. And like at the bottom of everything I read, that one of the persons made the argument like, is it any worse that it was 6 million and not 1 million? Is it any better that it was 1 million and not 6 million?
Yeah, it's like 5 million better.
No, it's an atrocity both ways. Of course, it's better because the numbers are smaller or larger, but it doesn't make it
still a genocide.
Or any worse. It's still a horrible, disgusting, evil thing, whether it was 1 million that died or 6 million.
Now, Kyle. So it looks like Kyle might have been reading from an older source, because up until 1988, it looks like 4.1 million at Auschwitz was the claim,
sure,
and then in 1988 they said 1.1 million.
This reminds me of my first encounter on this show with a straw man argument of some sort, right? Where if you're putting up a figure that like you'd be like, oh, we can prove that this wasn't the figure, and everyone's like, well, we stopped claiming that was the figure 20 years ago. Like that's
30 years ago.
Yeah, sure, right.
31.
Yeah. That's clever. It's clever. It's interesting. It's like if you just like take that with no other like historical place to put that. That sounds kind of legit. Like these numbers don't add up. I'm like, yeah, that's funny.
Well, it's one of those things like that's kind of
the numbers still don't add up, even with modern estimates as to how many died at and they are estimates, of course, because where are they getting those numbers from, right? Where does the 1.1 million number come from? It's an estimate. They're guessing. Even that number is 40% too high for what could have possibly been done with the apparatus in place.
Trying to find like, it seems like an easy thing to do would be to like find a census for like before and after the war, right? But then you also remember like a ton of Jewish people left for Israel in that around that same time, right?
Yeah,
and they left to other countries, so you wouldn't know.
That was one of the explanations. The number of Jews that fled.
Maybe I'm getting my history wrong. Wasn't Israel founded as a result around there?
It absolutely was.
Now, 48, I think.
Yeah. So how are they leaving for Israel
Well, I mean, it's not like they said, and it's founded. Come on in, and then they open the gate. It's like you start with a population, and then it became a state.
Yeah, sure, but like
this is how Israel works. First, you move in, and then you claim it as your settlement, and then it becomes official.
That's exactly what happened. And the two reasons and the two explanations for why the Holocaust was dreamt up, if you will, were given as Soviet propaganda, obviously, to demonize the Germans. There's plenty of evidence of that. That's irrefutable. Not dealing with the Holocaust, but dealing with Soviet propaganda against Germans. Right? There's the classic photograph of the two German soldiers smiling, each with a goose under each arm, and there's a Jewish woman hanging from a lamppost behind them. Of course, that's a Photoshop, an old-timey Photoshop. They show the original, and they're just two happy Nazis with geese, like out on the street corner. And then the other one, of course, is to gain sympathy for Israel and amongst the international community to take the Palestinians' land from them. Again,
every time, like with any conspiracy theory, like I always feel like there's too many. Well, not with any conspiracy theory, because there are some that like to deny that conspiracies happen is silly. Like people conspire to do things in secret all the time and they get away with it. But like for really, really enormous ones, it's like it seems like there would have to be so many people playing along, and like they'd have to have so many records protected and like, or maybe destroyed or shit like that. Like that's always the limiting factor for me for any conspiracy that seems like there'd just be a critical mass of people that couldn't keep their mouth shut about it if it actually
I found it interesting that there weren't any records of anyone giving an order to exterminate the Jews.
And their explanation for that was that, well, we had cracked their code, and so if they had been sending it, we would have figured it out.
Well, that, and there weren't any records, secret or otherwise. No records were found I'm sure there were plenty of war plans that we found. Like, oh yeah, here's where he ordered Rommel to go to North Africa instead of the Western Front. All right, that's page 3. Oh, well, here's the whole thing about Operation Barbarossa. This is where he gave the order right here and decided to break his non-aggression pact with Stalin. He wanted that oil, huh? But there's not a page that says anything about the Holocaust as we know it. And even though we broke their secret code, and we were intercepting all of their secret communications. Everything from their weapons shipments to Japan to their defense strategies in the around Normandy. I don't know. I found it was an interesting read, and it was an interesting bit of research to do. I definitely think the Holocaust happened, though.
I'm glad you got that out.
I want to visit Germany someday.
Yeah.
I watched this one documentary.
Could you not? If people thought you were being serious?
Dude, there's this one part where they're interviewing this Catholic bishop or priest or something like that. He's an older white guy, maybe 60 years old, and they ask him about it, and he's like, "Oh, I don't believe it happened in the numbers that are suggested. I clearly believe that this, and that happened, but 6 million is just far too much." And then he pauses and he goes, "I hope you're not trying to bait me, because here in Germany I could be arrested for this." And then at the bottom, like text pops up, "He was arrested," and then like sentenced to it was either a fine or something like that, and then later commuted. But then one of the videos, there's a whole list of scrolling text of all of the people who have been arrested and the years that they've spent in prison for denying the Holocaust.
Wait, how many years was it? Was it like
some of them was 12 months? Some of them was 6 or 7 years.
Was that the intro for Taylor's conspiracy theory right there? How many years have been spent behind bars denying Holocaust?
It's hundreds, I would say. Some of them spent 6-7 years in prison because of it.
That is a long time in prison.
Yeah, it was the Swiss seemed pretty aggressive with their sentences in particular.
That's interesting. It is odd that you can be imprisoned for like talking about any kind of historical, event.
No, there's plenty of free speech in Europe unless you talk about that subject.
I've heard this before though, because I have a fair number of German viewers, and I've heard this broached before, and I actually thought it was kind of an interesting way of doing this. This is like their country's way of being like, we're not going to try to sweep this under the rug or deny this. We're going to teach and educate about this, and this is a requirement of our education to talk about this, and we're not going to allow stuff like this to happen again. So these things are banned, and you're not allowed to deny this shit happened. You can't do this, and it's deliberate on a policy level to make that. Well,
it's definitely deliberate,
but it's in many other countries, right? Switzerland, it doesn't really.
Is it really 15? That's another one of those facts. Let's look that up.
It used to be 15 at least, because I saw the number 15 3 different times.
How many countries did Holocaust denial illegal?
Wait, did you say I saw the number 15 3 times, therefore it's a fact?
I don't mean that I just saw it randomly displaced in an article. I mean, it was
okay. As of 2013, there were 17 countries, and Italy was looking to thinking about joining, according to
they're gaining traction.
UPI.com.
So yeah, that one's mine. That's the one I came up with. I looked at a bunch of conspiracy theories, and none of them really grabbed me, and none of them were really as controversial as that one. Right? That one really breaks people down a line. There are people who think that the Holocaust did not happen are over there, and the people who know it did are over here, and there is no mixing the streams. Right? But so I liked that one a lot. I thought it would be a good one to do.
Let me squeeze mine in. Mine comes from a good place in my heart, though. Everybody remembers my last one, of course, when I disproved the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Well, we're going right back to Nazi Germany. After the fall of the Third Reich, many high-ranking Nazis and their families fled Germany to the South American refuge of Argentina. There, many of them lived out their days in peace in small communities that were almost entirely of Germanic descent. In these communities, they spoke German and often did very little to hide their former identities. However, some of the more notorious Nazis, to include Adolf Eichmann, who of course was the architect of Hitler's final solution, which we of course debunked in our previous conspiracy theory episode. He was later captured, of course, by Israeli Mossad agents and sentenced to death. One of the few death penalties in Israel's history, I believe. Maybe the only. Joseph Mengele also fled there, a Nazi doctor who performed gruesome human experiments, supposedly, at Auschwitz death camp. He lived out the rest of his life in South America and died of natural causes in 1979. Lived a pretty full life. Walter Ralph also
he actually would have gotten to see Greece.
Yeah,
that's
thought I'd put that out there.
How can you forget that classic? John Travolta just really breaking it. Yeah,
yo man, I'm not gay. Yeah,
fucking Rizzo, the whole thing. Walter Ralph, another noted Nazi who his note to fame was that he created the mobile gas chamber by modifying. Yeah, Walter Ralph. He created the mobile gas chamber by modifying large cargo trucks to divert their exhaust into airtight chambers in the rear that can hold up to 60 people. He lived in South America.
Mobile gas chamber thing.
Well, I'm bringing it to you right now. This is hot off the presses from 1943. He lived out the rest of his days in South America until his natural death in 1984. These are but a few of the many, many high-ranking and powerful Nazis who escaped justice, if not for the rest of their lives, then at least for many, many years. But what of Hitler? We're told that he killed himself in his bunker in the final days of the war and commanded that his and his newly married wife, Eva Braun's body were to be burned. So that they might not be taken as trophies or displayed publicly, as was the body of Mussolini. Hitler had seen this and didn't want the same to happen to him, we're told. But why? Why not attempt to escape the same way so many of his underlings and compatriots would? Fleeing to South America had been the escape plan of the Nazis for several years. As soon as the Soviets started invading, a lot of Nazis saw that the writing might indeed be on the wall, and they started making plans. The routes, the methods, the funding to do so had been put in place for years. I put forward that, in fact, Hitler, a man who employed body doubles and excelled at propaganda, did in fact fake his own death and escape, like so many others, to Argentina, where he likely lived out the rest of his life in hiding under an assumed identity. The Soviets, of course, known for their truthfulness, they claimed that they captured Hitler's supposed remains not long after his death, just outside his bunker in Berlin. They were, by all reports, badly burned and amounted to little more than bone, teeth, and a severely burned body that was described as mostly mush that was unrecognizable as a human. However, they did not use these as trophies. Rather, they hid them away and eventually destroyed them. The few samples of the skull that remained were DNA tested eventually and found not only to not be Hitler's, but to not even be the skull of a man. We are left to believe that in Stalin's version, yes, that's absolutely a truthful thing. You can Google that. Stalin's version of it was a woman's skull. It was not Hitler's skull. It was a woman's skull. Stalin's version of events.
Hitler was a woman?
Yes.
Whoa,
Kyle. This is a conspiracy.
God damn it.
Kyle, if you can discern someone's sex from their skull after death, that would mean that gender is real. And
yeah,
so that's
you're assuming gender.
So we're left to believe Stalin's version of events. A man well known for his deception of the people and pro-Soviet propaganda. He'd tell all sorts of lies, things that would make the Soviets look good, the West look bad. Meanwhile, however, throughout the middle of the last century, the CIA, Mossad, MI5, and KGB all had files of claims that Hitler was living in South America, and they pursued them actively. If Adolf Hitler killed himself in Berlin, asks one, why were the world spy services still looking for him into the middle of the 1950s? It was reported by dozens of news reporters in September of 45 that British MI5 were hunting Hitler, who had reportedly been altered by a plastic surgeon. They also ran comments by the deputy mayor of Berlin, who was convinced that Hitler was alive. Such was the persistence of these claims that 1 month later, the Supreme Allied Commander Dwight Eisenhower suggested that yes, Hitler might still be alive. In fact, there were multiple reports that Hitler was living with his old comrades in Argentina, having by some accounts been spirited out of Berlin, flown to a German air base in Denmark, and then taken across the Atlantic by U-boat. The Fuhrer, one FBI file reported, had arrived at his Argentinian ranch hideaway by horseback. Luftwaffe Captain Peter Baumgart claimed that he flew Hitler and Braun to safety in Denmark on April 28, 1945, stopping overnight in Magdeburg due to an Allied bombing. Made during his trial for war crimes in Poland in December 47, Baumgart's story was reported in newspapers throughout the entire world. Why would a man on trial for his life admit to further crimes that were new information to the court?
Being tortured.
Okay. So in conclusion, one of two things are true. Either we believe that the Soviet version of events and assume that one of the world's most powerful men who'd survived 6 assassination attempts, who employed body doubles and was very secretive, died at his own hands in defeat, or we believe the evidence to the contrary that are in our own common sense. Hitler did not die in 1945 and likely lived out the rest of his days in relative comfort and luxury in Argentina amongst friends and loved ones.
That's interesting. I don't buy it, though.
What a nice story.
Seems like it would be
Happily
very
ever
difficult
after.
to get out of where he was in that bunker.
My take on it is
Everybody else escaped.
Hitler was
Surrounded.
kind of famous.
No, they were not. They weren't surrounded because everybody left.
But he wouldn't.
But the rest of them were turned into the Nuremberg trials. They didn't escape.
Not the people in the bunker. I just gave you a list of the people who escaped. They were all there at the bunker too.
There were some hardcore people that did get out.
No one recognized him for the next 50 years of his life or whatever there was left.
They claim plastic.
Did he
surgery.
have a razor? If he had a razor, I believe he was able to escape.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name.
As long as he just whoosh that fucker off. You would not recognize Hitler without his mustache.
That's true. He probably looks like a normal ass dude without the mustache.
Yeah,
Like,
that
mustache.
one move, and you just don't even look like
He
the guy.
spent the
anymore.
rest of his life acting under the pseudonym Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah, my name is Miguel. I am from Argentina. Yeah, no.
I am Peter Julava.
I'm pretty sure Charlie Chaplin was the one who was like, this bastard stole my mustache.
Look.
More than the other one.
Have you ever seen the Whitest Kids You Know episode where they send Charlie Chaplin to go? I think they're like charging. Oh, I know what it is. The Allies are at Hitler's bunker, and they're like psyching themselves up, like, "All right, boys, this is it. Hitler's in there. Let's go take him." And they rush in, and it's Charlie Chaplin like doing his whole bit with the cane and the hat and everything. And they're like, that's not Hitler. That's Charlie Chaplin. And you're like, oh my God, they really think it's Charlie Chaplin. And then Charlie Chaplin's like reach it, like, you know, he's doing the mime thing. He's like reaches over like for the Allied soldier's gun, and he's like, yeah, and he goes and like kills all fucking 3 of them. And you think, Hitler got the best of them. And then Hitler walks out of the back and he goes, thank you, my greatest friend, Charlie Chaplin. They're both fucking there.
See, that's the conspiracy I want to hear. But also, you raised a lot of interesting points there. I like it. I'm interested by it. And I have an inherent want to believe in conspiracy theories.
And that Hitler is still alive. I understand, yeah.
Dude, if Hitler were alive right now, wouldn't he be like 100?
Oh, not still alive. I shouldn't say that. He survived.
The Hitler thing I have heard for quite a while. It's one of those things that people have brought up for decade after decade. So
mark my words.
While I think it does have some validity, it does have some validity, I believe. But I think there's more proof that he didn't than there is proof that he did.
The main piece of proof is that they claim that they have some of his teeth, and that his dentist was like, "Oh yeah, that's his teeth," and it's like,
what Nazi teeth? Yeah.
Those look like Nazi teeth to me. Yeah. So I was looking into Israel because, you know, they're evil. And I was researching the skin bank that they have, because Israel has a population of like 9.5 million people, but they have the world's largest skin bank. And I was looking into their data and what they say the skin bank is. And it's like, we almost always get permission to take skin. And it's like, what do you mean almost always? How often are you just, and because of something about the religion there, a lot of them aren't organ donors. So it's like, where are you getting the most skin? They've got this surplus of skin. Where are they getting it?
Can't all be foreskins.
It can't all be foreskins. You can't patch a guy together with 8,000 foreskins. It just won't work. It'd be disgusting. I don't know. It might work. Aren't there some stem cells in that thing? So I started thinking about that, and the fact that they're clearly harvesting the bodies of Palestinians and using their organs and their skin for nefarious means. And I wanted to delve deeper into sort of biotechnology and Israeli warfare, and I found this like huge scattering of information online about how Israel apparently has been, and the title of my conspiracy is Beasts of Zion, Zoological Conspiracies.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems
and your evidence are these photos where you typed inputs like "show me a hawk with lasers."
Yes.
And
absolutely, I have. So these are based on eyewitness testimonies and press releasings. I'll have you know, these are AI renditions. Of course, I don't have the hard data myself. I didn't go behind enemy lines, but there are many reports of skyborne surveillance from starting in 2011 when a Griffin vulture was captured by a hunter in Saudi Arabia. It was wearing GPS trackers and camera technology. There was a European bee eater, which is another kind of bird, found in Turkey. Same thing. It had audio receiving equipment, and its beak had been replaced with audio receiving equipment. There was an eagle shot down in Lebanon that was declared by Lebanon to be an Israeli spy. It was part of, they said it was some research project, but once again, it had advanced GPS technology and audio and video receiving equipment on board. Are you still showing the eagle? So go to the...
Go to the other ChatGPT Animal Fusion.
Yeah,
put it.
Tell me the Jew dolphin. So, dolphins. The dolphins are also being employed by the Israelis. Hamas claimed that it had captured a dolphin spy off the coast of Gaza that was outfitted with cameras and other weaponry all the way back in 2015. And there's also another alleged dolphin that was deployed to intercept Hamas naval commandos in 2022. And Iran state media labeled a robotic dolphin designed by Israel that they had discovered. The IDF offered no official comment, and neither confirmed nor denied type things. There's also, show them the shark. The shark's very interesting. So during
it's the same as the dolphin.
It's similar.
You were so impressed by Brad's work cited, yet you shit all over Kyle's.
I don't know.
I've got an image of the act. Hey, look, I got the dolphin right here. Look at the Star of David on its fin. Look at those swimmers. Those are Palestinians. All right, it's stalking the waters.
Mhm.
All right, so in 2010, several shark attacks occurred in the popular Egyptian resort of Sharm el Sheikh, and the government blamed it on sharks that were sent by Israel. One shark was found once again fitted with a GPS tracking device and other electronic surveillance equipment. The Israeli government called the theory absurd. He's seen Jaws one too many times, one official remarked. Sharknado? No. Shark Mossad. All right? Show him the dogs. Show him the robo dogs. Okay? That's going to convince him because I've got some doubters. Okay? We got some doubters out there. Maybe
is
someone who's
this the one where you were trying to... You had to go 6-pointed star.
Yeah, they don't want you to put a Star of David on there. I really had to trick Chat GPT to get the ones I got. So now we all know that the Israelis have been raping Gazans with specially trained commando dogs. These are dogs that are bred to have large penises and to be extremely horny. It's been reported many times that they are in fact raping Palestinians with dogs. But the IDF also apparently has been using dog commandos, once again equipped with all sorts of electronic devices. Some say with the skin of the dead Palestinians that they had raped. I don't know how that would help them or aid them, but I'm reading it right here off this thing I wrote.
It seems like Brad knows something about the robot dogs or the molesting dogs.
Well, the thing is that apparently Israelis had been doing this for a long time, using dogs to rape people. Like this was happening back in the 1970s in Chile underneath Augusto Pinochet. Yeah.
Yeah, I have that right here in my notes.
Crazy shit.
No, you fucking don't. Yeah.
Show him the lizard, Zach. So, February 18th, senior Iranian military advisor accused Israel and the West of using lizards and chameleons to detect uranium. He claimed that their skin is absorbing atomic waves and revealing the locations of nuclear facilities. The international scientific community widely quiet on the issue. Okay, almost suspiciously too quiet. Cold-blooded to Cold War. Nuclear lizards. That's the future. And of course, and this is that is a spy cow. I found no evidence of spy cows, but I thought it'd look cool.
You were on a roll with the images, so you just let it ride.
They really should have put the Star of David on the cow if it was to be a spy. It's really giveaway.
Well,
hey, it's kosher.
It's kosher. Exactly. The idea was that the Palestinians thought they had stolen an Israeli cow and they had made it one of their own, when in fact it was a spy cow. Now show them the pig, because that's based on evidence.
How many do you have?
Well, look, the Israelis employ a suite of cyborg animals for a number of nefarious purposes.
Kyle, these are all just pictures of robot animals with a Star of David on it.
And you can see that it's stomping through a vineyard in the settlement region of Palestine. They use these pigs. This is factual. Okay. It's documented.
I believe you.
In 2014 to 2016, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas accused Israelis of releasing wild boars to, quote, terrorize farmers and destroy crops. A 10-year-old the same year was reportedly attacked by one of these boars in the West Bank, reinforcing local suspicions of international release by settlers. That sentence doesn't make any sense. ChatGPT is not always the best. December 2022, a village elder from Yanun, which is a place we all know, claimed that Israeli cows were being recruited and trained as spies.
Right there in El Noon. Okay.
Yeah, right there, downtown El Noon, right by the Quick Stop. It used to be a nice neighborhood. Now they got spy boars.
Right. So the boars were also
robotically enhanced, yes, and perhaps demonically imbued.
You can't disprove it.
See in the eye.
Yeah,
I did have the glowing red eye, reminiscent of evil, and also the Star of David there, similar imagery. I tried to get the boar to be destroying an olive grove, but apparently that's culturally significant, so they wouldn't let me do that.
An olive grove? Is it like an Italian AI?
No,
they won't let you do that.
I think they do olives there, and it's literally a thing that happens. These Palestinians have been raising olives there for like 1,000 years, and then they come in and they chainsaw their olive trees down while the old couple cries. You haven't seen those videos?
I scroll past those things pretty quick.
Oh, wow. I'm a big fan. I like to see what's going on. If you paid more attention, you know about the robo-boars.
I guess you're right, because you've told me about now there's mice.
Well, yes. The Israelis have also been accused by the Yemenis of
the same picture over and over and over.
It's consistent.
It's consistent. The Yemenis have accused the Israelis of employing electronically imbued rodents to damage crop shipments with their feces and also to spy upon them.
So when you say electronically imbued, like do you know?
Well, you can see right here. There's an exoskeleton.
Well,
like what are they putting on it?
I mean, like not according to ChatGPT being asked to make the most robotic mouse possible.
Yes.
But I'm curious what they claim the actual
cameras, weaponry, and GPS equipment. And I know on the dogs they put these microphones on the dog so they can talk to the dog and give it orders while they watch it carry them out on camera remotely. So yeah, the Israelis, as always, extra evil. I also I did a second one, but I'll do that later. I just got a quick overview of the Ken McElroy situation. He was the town bully who was shot by 40 people, but there are no witnesses.
I look forward to that one too.
I'll do that at the end.
I hope you have works cited on that one as well.
I do. Wikipedia. Wikipedia is my works cited.
Nice.
I mean, I wanted to know a couple follow-up things for Kyle. Like, what did you discover new about the skin bank? Because I remember when you were sending me articles about that 2 years ago, and I'm like, this is so reprehensible. It just feels how could this be? How could such an evil thing be real? But then it is true.
Well,
is that even conspiratorial?
Their end of the story, I've seen interviews at the skin bank of skin bank workers or whatever, and they're like, "Oh no, it's wonderful what we do here. We help burn victims, and Israel is so often attacked that we need tons of skin because we're always getting burnt up by terrorists." And it's no, that's just the numbers don't add up for that. You're not so continuously under attack that your population of 9.5 million people needs the world's largest skin bank for just your private usage.
Are they selling it?
Jive.
Are they
That's the theories. The theories is that they are selling the skin and the organs internationally.
I mean, I always assumed that it was just because most of the people there are Ashkenazi and they're living in the desert. They're just getting sunburn all the time. I thought it was just I'm not even joking.
Makes a lot of sense.
Maybe it's it's some dude who's my family's been here for 3,000 years, and it's you're Polish. Yeah. It's you're not meant to be in this amount of sun, brother.
You're from Philly. What are you doing? Yeah. But I actually know. I've read a little bit about this skin trade. In the 2000s, it was actually found out that a sort of a morgue or some sort of mortuary business operating in New Jersey was engaging in the illegal organ trade, and it was operated by Israeli nationals, and that this was somewhat connected to another case in Israel where an American citizen was actually organ harvested. When their family got the body, the eyes and several organs were missing.
Pretty ghastly. But at the same time, you do have to almost have to respect the grind of how many pies Israel has a finger in. It's wow, those guys are working. They're grinding.
Yep.
So good for them, but also not so good. You shouldn't be selling the skin of genocide victims. That's probably not a good thing.
Oh my God. Preachy.
I know. I'm such a fucking lib.
You swear.
At least the Nazis were making lamps.
That's so ghoulish. Imagine going to someone's house and be like, wow, an antique lamp. And it's what's that? It's you know what it is. It's genocide victim skin. Have they found actual lamps made of skin? Any sort of mass produced from any genocide, stuff made of skin? I've never thought about it before, really.
It was it was supposedly found during
that's how you'd know.
Oh yeah. It's got a nipple. It's got a human nipple on there. But like, supposedly
Like
some
really
were
nasty pork
displayed.
rind.
But like, supposedly after some camps were liberated, like some lamps and books were bound in human skin, and they were found in the possession of like some official working in the camp. I don't think it was widespread, but just some sort of ghoulish thing somebody fucked up did.
I can see that, because like we know that like serial killers have like made lamps and shit out of human skin. Using it for like a book cover doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like it seems like our skin would be horrible for like durability, right? Like compared to cows, compared to all the animals.
No
our skin
way. Once
probably
you
sucks.
tan it, no, it'd be great. Just like I've had gloves that were made out of pig skin. Our footballs used to be made out of pig skin. That's the same as our skin. Once you tan it and treat it, it's going to be great.
All right. I'm excited for Woody's. Woody has a PowerPoint for us.
Yeah.
By the way, this is it's fucking hilarious to me that you did this. I love it. I love it.
I kind of cheated because mine's not so much a conspiracy theory as much as it is simple observable fact. It's a piece of cake to prove. So United Flight 93, that's the plane that was shot down in Pennsylvania on 9/11. I'm gonna go through that and explain how I know that it was shot down. First, we're gonna go through the timeline. What's important to note on slide 2 here is the times. The World Trade Center went down an hour and 15 minutes before this flight did. There was lots of actionable time. The second one went down an hour or half an hour before this plane was shot down. There were 31 minutes before this thing was known to be a problem plane and the time that it was finally shot down. On slide 3, George Bush in his memoirs included that he gave the order to shoot down this plane. He actually thought that, in his book.
Did he really? I've never heard this.
Yeah, and it's in his memoirs. He says, I gave the order to shoot down this plane, and I was under the impression for quite some time that it was us who shot down this plane, which to me is the cover for changing his story, right? It turns out it just crashed on its own. Bullshit. Next slide. The F-16s were there. As I mentioned, 31 minutes had passed. Well, the F-16s were only 10 minutes away from this flight. At supersonic speeds, it was less than 10 minutes. There was enough time to go there, to try radio contact, to give it a go. There were 21 minutes after the planes arrived to deal with this, to make a decision on whether they shoot it or not. Cleveland air traffic controllers were on the record saying that the F-16s and Flight 93 were there together in the same spot. And then they became forbidden to talk about what was on their radar screens. That's it. Ooh. They just don't talk about that anymore. It's done. And there are eyewitnesses that see the F-16s right by Flight 93. Next slide. The engines on Flight 93 landed over 2,000 feet from the crash site of the rest of the plane. That's half a mile. Now, when planes come drilling into the ground, the debris tends to be very localized. It's in one spot. The engines don't go another half a mile away if they hit the ground first. And wait till you see this engine record. Next slide. Wreckage. There is a giant hole that this engine created as it came pummeling into the earth. Next slide. Here's a close-up of the engine buried into the dirt. Like, what is that, 4 feet deep? Look at
so
this.
So it clearly fell from a distance.
The entire engine is underground.
It like burrowed a hole. This is not a motor that slid across the ground half a mile and then somehow dug a 4 foot deep hole. That's not how this works. Next slide. They found mail. So Flight 93, like a lot of flights, had U.S. postage on it. They found this mail 10 miles from the crash site, just scattered throughout the woods everywhere. The official explanation for this mail is that the wind blew it. The wind was going 8 miles an hour that day, which means that these letters would have had to have been airborne for over an hour across the ground through the woods. What kind of horseshit is that, right? That's not what mail does. If you dropped a letter in your front yard with 8 mile an hour wind, it wouldn't stay airborne for the next hour and 15 minutes and find itself 10 miles away. It would drop at your feet. Unless there was a hole blown in the plane from 5,000, 8,000 feet in the sky, and then the mail scattered across a 10-mile crash site, because that's what letters would do. Last slide. In summary, the order to shoot this plane down was given by W. The F-16s were in the area with more than enough time to get it done, and the crash site debris is consistent with an air-to-air missile strike.
The only other possibility is that the plane broke up in the air due to the pilot, the passengers attempting to take control, grabbing controls, and then making it do some sort of maneuver. Because the plane definitely has to break up in the air to accomplish all of these things.
So you think the passengers flew the plane in such a way that the engine flew off?
I don't know much about planes, but but it sounds like the plane broke up in the air due to something. Mm-hmm. It definitely did.
I choose to believe Woody.
It's hard to go with any other conclusion on this. You know, the crash site is consistent with an air-to-air missile strike.
Did they know if the Flight 93 passengers ever made it into the cockpit or did anything like that, or that's just totally unknown now? Because I know they recovered some calls. Well, not in the film.
Yeah, there was more stuff I didn't include in here. The passengers did make a run, but they don't know that the passengers actually got in the cockpit. They also have a guy who was on the phone in the bathroom when the missile struck the plane, and he's describing the bang he heard, and you know, they don't really lay that out there. They're just...
Wait, what was that?
So there was a guy hiding in a bathroom because terrorists had taken over the plane. And while he's there talking to somebody on the phone, the missile strikes the plane and you can hear the bang. And he's like, I don't know what that was. And then it goes down.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a possibility that the terrorists had a bomb with them? Which it does seem kind of redundant because they were using the plane as the bomb.
Yeah. But why would... Okay, so maybe when the passengers were imminently taking control of the plane. It was happening, and then they set off an explosive device. That could also be an explanation, I suppose.
Yeah, although it just, what is it, Occam's razor, where the most reasonable solution is the
simplest,
one. Yes. I don't see why terrorists would bring a bomb when they're trying to use the plane as a missile.
Last resort potentially, but I agree with you. Your explanation is the most likely.
And that alternative explanation is much trickier to slip past TSA than just some box cutters.
Sure. Yeah. I think that it was shot down. I agree with you. I've always thought that, honestly, but based solely on the debris field, it was so scattered. And you know, you don't have to be an expert to understand that if a plane hits the ground, then it's all right there where it hits the ground, not
the engine doesn't burrow itself in the ground a half mile from the site unless that engine came apart in the air.
Yeah, it has to break up midair. And I don't recall what kind of planes that they were, but have you ever seen the footage of that pilot flying? I think it was a 747, and he does a fucking what do you call it? Not a barrel roll. He does a loop-de-loop,
Yeah, I forget what that's called.
But now that I picture that, I'm like, no, it doesn't matter what the fucking they did up there. You can't make that plane break. You can't fly it bad enough to break it.
Yeah, don't take this right too hard. We might just come apart. I don't think that that's like maybe how Ryanair works, but not not United 93.
Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I can't believe I'd never looked into Flight 93 at all. I've never even seen the film. It would be funny in the film if somebody edited in a fighter jet in the corner that nobody saw, and that just then sunk back.
Yeah. The stuff about air traffic control not being allowed to talk about what they saw on their radar. What's that about?
That always inches me a bit towards the conspiratorial side, is when people are instructed that they can't talk about it. You know, where it's like, hey, you can't talk about what happened there and what you saw on your screen. We're not trying to hide anything, but you can't talk about it. And the explanation would probably be there was probably some classified high-tech shit. It's no, do you think every other day they were fellow, air traffic controllers of Cleveland, remember to zip it up before you hit the bars tonight? No, there's nothing. They're just organizing traffic in the air. It's not a conspiracy, heavy job, I wouldn't think.
Have you been asked if jet fuel can melt steel beams, Wendigoon? What do you think?
Oh boy, go to the comments of any of my conspiracy series. Yeah, pretty much.
I was told to ask you.
Interesting. Okay. That's a complicated question. No, I'm kidding. Yes, it can. Anything can destroy anything of a given temperature if given enough pressure and specifically tension. Like, yeah, if you hold up a jet fuel lighter to like a perfectly fine steel beam, it won't. But when you put the weight of the top of a skyscraper and it's about to break, and then you apply heat, yeah. So
yeah, I think what's often discounted that like when you have a skyscraper like that with windows blown out on either side full of jet fuel, you've sort of created a bit of a furnace.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can create a furnace in your backyard where you get the wind moving correctly over the flames, and you can melt steel in your backyard with wood and some bricks.
Yeah.
So, I
guess so. Yeah,
that's what our ancestors did.
Yeah,
the wood will burn hotter in a furnace than it would otherwise
because it's set up for the airflow to create this like siphoning effect. I don't know what it's called with
chimney
gases. Yeah, like a chimney effect. So it's and if you've got some form of bellows to like add air, and the way to do that now is to take a hair dryer and run aluminum foil like at the end of it so you don't melt the end of your hair dryer. But if you stick that in, you can make a crazy bellows that the ancients would have been pumping some poor slave man. But yeah, you can melt steel real quick in your backyard with wood.
They'd be so proud of you.
Oh.
Your ancients would be so proud of you wiring a funnel to a hair dryer.
And what is steel?
But yes, yeah, it can't. Like, correct, it does not melt steel beams if you normally hold it up, but in the conditions given, yeah, absolutely. Just like the rest of the building.
It melts it, and then it makes it fall at free fall speed.
Yeah,
we all know that. I like knowing one or two things about every conspiracy and being and that's about yeah, that's true. And then someone's like, but what about this? And you're like, well, I didn't know that. Like obviously I didn't.
I was having
Google
fun.
It. Yeah.
Now you made it not fun.
Yeah. I know I know I can Google skinwalkers and see that some scientist did a study that they're not real, but that's not fun.
Nobody's proven that the skinwalkers aren't real because they can't be disproven.
That,
the
what,
skinwalker says so.
It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. Yeah, Dr. Walker. Yeah, what are you doing, Dr. Skinwalker?
It's always funny to like one up people who legitimately believe in conspiracy theories. Like, if someone's like, "Oh, you really think jet fuel can melt steel beams?" You're just like, "You think New York is real?" Like,
yeah,
you think there's people who
think any of that happened?
You go into your fridge, you grab a cold meal, you open your magic microwave, put it in there for 20 seconds, and it comes out hot, and you buy this? Come on.
I know the elves in your microwave switch it out when you're not looking. Now, why do you think you have to put the cover back over it? Duh.
Yeah.
So you don't see them working.
What'd you do, Taylor?
Well, mine has something to do with gas as well, except it's in the modern day. So mine is about Bashar al-Assad, who is the leader of Syria, the elected leader of Syria. And the reason that it jumped out to me is we all know how divisive the media is and how much like Fox and MSNBC hate each other. Like, it's rare that a story will break and that everyone will be on the same page. Without fail, every single time Syria comes up, people on the left, news sources on the left, news sources on the right, they all are like hinting at the idea that we need to get more involved in Syria. We need to have more troops over there. It's not so much a yes versus no. It's a to what extent, conversation of do we need this many or this many? Who knows? But we definitely need a lot of people over there. And the reason it seems odd is you have to look at the timing and know the context of what's going on over there. So basically in Syria, there's a civil war going on between Assad's forces, the forces of Syria, and the quote-unquote moderate rebels that the U.S. and Israel and Western powers pump up with those brand new Toyotas and guns and pallets of money to allow them the ability to fight back semi-effectively against Assad's pro-army forces. And so this has been going on for a while. And these quote-unquote moderate rebels, which are not moderate at all. We call them moderate rebels because it sounds more palatable in the media. These are Wahhabi Muslims, and those are the actual, like, Wahhabi Muslims are the ones that regular Muslims are like, no, thank you. Like, they're the extremist, cut your fingers off, shoot you in a line, like basically just an angry dog that can be wielded by a stronger power and turned against.
They're the Mormons.
The Mormons, sure. And every time the Civil War now, and for years, has been going back and forth, but it's always been on the Assad's side for the most part. He's winning against these moderate rebels. And every time the war starts to turn down, it happened under Obama, happened under Trump, they're like, oh, there's a gas attack. And they go, well, the line has been crossed. We got to send more troops there. We got to lay the hammer down. And my contention is that the reason that these gas attacks happen at these specific times is because they know that the moderate rebels are losing to Assad. They want to destroy Assad and have a power replacement there. And so they need any excuse at all to get the U.S. or Israeli or any real military's air force, because Al-Qaeda, ISIS, they don't have air forces. They're going to get trounced by real air forces. And so the U.S., these Western powers, want to be able to go in, do some real fucking damage to Assad's army, and then back off and let these moderate rebels go in and create havoc and destroy this place. And what people don't know is, Assad is popular with his people. And he's even among, they paint him as this like crazy madman, which Woody and I, on the show, we talked about it before. This previously rational actor who did things in their self-interest. What they're doing this now. He's gassing his own people when he's winning the Civil War. Well, it's just madman. Don't look any further into it. Madman. Don't think about it. We got to do this. But every time the tide starts to turn, a gas attack or something like that happens in a totally non-strategic way, and they use that as rationale to funnel more money, more arms, more trucks to these moderate rebels to fight against Assad. In addition to that, you have to think about the context of the war and what Assad would have to gain from these gas attacks. So Assad is winning. What does a guy who's winning, who is popular with his people, and this most recent gas attack was during an EU inspection. The EU was there to confirm that he didn't have any more gas. And as they were there, they go, gas attack, 70 people died over here. Was it a strategic area that he needed to hold? Was it something that there was any incentive whatsoever to do? Was Assad going, man, this civil war is going so well, I'm going to take on the U.S. Yeah, I'm going to take on the U.S. and Israel, two of the most powerful militaries in the world. I'm going to take them on. Like, no, there's no incentive for him to do that at all. Even the way that they cover it, you can tell that it's partially BS. You have the white helmets that you hear about, which are really just the PR, front-facing arm of Al-Qaeda. They're not the good guys. Those white helmets, there are footage of them, cleaning up the wreckage of this gas attack, and you see all these bodies laying out that were apparently just, in the process of being killed by gas. Some people are dead, some people are still twitching, and they're walking around in their white helmets with, like, T-shirts and shorts on, touching these people, like moving them, picking them up. You know what you don't do when there's a gas attack is you don't gallivant in there with your shorts on and start touching things. You don't do that. You're going to die. Like, gas isn't like movies where it's like, oh, is that last wisp of smoke out of the air? Oh, okay, I'm fine. No, that's lingering. That's there. You walk into that area way later, you're going to be in some serious shit. And so these I think it's false flag of Western powers, namely the U.S. and Israel, who think that it is greatly advantageous to them to destabilize the Middle East and make themselves a stronger presence. And over and over and over and over, you see that it just doesn't add up. It does not make any sense at all for Assad to be doing what he does over there. He is not this, and even then, like, it's not even pumping up Assad like he's some great dude, but he's way better than those moderate rebels who the people who live in Syria are fucking terrified of. The people in those cities are normal. They're not Wahhabi Muslims. Those Wahhabi Muslims hate those Muslims just as much as they want to kill the Christians. Assad protects the minorities in these cities for the most part. He uses his army to make sure that they can't go in and start slaughtering the minority Christians or the normal Muslims. So that one really jumped out to me, and the more I read about it, unlike Kyle, I actually do think this makes a lot of sense. And I looked at like a lot of different news sites, and I started to notice the pattern of no critical analysis. It's a foregone conclusion that it is Assad. A gas attack, it's Assad. Well, how do you know? Because there's footage right here of ISIS soldiers with gas cans that have Turkish lettering on it that they somehow came across. Like, it's not... It's clearly fucking these moderate rebels realizing, oh man, we're losing, and if we give that quote red line excuse to the Western powers of U.S. and Israel, then we're going to get more supplies. We're going to have a much better shot at winning this thing. And so it just does not add up one bit, the way that the media covers it and the rationale of Assad to do these atrocities.
It's also interesting that Iran is, of course, bordered with Russia. One more, and Assad is allied with Putin. So it just gives us even more reason to knock him out and put our own puppet in, eh?
Yeah, well, from that point of view, yes.
Yeah, I buy into that. So I wouldn't think that the U.S. would have dirty hands in that, but I could definitely see us being complicit in it, allowing it to happen,
that's why we fuel the moderate rebels. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's known.
Oh no, we do. Yes, of course. I've seen this graph that shows all of the groups that are fighting in Syria and how each of them are allied amongst one another, and it's a literal spider web diagram where there are curved lines connecting all of the groups, and this group is opposed to this group, and this group is allied with that group, and it's absurd.
It's so complicated. It's almost impossible.
Because the Saudis are there as well. The Saudis are the Saudis have people there. There are mercenaries from all around the fucking globe there that are representing a dozen different countries and groups of countries. Right? It's a very complicated
and you have to
thing.
remember, these are the same people who told us there were WMDs in Iraq confirmed. These are the same people who told you, oh yeah, anthrax, that's all coming from Iraq. That's where it's coming from. They've got like factories and shit there. So it's not like there's not a precedent to lay this on. You know, there is a pattern of lying to the people, lying and implying, and seizing that foregone conclusion thing. Because if every mainstream media outlet is agreeing that it's Assad, most people are going to go, must be. They're not going to look into it and see, wait, what? He's winning this war handily and he gasses his own people, but he's still popular with them for the most part? Like it doesn't add up. Like in this most recent one, it happened so soon after Trump had his speech or whatever, where he's like, we're going to get out of Syria as soon as we can. We're getting out of there. And then lo and behold, a little gas attack that doesn't make any tactical sense happens to try and, make sure that that's not a possibility. It does not add up.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I'll co-sign with that.
There it is.
Aha! I won. Yeah.
Everybody was afraid to agree with mine. That's not fair.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Lefty's been sending me swastika emojis this whole time.
Well, the difference is I actually do believe mine. I think that it makes a lot of sense. Do you have anything to weigh in on it, Filthy?
No, I have no idea. No knowledge of any of the facts of that. So
that didn't stop me.
No.
I saw a YouTuber made a long video going after Helen Keller the other day, and I scanned the comments looking for some people that mentioned you. Didn't see a single one. I was disappointed. I was my boy, he forged this bridge, and here you are just taking the scraps. But he broke it down about the miracle worker.
I stormed that beach.
Yeah,
and I took flack from you. I took flack from all the good people.
I think you're mostly right. I just think that clearly she was. So the issue is, and the propaganda comes in, is no other deaf and blind person has ever done the things that she did. And so to me, it's like those ancient feats of strength. Did you ever see that show? It might have been History Channel, where they had Brian Shaw and all the top world's strongest men, and they would do a historical, almost like a fable or a not a fairy tale, but like a fabled or mythical feat of strength. They're like, turns out during the Revolutionary War, there was this black soldier, and he picked up a cannon and carried it from the battlefield so it wouldn't be captured.
Probably Civil War.
And they're like, well, what did that cannon weigh? No, they're like, boy, I'll go get that cannon. And they're like, what does the cannon weigh? And they're like 700 pounds. And Brian Shaw's like, well, no. So we've got a much, much smaller cannon here. And they struggled with that. And it's like, all right, well, if Brian Shaw can barely do this, there's no way that guy did that. And it really puts it in perspective when you take a modern guy with all the
the advantages he has, and he can't accomplish the feat of some random guy from
It makes me want to do the thing where I change it until it could be true. Like maybe it was a smaller cannon. Maybe he single-handedly rolled the cannon, to somewhere else. But sometimes these stories, just never happened.
Yeah. And sometimes it's like us taking wartime propaganda seriously from back then, where they're like, hey, pass it down the line that we've got guys strong enough to carry 700-pound cannons. Let the Brits chew on that for a bit. And then it becomes like fact over time, because there's a lot of misinformation in war.
Was the Trojan horse totally true? Did they really gifted a big wooden horse with people in it, and they're like, "That's great, I'll take it."
It was a real war, like that.
That's debated. I don't think it's necessarily 100% known whether Troy even existed or any of that happened.
I
the
saw
story
the movie,
is full
Troy.
of goddesses and magic. I'm just saying, it's a little bit like Ragnar Lothbrok, the famed Viking. You're like, oh well, he really did
Troy,
invade England in the
Troy
year.
was a real city.
Blah blah blah.
It was in Northwest
I believe
Turkey.
that. I'm not, but who's to say that's the Troy from his story? You're always harping on about how the Israel from the Bible ain't the Israel of today. You know what I mean? Could have been two places.
That's true. Like, Israel back then wasn't a physical place. It was a nation of people, the nation of Israel.
Where did they exist? Was that one of those pocket
I've never heard
universes?
nation referring to as a collection of people, and nation is
like the Nation of Islam,
a land. Oh
no, like nation. Okay. The traditional use of the word nation is to refer to a group of people. We just use it, synonymously with state or country now.
So there's been nomadic nations too, who just like, I don't know, the nation of some tribal Indian or whatever who just moves.
Sure. Yeah, like the Cherokee Nation. There wasn't a specific line all the time, but it was a nation of people that would be nomadic to an extent.
I have heard it used that way, but not commonly.
Not the
I usually think of nation as a government and a borders and stuff like that.
Sure, but maybe Cherokee was a bad example. I don't know, but the point was like nation traditionally meant a group of people with like
even if it
shared
did.
culture, shared history.
There was no Trojan horse.
The horse part was probably made up. Yeah, they would have seen them
the white
building it.
elephant, right? It was that true? Did they really give elephants to
I think that
other
was true.
countries as a gift just to burden them with the maintenance of these things?
Yeah, I think that was a much more recent and historical like fact, the white elephant, whereas the Homer's Odyssey, I'm not even sure if Homer was a real person. I don't think they're sure that Homer was real. That's all.
He's got a family, works in a nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
Not that one.
Marge, I wrote an epic poem.
That's really good. I like that.
People are loving
it. Yeah, there's no way they'd fall for a Trojan horse, like a real one. Like you'd be like, "Ooh, what's that?" I don't know. What?
Yeah, I hear something. That's still until nighttime. Why does this horse pee?
There's a lot of like fumbling and people dropping swords. That's like bringing it in.
Yeah. I'm not buying it.
Maybe you're more educated on it, but I thought it was pretty well established that war happened, and that the Trojan horse was a bit of a fabrication. The horse.
Well, I mean, the whole story, like I said, is filled with gods and goddies. Like the main characters are Achilles and Odysseus, who are like friends with gods, or like Achilles was dipped in a magical river by his mother.
It's a fictionalization of a historical event.
Okay, well, it's just hard to tell when the fictionalization ends and any history begins. I do remember they discovered a site like of ruins, and they were trying to say like we believe this may be Homer's ancient Troy. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure it's just not some other like walled city from thousands of years ago? Yeah, I'm not buying that one.
I don't know. It's cooler to believe. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty neat one.
That's why I believe in Paul Bunyan.
But I do think that they don't know anything about Homer's life specifically. because he was from, I think it was like the 8th century BC. Like when Rome was founded.
From, I was like, this better be followed by Springfield.
Because he was from Springfield, and it's still unknown what state it was, even after all these years. They somehow have mountains, oceans, rivers, and are landlocked. That one, but I was curious what Tom and Brad knew. Are you guys familiar with the conspiracies surrounding the Titanic sinking?
Yeah, the two of the guys that went down on it opposed the Fed, right?
Yeah,
leaving the gold standard.
Yeah, so
Jekyll Island.
You know about it, Brad? You know, Tom? Seems like Kyle does too.
Yeah,
I'm vaguely.
Well, no need to go into it now. I mean, no, that sounds interesting. What's it about?
It is interesting, dude. What do you
know
know
it
about
is. I'm.
So I'm mostly vaguely recalling actually my girlfriend telling me about this one. Basically just about the kind of really odd coincidences with, it's like a couple of the people on board and how that made it very, they were like a real kind of thorn in the side of, the powers that be trying to create the Federal Reserve.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about as far as I know, but I have heard of it.
Okay. Yeah, this was really interesting to me. Yeah, man, Brad knows all this shit. John Jacob Astor the Fourth, Isidor Straus, and Benjamin Guggenheim are the three people who were on the Titanic who were wealthy and powerful enough in 1912 to form a meaningful resistance to the creation of the Federal Reserve. Meanwhile, the people in favor of it was largely J.P. Morgan, as far as like the uber powerful people in favor of it, because a lot of people were. J.P. Morgan and the Rothschild banking family. They were very much in favor of getting a central bank going, a Federal Reserve up and running.
Also the Rockefellers.
The Rockefellers were in favor of it as well.
Yeah.
And so you had a lot of powerful interests on both sides, but turns out one side was a bit more powerful than the other in the end. And the three that went on the Titanic, John Jacob Astor, Isidor Straus, Benjamin Guggenheim, they had their wealth. Astor was a real estate mogul. Straus was Macy's, the Macy's fortune. I had no idea that Macy's as a department store has been around since like the 1850s. I had no idea that company was that old. And so like when I looked it up, I'm like, wow, this guy must have founded Macy's and like been a big, hullabaloo guy. No, like he was like inheriting and growing it, and not, he wasn't some lazy bum. He did grow Macy's into a huge thing. But all these guys were overtly against the formation of the Federal Reserve. And what they don't tell you is J.P. Morgan had a ticket on the Titanic, and he personally invited those three guys on the Titanic. And 2 days, I think it was maybe 3, before the departure, J.P. Morgan said, oh, fiddlesticks, I can't make it. I've got business in France. And so he backed off. He didn't go. And there were also other individuals who wanted the Federal Reserve made that had tickets previously and then backed out in the last 2 days or so. That includes Henry Clay Frick, a steel baron. He had a ticket, backed out. Guglielmo Marconi, he invented the wireless radio. He was not a rich guy, but J.P. Morgan saw a huge amount of potential in his discoveries and kind of had him as like, you're my science slave now, bitch. And so he had a ticket, and then he didn't go. Theodore Dreiser, he was a journalist heavily in favor of the formation of the Federal Reserve that had a ticket, then backed out at the last second. George Washington Vanderbilt II, the coolest name ever. That guy, he was a railroad magnate. He also was very much in favor of the Federal Reserve. He backed out at the last second. And all of them cited, or I think maybe just the railroad magnate cited that the reason he backed out at the end was a, quote, family warning. He said someone had contacted someone in his family and relayed that he should tell him, you should not go on the Titanic. And it was also Robert Bacon, the Secretary of State and financial ally of Morgan. He had tickets and he didn't end up going. Another thing is J.P. Morgan, who owned the Titanic, he also owned the IMM, the International Mercantile Marine, or the IMMC, the International Mercantile Marine Company. And he owned the Titanic via this. And he was responsible for not allowing enough lifeboats to be made for it. They said before it departed, hey, this doesn't actually live up to even 19 teens regulations. You should have enough lifeboats for everyone on board. This is pretty baseline. And because of his control over that organization, he pushed it through anyway. And so there was a real understanding that this guy who owned the Titanic, JP Morgan, he was in control of, he wasn't picking the amount of boats, but he had the ability to override people who would have delayed the departure and the journey on those grounds. And so to me, and I didn't spend nearly enough time looking into it, it seems straight up conspiratorial that all these people, died on the Titanic. Seemingly no hyper wealthy people who were in favor of the creation of the Federal Reserve died on the Titanic. They all canceled beforehand. It was only opponents to the Federal Reserve that died there. And the fact that JP Morgan was like, he hated these guys. Astor, Guggenheim, he hated Strauss, disliked all of them. And so it just makes a little too much sense. It's a little too serendipitous on his behalf that this would all happen in his favor. And so I'm also convinced myself of that. I'm a retard, so I can be convinced of anything, but makes sense to me.
Part of me is like, why would they choose a murder method where a third of the people survived, right? It's not a very good way to solve your problem. But then again, our first conspiracy had a murder method of suicide by bolt action with a 22 5 times. So sometimes people do dumb things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was the 19 teens. There's a little factoid about the Titanic that a higher percentage of women in third class survived than the percentage of men in first class.
Of course.
And so that was just a thing at the time. Even if you were one of the wealthy business magnates, you probably weren't getting on the boat. They were pretty stringent. No, women and children, you can get fucked. Get out of here. And so who's to say? I do agree. It seems like a very convoluted, expensive way to kill these people, but I've already made my mind up.
It was actually underinsured. I looked into that. The Titanic was. The 3 dogs survived, 2 Pomeranians and a Pekingese. The ladies hid them in their coats.
Interesting.
I'd tuck little Murphy in too. Of course, I'd got it on one of them boats. Hey, the women and children first, my ass.
Fuck them kids.
Mm-hmm. I'm getting on that boat.
So that brings us
alignment
to Albert Einstein.
Oh my God.
So my contention with this conspiracy is not that Albert Einstein was some idiot, some moron. It's that media and pop culture has turned him into a guy who discovered all of these things around the same time. And yet when you actually do a deep dive on it, you realize that even contemporary scientists, this part isn't a conspiracy at all. Contemporary scientists with Einstein fucking hated him because he had a habit of plagiarizing. He would not give people credit for things that he found out. And so basically the way they describe it is this, is that let's say Kyle, Woody, and I are building an obelisk, right? And Kyle puts a stone down. Woody puts a stone down. Kyle, Woody. When it gets to the capstone, I put a little capstone on it. And then not only do I say I created the obelisk, I say I own it because I did the last thing on there. Because he was notorious for not acknowledging prior intellectual people. And so here's a bunch of actual examples you can look up. People in his time were fucking pissed about this. And it gets buried now. In 1878, James Maxwell in Scotland published Special Theory of Relativity in the Encyclopedia Britannica, which Einstein copied heavily in his own 1905 Theory of Relativity and did not cite Maxwell. Didn't cite him. Took all the research that Maxwell did 27 years prior, applied it to his own shit. Didn't give him credit. From Maxwell, Einstein, not Epstein, Einstein also on conspiracy
This
mode right now.
conspiracy runs deep.
Pedophile Island. That is a conspiracy.
Yeah. Another key part of relativity was that the idea that speed of light was a constant and was independent of the motion of its source. That's something that Maxwell wrote about in 1878, and then that Einstein co-opted and pretended he discovered in 1905. Maxwell studied the phenomenon of light extensively and first proposed that it was electromagnetic in nature. He wrote that in 1878, stolen by Einstein. 1898, Paul Gerber in Germany publishes the exact equations in Annalen der Physik, which Einstein published 17 years later in 1915 as his perihelion motion of Mercury, with no credit to Gerber, claiming that he was in the dark and he suddenly came to it in his sleep. In 1920, after being pressured on this, Einstein admits to plagiarism. He admitted to it. He admitted that he took that from Paul Gerber in 1898. 1900, Max Planck and Wilhelm Wien of Germany developed the quantum theory, which Einstein plagiarized in his light quantum paper in 1905. He did not cite Planck nor Wien, even though later it was clear that he was copy-pasting, or whatever the version of that was. 1903. Yeah, 1903. Olinto de Preto publishes E = mc squared in Ate, a scientific magazine which Einstein was an avowed avid reader. He later claimed as his own work, and he failed to cite de Preto. Took the E = mc squared, published it years later, took it for himself. 1905, Albert publishes 4 groundbreaking essays in the field of theoretical physics. What they don't tell you is that this is stolen from people by the names of James Maxwell, Henrik Lorentz, Joseph Larmor, Olido de Preto, Robert Brown, Ludwig Boltzmann, Frederick Hassenor, and George Fitzgerald. All of these people wrote about this years, sometimes decades prior, and he amalgamated all of their research into an unoriginal piece that he then released without citing any of them. And media, pop culture grabs onto that and says, oh my God, Einstein's discovered all this. Meanwhile, lots of concurrent, contemporary peers of his are saying, what the fuck? Like, this was an actual thing in the scientific community at the time. You want to hear about it now. They're like, dude, Einstein, what the fuck, dude? Like, we did all this.
Is that
we
a
did
quote?
all. Well,
Yeah, 1908.
What?
Dude. First use of the word. He does get the first use of the word dude.
Hey, motherfucker, what the hell's up with you, copying my discoveries, is what he said. It was like, what the fuck? They were all very, like, this is a real thing. Scientists hated him because he would never cite people who discovered things. He would take it, pretend it was his. 1915, Einstein presents his paper and publishes the general theory of relativity based on the mathematics of Marcel Grossmann and Bernhard Riemann from a decade prior. Again, he does not cite these men. It was 1878 that the theory of relativity was first getting put, into popular scientific understanding by James Maxwell. These other guys built on it, and Einstein failed to acknowledge any of their contributions, instead doing the thing that lots of scientists accused him of, which was laying a capstone on something and then claiming ownership of everything that came prior, instead of doing what most scientists do, which is, hey, I added a little bit here. Thank you, Weissman, blah, 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 all of them for it. So, a little additional thing, he was apparently so unimpressive as a physicist that he wasn't even consulted in the Manhattan Project. 130,000 people were consulted on the Manhattan Project, and apparently Einstein wasn't up to snuff. Henry Poincaré was the foremost expert on relativity in the late 19th century, and the first person to formally present the theories, having published more than 30 books and over 500 papers on the topic. Extensive documentation exists that Einstein and his associates have studied Poincaré's theories and mathematics for years, yet when Einstein published his almost wholly plagiarized work, he made no reference to Poincaré's mathematics. Like I said earlier, a non-comprehensive list of those that's confirmed, absolutely confirmed, he plagiarized from James Maxwell, Henrik Lorentz, Joseph Larmor, and a dozen others. In 1895, Einstein failed the entrance exam to an engineering school in Zurich. That's interesting. I thought he was like a hyper genius. Here's Nikola Tesla on Einstein. Einstein's relativity work is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple who ignorant people take for a king. Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists. Do you know that while he was doing all these things, he worked as a clerk in a patent office? He worked as a clerk in a patent office, a third-level clerk. Throughout years and years there, they never promoted him. They never made him any more significant. He was a third-class clerk at a government office in Bern, never progressed beyond this level with even years of experience. By all contemporary reports, Einstein wasn't even an accomplished mathematician. It has been well documented that much of the mathematical content of Einstein's so-called theories were well beyond his ability. Walter Isaacson, president of the Aspen Institute, stated that Einstein's first wife, Mileva Maric, was quote, a Serbian physicist who had helped him with his math. Other prominent scientists have made the claim that his wife did a lot of his math for him. Oof. In 1907, Einstein admits to plagiarism. In a paper he wrote in 1907, in part responding to already virulent accusations of plagiarism, Einstein declared that plagiarism was perfectly acceptable as a form of ethical research, stating, quote, "The nature of physics is that what follows has already been partly solved by the authors. I am therefore entitled to leave out a thoroughly pedantic survey of the literature," end quote. In other words, the scientists all built on each other's work, so Einstein could freely compile the work of everyone before him and represent it as his own, with no obligation to even mention them or their work. His view of ethical science was like building a tower where each person adds one stone, and if I had the last stone, I not only take credit for the entire design and construction of the tower, but I own the building. Final note. In 1953, Sir Edmund Whittaker published a detailed account of the origin and development of all the theories and equations of his physics, with extensive reference to the primary sources, documenting beyond doubt that Einstein had no priority in any of it, and clearly stating so in his report. Einstein was alive and well when Whittaker published his book, yet he offered no dispute to the conclusions, no refutation of Whittaker's claim that he, Einstein, had been irrelevant in the entire process. Einstein made no attempts at his own defense and hid in the bushes, ignoring all accusations.
Amazing. Man, you missed some good parts, Taylor, because I fucking hate Einstein. Not as much as I hate COVID, but I fucking hate that clown. That bloviating prick. He took credit for everybody's shit and then used it to wax philosophical for the rest of his life. Here's the best part. Einstein, religious zealot. Einstein viciously and famously denied the existence or the validity of quantum mechanics until his death, quoting, "God does not play dice with the universe." I'm sorry, Einstein, but what does God have to do with physics? I think he also stole E equals MC squared from either Lorentz or Dirac, who is barely functionally autistic, taking advantage of a mentally infirmed man to further his scientific career. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The reason he was not asked to be in the Manhattan Project is because Oppenheimer knew he was a pussy. That's why. And he would never use the weapon. The nuke, that beautiful nuke, was intended to be a tactical war battlefield device, and he knew that Einstein would either not support it or give it away to the enemy. So he kept him out of it on purpose. Fuck Einstein.
So your theory is that the Jewish guy was pro-Nazi?
No, he was very left leaning. He was denied security access, and all the other scientists were also told not to discuss the
all of this
project with Einstein.
I left that one kind of unconvinced.
It was Einstein's letter, though, that made the Manhattan Project even happen.
That's true.
I got that. It's like, hey, we need to, get a move on this thing because Hitler might be doing it. I like it. I like what you said, but you could do the same thing with Led Zeppelin and old blues singers. So Led Zeppelin is the band that just happened to get popular with it. They stole all of it from old black blues singers, and you only wanted Led Zeppelin because they presented it in a better way. So
Elvis.
there's some equity in how maybe he was just more entertaining with his wacky hair. Maybe that obelisk, like in a video game where you add on, but it's not real. It's like a framework or lattice work until that last thing is put on, and then it goes boom, and now it's one piece. So until you put that last piece on, it's not really a full thing yet, and you do own it after.
And it's my suspicion that you could do that with most scientists, right? Yes, what do I have to credit everyone from Euclid to, I looked him up, Muhammad IBM Musa al-Khwarizmi, the inventor of algebra. Yeah.
I went by that radio name back in 1985.
Right? Like it is nearly impossible to credit the entire tower of scientific and mathematic discovery that happened before you got there.
See, but I will add to this. there's a very big difference between them citing Euclid and citing someone who made the exact same discovery 27 years prior or 15 years prior or 2 years prior.
But even your arguments were not exact same. It was, hey, he took this, added to it, and now he gets all this credit for it. And to Anthony's point, there was a whole lot of like, well, shucks, maybe that adding to it was the most capstone. Important part. It was the thing that made it a useful science, or I don't know.
So maybe I explained it poorly. He wasn't adding to it in the way that you would think. He was amalgamating content.
Your whole theory is based on me understanding amalgamating. That's where it falls apart.
He was the Stan Lee of physics.
He was taking
bits and pieces with you. I know.
He was taking bits and pieces of already established science and then reformulating it into something. And he would put his own take on there, and then that's what Tesla added to it. He would say,
like a stupid artist would take paints of different color and dab them and make a beautiful paint.
Not in that way.
I get it. What a hack.
That's not entirely what I'm saying.
He's more like a react video on YouTube. He would watch the movie and then go, "Whoa! Wow, what did you guys think of my react video? Wasn't that entertaining?" He's watching The Godfather 2 going, "Oh man, wow! Hey everybody, check this out! Check this out! What did you think of my movie?"
Look at Tesla. Look at Tesla's take on him. His take said it better than I could because Tesla was way fucking smarter than me or Einstein. And he said, basically, he compiled a bunch of information from previous research, and then he, on top of that, would add almost sophistry that wasn't falsifiable and wasn't useful. That's what Tesla's take was.
Tesla. Oh, AC is better than DC. That guy.
Tesla died like completely penniless, in love with a pigeon, right?
I don't care.
Was it a hot
pigeon? In a hotel room, in a shitty hotel room, in love with a pigeon.
You know what a good sign is that someone's a fucking genius is that they die alone in a hotel room in love with a pigeon.
I'm right on target.
I feel like Taylor could go either way on that argument. Like that's the sign of a genius. That's the sign of a moron. Whatever supports his argument.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The whole point is to present the argument the way I want to present it.
Yeah. I enjoyed it, Taylor.
But also, this is totally different. But have you ever been like researching a conspiracy or something wild for a video, and you're like, after a few hours, days, whatever, you're like, oh, this is getting a little too real and wild. Not this one. Let's find a different one.
Yes,
what are some examples of that? If you
can so the one that really like did me in was I went really down all the Epstein stuff when that happened.
Yes, yeah.
And this was before like I did the YouTube stuff. I was just like, is it really that bad? And then I remember like getting legitimately depressed. I got so into that. I got so into looking where money was going. I got so into who owned these places, who like went where. I just got depressed because I'm like, man, it really is everyone, isn't it? Yeah. And that it was like people joke about like, oh, the black pill. I remember being like, wow, everyone is evil everywhere. That is so sad. I remember like having to step away from that and just kind of take a moment to like reevaluate myself.
Yeah.
But like I've come to peace with it now. Of like, my worth isn't reliant on those who have greater faculty or power above me or whatever. But man, I tell you what, that was sad. That would be the big one. There's been some other minor ones that I've like sort of like dabbled in that I'm like, I don't know how much more of this I want to find out about. One of them was the Benghazi stuff. I got really into that more recently, like in the past year. And I remember researching that and being like, this is depressing.
Yeah.
Because it's not like I don't come up with this stuff like, aha, everyone who's in charge of us is evil people, whatever, and be like, I figured it out. It's just like, well, dang it.
You're just telling it like it was.
Yeah, pretty much like, man, whatever.
You're just I didn't know there were this many pedophiles.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I'm going to go walk in the woods now. So.
That is funny. Like the Epstein thing.
Real quick. I'll be right
back. when it first came out, people were like, right, so there's just a bunch of pedophiles in positions of power all over the world. And then you look into it and it's like, wow, there are pedophiles in positions of power all over the world.
No, I heard that was used to control each other. It was like that it was I mean you would probably have heard this at some point or something, but it was used as a means to control each other. Like you are in the circle of trust because we have all committed this heinous, disgusting act. And so it is used as a means of controlling each other and committing to the team because you're all disgusting people.
Yeah.
Mutual blackmail.
We had a similar.
It's like if we go down, you're coming with us. So you better do what we say.
I remember where I live in Tennessee now, but I'm originally from like Eastern Kentucky, like in the coal country of it. And there's a lot of gangs around there, like before my time mainly, but like during my dad's time and all that, the gangs or the Mountain Mafia, as they were called, were real popular whenever they were breaking up picket lines and there were shootouts everywhere. And part of the deal was whenever there were new initiates, they did a lot of stuff like blew up bridges, blew up coal trucks, stuff like that. If they were to ever like shoot something or blow it up, they would find some way for everyone's hand to be on it. Like if you show up, you are going to shoot the vehicle or you're going to have some part in place in it because the first time you have to be like mutual blackmail and that just scales up. So like for a bunch of guys in the mountain, it's shooting up a coal truck. For like, you know, Hillary Clinton, it's eating a baby. It's just a natural.
It's wild. It's the world is like I'm not nearly as into
weird
it as
timeline,
but like it gets depressing when you like look into some stuff where
yeah.
it's like, oh man, people are genuinely very cruel to one another, and that makes me sad.
I remember I used to be like in high school, I was I think I got like most likely to be president, some superlative, and I was on a bunch of debate teams and stuff like that. And I was like really into politics, and then that happened, and I just like. I was like, I'd never want to look at someone in a suit ever again. Like it really did poison me to a point of bitterness for a while. Like I said, I'm better now, but yeah, you asked like what was the one that hit too deep? That one really hit too deep. Yeah,
it makes sense. That's a good answer. I was expecting something like that, like where you just get it's like you stare too long into the abyss and it begins to stare back into you. You spend all this time obsessing about and reading about something that is horrific. And then you start to be like, man, little bits of my soul are like flaking off as I'm reading this. Like I'm becoming actively more cynical by
There's
by
also this like, not just with that specifically, but with a lot of like grander conspiracy, like stuff like the MLK assassination or JFK or whatever. There's this sense of hopelessness or like just inability of action. Like, oh, what am I going to do? Catch these guys, or no matter how many people I tell, it's not going to get better, right?
Yeah.
And that leads to a sort of, I guess it can lead to nihilism if someone sits in it for too long. But like I said, it's just got to be something that you kind of recognize. It doesn't define you just because it's happening and you can't do anything about it. You're not your inactions. But yeah, I had an entire soul searching thing over the Epstein stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Are you still like following any of the Ghislaine stuff as that was going on?
Yeah, I've got my own theories about all that. I don't. It's kind of like a train wreck, but the train wreck's halfway done. Like you know, like the front car hit and everything crashed, and it's not like, well, I hope the back of the train will stop doing that. No, it's just going to keep piling up over and over. I kept up with it, but not as much as I did originally. Because like I said, you can't, or at least I can't, super invest my time. Like, man, I hope justice is served because I know the answer and it's just going to make me sad again.
Yeah, it's not going to be served. And it's funny. Like at first, like so many people are like, "Oh, this isn't happening. There's no pedophile island." And then now, like some of those same people are like, "We got him. the two people on Earth who were doing this, we got them. Don't worry, guys. This was a one-off. It's never going to happen again. It's certainly not happening with other individuals as we speak right now. We got them, everyone. Mission accomplished. It's like, it's like I don't know. Yeah, it's literally like Bush on that fucking destroyer.
Two people. Yeah.
Well, that thing we said was a conspiracy lie for years was true. Thankfully, the only two individuals globally involved in this have been caught. One of them killing himself when a camera misfired and a bunch of people who didn't work there found their way into his fucking cell.
What if that's the way they said he died? That the camera that was recording him exploded and killed him.
That'd be a little bit more obvious.
He was electrocuted by the camera. Oh, do we have that on film? Well, think about that one. Why are you asking tough questions? All right.
The conspiracy would be a little more obvious.
He was a terrible person at hanging himself. Hanging himself and bruising and breaking that many ribs. Like, I
mean, what, had he never done it before?
Well, the guy who ended up doing it, at least according to McAfee, before he also CO'd himself.
Okay.
That guy was a
well, hold on. I got an okay from Kyle. Go ahead. What was that?
Well, I mean, all right, McAfee was a
he was on our show.
No.
He's a goof.
I didn't know that he was on the show. That's interesting.
Yeah,
no, I'm not. I'm not saying that he was murdered. I do think that he did commit suicide. I wasn't being sarcastic. I wasn't being sarcastic on that one. I literally meant he did CO himself.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the guy that McAfee tweeted and was like, "This is the guy in the jail," which he was right. The dude who was a former cop in New York was the one who was. You remember how Epstein was like almost strangled a week before he died?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that guy did get like moved and separated and all that, but then they kept him in the same jail and like on the same cell block or whatever, and he was a couple cells down whenever the cameras went out. Mm-hmm. And like the room that Epstein died in was previously that guy's room, so it's like, oh, well, of course it's gonna have DNA and fingerprints and blood and whatever all over the place. Yeah, just I went down the rabbit hole, stuff like that. It really it hurt a lot. Yeah.
It's interesting.
Kyle, are you okay? You look.
That I don't know. The whole thing is a lot to take in. Like the Epstein thing in particular is weird. I don't know if it's as crazy as we think though. Like how old were those girls? Like that's always something. Like when I think of like the global cabal of pedophiles, I don't think about guys who are like sneaking away from their wives to meet a 15-year-old girl, which I think is like what the Epstein stuff was. Like
well,
that
there was a bunch of stuff. Like we don't know the extent of the Epstein stuff. I'm sure there was a gamut of underages.
It really seems like they were like what Epstein was into and what like all I've heard, everything I've heard. Like it seems like they were all like kind of borderline, like 15, like because 16 is like the age.
It's actually technically not pedophilia. That's called hebephilia, if I'm not mistaken, which is like an attraction to young teenagers.
Yeah, we've clarified that before.
There's no way to like bring up the term hebephilia without sounding like a pedophile.
Yeah,
literally, that's all I'm thinking right now. Is like this entire conversation goes down one path, and that path makes us all look like pedophiles.
Actually, the N-word just means noob.
We're taking it back.
We're taking it back. Oh my god,
we're taking it back.
I only know it because of a history of incarceration.
It's
That's
our
it.
word.
And studying the law.
We get to decide what it means, not you.
Dude, the QAnon stuff.
Dude, it's so dumb. It's just boomer bait.
You know, it's so hardcore. My Facebook feed is loving QAnon. They're like they think that I haven't done my research. Now, I've watched QAnon videos. They're hard to sit through. But I feel like I need to listen to all the sides. And I'm just like...
No, you don't. You don't have to... You don't sit there and listen to the crackhead who's screaming about the sky falling, right?
First of all, you absolutely do. If you call people who don't agree with you stupid. Right? Like, you at least hear them out, understand their side. People can have different solutions for problems or different opinions on where we should go and not be dumb. Just come at it from another angle. Cool. They don't necessarily even misinformed. You can believe in like a small government, no welfare type stuff and come from a good place where you want everyone to do well, etc. Anyway, but the QAnon guys, it is really hard for me not to just feel like, well, this is candy for dumb people.
What are some of the big theories? Because I only see the stuff where it's people making fun of it, and it does seem fucking retarded.
The biggest overarching theme of QAnon is that Donald Trump has infiltrated the deep state specifically to take down an international ring of pedophilic people, and he is doing it at the behest of no one in particular. He has just been chosen to spearhead taking down this pedophile ring, and don't ask how that completely ignores the whole thing with Epstein and
pedophiles. He left out cannibals, and he didn't mention that these are very powerful pedophiles. These are the people who were ruling the earth until Donald Trump came into place.
Okay,
I don't
which
think
part
that-
of this don't you believe in?
I don't think that Trump is on a message from God to get rid of the pedophile island, but like the whole, like there are a group of elites that have outsized influence in our lives that are fucking pedophiles.
Oh, for sure.
It's true. It's true at this point. Like we all know
people like children. All right, they like fucking them. They also like caviar and fine vintages of alcohol.
Wait,
and
but I like two of
giant
those.
yachts.
Caviar is just
Three of those
pedophile
things.
fishing.
I'm making a point here. So
All right,
what's
Woody,
so good
shut
about?
I like that you caught it though.
You know what I always go back to is there's just something. There must be something. There's only two theories that can possibly be true. And if you have a third, please fill in the gap for me.
Okay.
Either A, powerful people have other powerful people have sex with children, so they have some dirt on them if they want to be in the cabal of powerful people pulling strings.
Not buying it.
Or B,
buy that.
Child
I buy
pussy
that.
is the best pussy.
You won me over.
Okay.
It's
That's gotta be
definitely
it.
I knew that was the reaction. I
you
knew that was the reaction. That's the only reason I went that hard with it.
I saw that on the horizon miles back.
Oh yeah, me too. That's how I reduced it.
my nubile. It's been 4 months since I've been on here. My nubile brain was waiting for the other option, the third option, which was
Your
just
nubile ass was waiting for the powerful person to just come down and have some. Yeah, it's either one. It's either A or B. You tell me what C is. If you can
It's
think of what C is.
C is that Donald Trump is a God soldier chosen by QAnon to dismantle the pedophilic ring.
Okay, so he's trying to muddy the waters over here. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm trying to figure out is why so many people in power are pedophiles.
I mean, it seems like it is an actual honeypot where they lure people to this island. Why are so many? It's not just politicians. It's people in finance. It's people in media. It's people in Hollywood. It's all of these super hyper influential people. It's people from big tech. Big tech, the people who control our means of discussion, anything right now. They all go to these islands. And I don't think that
Why has there
like,
never been any proof that they went to the island though?
What do you
they're on all the flight logs.
There's flight logs.
That's not true.
Yeah.
All right, so let me lay out the flight log thing. It's not true. I've asked you to research this before, and if you had, you'd know. Like Bill Clinton, for example, is on the flight logs for Lolita Express, right? But it's him doing like humanitarian trips to Ghana, Nigeria, and other bullshit.
Do you believe that?
No, because
I have seen the flight logs. They took the flight logs and they put them out.
I'm not saying that it's not there. I'm saying that you really believe he was going to just do a humanitarian thing while on his rape friend's plane, going to places where you could get kids to then go back to this island.
So here's the evidence against Bill Clinton. There is some like eyewitness testimony. There are girls who said that they saw Bill Clinton do bad shit. Yeah. So that is a 22-year-old Epstein victim, so when she was a child.
Is she 22 now?
She's 22 in that picture.
Oh.
Yeah. And she's also a massage therapist. And he said he was sore and she massaged his neck. And her own words were, he was a perfect gentleman. He never did anything with me. But there is another. Let me show this to people so they know what we're talking
They're in an airport as well, I notice.
Yeah, why are they in an airport?
Because he's on Epstein's plane and they're making a little pit stop in Ghana to pick up some children.
Yeah. These people are fucking pedophiles. And it's not about Bill Clinton. It's so much bigger than Bill Clinton.
How about this? I ignoring the let's give plausible deniability to Bill Clinton or whomever was borrowing because like I am on a flight log of American Apparel owner because I flew on that guy's jet one time. He was not on the jet, but I was invited on there, right? So like technically I'm in on that flight log. If it came out that American Apparel owner was a pedophile and was shuttling people around with that, I would be implicated in that. But like, I really was using it specifically for a domestic thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's...
Yeah, that's fair. But go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, but the prevalence and how widespread the, I guess, understanding of Jeffrey Epstein's influence in I guess the global sphere of important people, like it would be weird for anyone to look at Bill Clinton's repeated involvement with that person as anything but suspicious at the very least. I don't think that it's wrong to be suspicious of the fact that it was not a one-time thing, correct? It was a multiple time thing, right?
Him on the plane. Well,
23 times. That's a lot of times, bro.
It's like 4 times, but this is a private jet, and they make like 6 flights per.
Oh, I see what you mean. They were doing hopping.
Yeah, because these things, like if you're used to traveling in a 737, like everything can go direct.
Yeah.
But these things, they take like these little jumps over the Atlantic, and then they find themselves in Paris.
But this
and then
is
they
all.
go to,
No, that's all plausible.
But it's all that's all kind of aside from the main thing, which is that it's been established. There's an island where elite people in the world who have outsized influence were raping kids, were molesting kids. Like and it's being covered up. It should be the biggest story. It should be a huge story. And even when it all came out, it was whatever. Put it under.
It's been established that Epstein and this I struggle with her name,
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Like she was his recruiter, and they would bring in pedos, and they would bring in kids, and people would fuck them, right? That's done. The Clinton thing, there is a witness saying that Bill Clinton, fucked her, right? So that is the evidence that they have. There is no flight log saying that he went there. There are pictures of them together, so they knew each other. That's a thing. I just want the evidence right. That's all. Like, you've got one eyewitness testimony. That when people lay it out like, man, there's flight logs. It's like, well, no.
I mean, everybody wants more info, right?
We do want more info, and we're never going to get it.
There's this idea that they brought powerful people to the island as so that they have something on them, and then they can control them.
Yeah,
it's literally never been used. Like, tell me the powerful people who got in trouble for fucking kids at this island. Like they blackmail them, and they've never done it.
You're saying
right?
the compromat has never been utilized. Okay, show me a reason why it should have been used. Who has been named in this that is like in some way, shape, or form wronged Jeffrey Epstein or whomever was like going to have this compromat and use it, right? Because it hasn't been used. Like, what's the one thing you can't come back from?
Compromat you can have?
Yeah,
you're a
kid fucking. There's nothing better. Worse. Sorry, but there's nothing better to have compromat on somebody than kid fucking. Right?
I know. I guess I just find it suspicious that they've been doing this compromat thing. I'll make it up for 25 years and never utilized it a single time.
I feel like it's improbable. It's improbable.
I feel like if they show you some images of you with a child, you just do what they're going to tell you, right?
So no one's ever, I guess,
you're saying nobody's ever tried to go head to head.
But to that same point, Woody, what happens if you're going to come forward and spill any beans about this? The guy who owned the island on Suicide Watch got murdered, and then almost as like a mocking way. Now the establishment's like, even like blue checks will be like, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. It's like, yeah, but what does that really mean? It means that these people have so much power they can kill you at the drop of a hat, lose footage, guards are asleep, it makes no sense. Then the media can look you in the eye and go, fucking mistake, fuck you, you're never getting any answers. It's like this compromat, I think, it's not that it's never been used, it's that it's in constant use. These people
What's
do
that word
exactly
you
what
keep
they
using?
want.
That's a new one for me. Compromat?
It's the Russian word for blackmail.
The material you would use to blackmail.
Yes. Yeah. Material.
I would say it's so successful. It's such good dirt on someone that, like, of course they're going to obey. They're going to do whatever you want.
And you'd have to think to yourself, this is the Jeffrey, because, oh my God, I unlocked a core memory. I remember that when Epstein didn't kill himself, I was supposed to come on and we were supposed to talk about it, but we just avoided it. This is the one very weird, I'm going to call it a conspiracy theory because that is technically what it is. This is the one thing that I firmly believe in because better or for worse, the amount of shit that happens, even in something as small as the gaming industry, that I know from personal friends or whatever, that has in no way, shape, or form come to light and took, I mean, especially now with all of the sexual assault allegations in the gaming industry and shit, like, dude, if people are going to come out and say, like, this person groped me, Why would they ever come out and be like, this person tried to bait me into fucking kids? Like and we're talking about irrelevant personalities in a gaming industry that is so small comparative to any major world influence. So like that is the jump, not the jump. That is the bridge that I mentally cross, is that if I am a world leader or anybody in a position of power and they have this arguably indefensible, even if it's untrue, laundry list of ways they can tie me back to pedophilia, there's really nothing you can do to fight that.
Yeah.
Given that you can't even fight somebody saying, he forced me to give him a blowjob. Like you're already done. That's at the end. I'm not saying that either one is wrong. I'm just saying that like you have a mountain to climb up if you even wanted to attack that. So it's
and it could also be entrapment. So we keep framing this as
you're
right. They're like, hey, we got kids. You want to fuck them? But in reality, you're like, hey, I got a party out of man. You want to come? And like, hey, meet Denise. And you find out after you've had sex with Denise that she's 16.
Yeah, and that's been my understanding the whole time.
We've all been there.
It's trickery.
That's
it's
what I'm
we got supermodels in here. Oh, sorry, this whole place is rigged for sound and video, and she's 15. Oh, she looked 18 though? Sucks to suck, man, because I got video of you fucking a 15-year-old, so you're gonna sign that trade agreement. You're gonna do what I want you to do.
So if I understand Tucker's point about no one ever saying, hey, this guy tried to bait me to have sex with a kid, what he's saying is option B, that sex with children is so good, Tucker's saying, that no one has ever turned it down.
Oh my God.
I literally saw a typewriter type that as a quote in my head. I saw a Tucker hyphen and then those words. And as you spoke them, I could hear the clickety clack.
Why do I come on this goddamn show?
See, now you understand how entrapment works, Tucker. See, now you get it, right? You thought you were coming on to talk about silly things.
I was going to talk about video games. And now I'm talking about
vows.
That's another part of it. We made you feel comfortable with a little video game talk, right? Let your guard down. The next thing you know, you're... Oh God!
Yeah, how do we even get to this conversation? We were talking about Fall Guys earlier.
No, we got another surprise for you. Check your external.
What does check your external mean? I'm confused.
like we put something on his hard drive.
Yeah. You wondered why your camera was blinking earlier, right? That was the download.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
That's my joke landed. I feel so good about that.
But what about Fall Guys? That silly kids game.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no way.
So I don't think Epstein killed himself. I think that
he didn't kill himself. There's no way.
On the spectrum of like believing every conspiracy theory to believing none, I'm closer to the none side.
I believe none except for this one and maybe one other.
I'm probably close to you. Yeah.
I'd like to hear the other one you believe in.
Case.
Conspiracy theory is a tentpole topic around here. What other conspiracy theory do you believe in, Tucker?
See, I said that without really thinking about what other conspiracy theory I believe in. But now I believe. All right, here's not so conspiracy. I don't believe in aliens, but I do believe in the vast unreported amount of technologically advanced stuff that every government that is capable of producing has locked away and has been doing since the dawn of time. And I firmly believe that every single UFO on that, like all of this shit, Area 51, whatever, it is just simply it's like the SR-71, like tech 20 years in front of the future that they're just never going to let out. Like that's the conspiracy theory that came to mind.
I agree with that one mostly. I do believe that there are aliens. I just don't think they've been here. I'm like 95% sure that they've been here.
There's 100% people or aliens that exist somewhere. It's just they're not landing here and building the pyramids.
Yeah, the universe is infinite. It doesn't make sense for there not to be.
Impossible. Yeah.
But I want to believe like that old X-Files tagline. I really do want to believe because it'd be so cool if there were aliens that were visiting us. And if they had visited us, and
we're like the fucking zoo. We're like the orangutans at the zoo. They're like, let's stop at Earth. We'll check out Earth, and then you can feed them a little bit, and then we'll get back in the car and we'll go over to like.
Daddy, I want to fuck one in the ass. All right, Billy, you can fuck one in the ass. Sure.
Earth is just Jeffrey Epstein's island for aliens. Debate me.
Oh.
When you're right, you're right.
I need an Advil.
Taylor tried convincing us. Are you familiar with Helen Keller?
Yeah, of course.
Taylor tried convincing us that Helen Keller was a fraud about a month or so ago.
Not that she was an intentional fraud.
And she was essentially a ventriloquist dummy for her assistant helper, the miracle worker. What was her name? Anne Sullivan.
Anne Sullivan.
Did you know Anne Sullivan was blind, Taylor?
Yeah, not deaf. Got my notes.
Oh,
Jesus Christ. I was hoping that would.
God, you've got pages. Those pages. That single space, is it printed front and back? Please tell me.
It's not front and back. But there was a lot more data that I could have had, and I had to keep it succinct. I
keep your lies to yourself.
Kyle says Taylor tried to convince us. I say Taylor made a compelling point. I went on the Dick Show with Dick Masterson. His audience thought it was a very compelling point as well. I presented it.
I want a poll,
dude. I will.
And look, here's
I'm going to win this one. I'm going to win this.
Taylor has pages, right? Taylor's pages. I have a singular piece of evidence. Video of the fucking genius speaking without a hand up her ass, moving her mouth, intelligibly, like carrying on a very intelligent conversation.
It was apparently more than probably wants a cracker.
You watch the video of
not
what's her
watching
name again? Helen Keller.
You're fucking horse shit nonsense. Look at this video from 1904. Oh, look at
all strong evidence came from.
No, all of mine is look at it. It's typed.
Case closed.
You'd be the same guy. You're like, wow, look at this strong man from 1894. Can you believe no one to this day has lifted a cow and heaved it 30 yards? It's like, yeah, of course not. Of course not. Yeah, all those old records, that's all made up. Helen Keller, where are the blind deaf people talking now? I've said it so many times. Where are they?
Watch the video. I didn't say that.
No. Wait.
You're saying she's a secret retard.
Yes.
I'm saying secret genius. So I want to poll secret retard or secret genius. It's A or B, folks. And you've heard all of Taylor's evidence. My singular piece of evidence is the fucking video of her speaking. And she's literally saying, I wish I could speak better so that I could share my thoughts and feelings.
Wait, is that what she literally said? Or did she say,
I knew that.
Did she do that? Okay, Kyle, I will say this. Prepare to get blown the fuck out in this poll. I am dude, secret retard it's going to be a waterfall into secret retard. Let's do that poll on the subreddit.
Do the poll.
Was it not said that she went deaf and blind after a fever, so she was hearing and seeing, so she had the basis for all this communication?
The age of 19 months, though, and the current prognosis in the year 20. Yes, the current prognosis in the year 2020 for someone who goes blind and deaf is that they are not going to be able to communicate.
Do you know what they call the movie, Taylor?
The Miracle Worker.
Do you know why they call it that?
Yeah, they should have called
fucking
it
miracle
made up.
God's
they don't call it
that.
They don't call it the thing just about anybody can do in this certain circumstance. Worker. They call it the miracle worker.
Yeah.
Is there a documented case of somebody who was both deaf and blind before 2 years that has
miracles don't happen all the time? If they do, they call it ordinary game on ice.
No, see,
they would just call it the Olympic hockey game that time we won.
No, thank you so much, Tucker. I needed someone else on my side here. Yeah,
No, I was just asking. I wasn't on anybody's side. I'm just asking for more empirical data. What is there any documented example? Okay, Taylor.
There is one documented example prior to her. Prior to her.
Oh, never mind.
And even less reliable. Even less reliable. There's no modern day ones. No modern day ones.
If there's not anybody in the last 30 years, I believe, Taylor, because if with modern tech we have no ability to teach somebody, I don't care about how improbable it is. It's just not going to happen. Like, we have all of the tools at our disposal. We can literally rebuild eyeballs. I don't know if that's true or not, but
we're getting close. We can like grow them on
close.
Yeah.
Secret genius. Secret genius.
No,
watch the video of the girl speaking and then tell me that it's all a sham.
Don't believe your lying eyes and ears. No, it's obviously, that was a little pun, but yeah, she's retarded. Absolutely. There's so many more points here that I could regale Tucker with, but I don't want to.
No, we don't need to rehash.
We don't want to rehash.
I really wish you I'm already on your side.
I wish you had just as vehemently defended my theory that there was no Holocaust. Like that would have
the hell.
Dude, there's no punishment for saying
I don't
Helen
have
Keller
time
is
to
a
completely
retard.
disprove the Holocaust. We've only got another 2.5-3 hours here. But if you want to talk later, Tucker, I'll convince you. Don't worry.
Nope, I'm good.
I've got some documents that I'm going to need you to download. I'll
will not
send
be
you
doing that. That's
Pop on his
compromise.
stream and cover it.
Yes, I would like to come on your stream. Wait till there's a lot of people in there, though. You doing a sponsored stream anytime soon? That'd be a good night to do it.
Jesus.
Yeah, well,
let's see what this stream's brought to you by Logitech. Now let's talk about the Jews.
Oh man, a couple jokes there, can't say, but oh, when a good one pops in your head.
Oh, are the Jews silencing you again?
Just all day, every day, man. I can't get my.
It's about who you can't criticize.
And you know, that's Helen Keller. Apparently, she's ruling us from the grave. That dumb bitch.
You've got reams of documents over there mocking a deaf, retarded girl.
She'll never know.
Blind girl who was not retarded.
Wait, so you admit that
Well, she was retarded, but then she
And
was
the pole swings this way.
but then she was unretarded by Anne Sullivan.
You can't once retarded, always retarded.
I don't co-sign that.
I did
No,
I
I don't know either.
I think a better
We know some
analogy
people
is
who have recovered.
the needle can never go further than the gauge allows it.
Yes.
And if you're on the needle is on the spectrum, you can't get off of it.
Yeah, and she didn't even have a.
Can we watch the video of her speaking, or is that some copyright shit? I mean, it's in black and white.
It's copyrighted.
It's
Okay.
copyrighted
All right.
by the
I don't want
Helen
to get any
Keller
trouble.
Foundation.
I don't know if it's
I
copyrighted.
just went
I
to
don't
a
wanna
different
watch
section of my YouTube channel.
Neither do
I
I.
have like hundreds of complaints against other
Same
people that I
wavelength.
could file.
Oh,
right.
nice.
YouTube
Start
is-
locking them down, Woody. It'd be fun.
Let's get off
a
of
lot of our
Holocaust
PKA
denial.
cuts we never go up in there.
What are we doing?
Dude, you
Look,
know what I
folks,
want
all I
to do?
need you to do, go to Helen Keller Speaks Out on YouTube. 7 million views. All right. It's from 1954.
How
This
many
is the fucking
dislikes?
dark ages. You want to know the like-dislike ratio? I'm
Yeah.
sure it's
That's because people feel bad.
it looks like they're disabled, frankly.
Just like her.
Saw that coming too.
That was quick. There's another one here. Yeah. 20,000 to 300 on the second one of her talking. And then the third highest ranked video when you search Helen Keller talking is Taylor proves Helen Keller was a fraud.
And how many views does that one have?
No,
280,000.
See 280,000 people on my site. Click on my video and see what the dislike ratio is, because my dislike ratio not disabled, totally abled.
How do you know?
19,000 to 500.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, dominating. 500 losers in there, but who cares? Yeah, see, don't watch his bullshit video. Watch my video, and you'll be.
You've already seen his video. We all know his cruel and
glossing
evil
over
take.
You got over 250,000 people watching you disprove that Helen Keller was not like
Just that
There
clip
was,
of
like,
it. That's not even
why-
a show.
Why even attack Helen Keller? Like, what is like?
Well, we do this reoccurring
it
thing
made
where
me
we
laugh.
You were like this unproblematic part of human history that seems to have a positive thing. I just gotta prove it. Gotta prove it to everyone. It's just a fraud.
Let me ask you this,
God.
Taylor. Let me ask you this, Taylor, and be honest. I swayed you a little bit with the Holocaust, right?
I'm not dipping my toe into that pool.
That's a yes, folks. That's a fucking yes. That's
Not
a
at all.
yes, but I might have to work a real job at some point in my life, and so I'm not dipping my toe. Woody, I swayed you a little bit with the Holocaust, right?
Oh, not at all. Hey, Taylor.
What do you have to lose? You bastards.
What do I have to lose?
I want
There's
another
nothing
poll.
to
I
lose
want another
agreeing with
poll.
me.
I want another poll. Who did I sway with the Holocaust talk? Because I gave some legitimate facts and figures.
I would
If you
advise not having a Holocaust deniability poll on your Reddit.
Not
Taylor,
I just fully advise that you do a poll.
This needs to be
I
put
want to know
out there.
who agrees with me that the Holocaust was overblown. The numbers were greatly exaggerated.
Else I need to
Yes,
Reddit.
yes,
do not
Kyle, this
agree.
helps you. Hold on. So, since 1959, Tommy was also deaf and blind and learned to communicate like Helen Keller. Ronnie Mirjaka was also deaf and blind and
What's
learned
Tommy's
to
last
communicate.
name? I don't trust a one name.
Tommy made up.
I could look it up.
Tommy fictitious.
I don't care.
Tommy fabricated.
Yeah, Tommy fabricated.
Okay. I got a little quick. Tommy is actually a fictitious character from the Who's pinball.
Yes,
wait.
I'm winning this poll.
I should have read more carefully. Haben Girma is a deaf-blind person that graduated from Harvard Law School. Actually, in 2019. In 2019, Haben Girma, Harvard Law graduate, deaf-blind.
Woody, is that her name or how she says it?
Haben Girma.
And then, that's the last one.
Oh my God! Can we get a deaf-blind person as a guest?
How are they going to get on Discord? Anyways,
they don't actually have to be deaf and blind. They just have to be real good at pretending.
I need to know. I want to know my only stipulation to believe Taylor or not believe Taylor relies on the fact that both of these people have to have been deaf and blind around the same age as Helen Keller was at 19 months and learned some level of communication that would put them on par with Helen Keller, which I believe is like pseudo conversational.
Yeah, and I actually know like the kind of stuff you're talking about, Woody. That what Tucker just hit the nail on the head. It's about the age that it happens and the extent to which the blindness and deafness is total. For Helen Keller, total. If apparently if you're able to form words and you can understand language and stuff, like so if you go blind and deaf at age 15, you have the requisite to be more understanding.
Helen Keller didn't have total deaf and blindness, and she just hammed.
No, that's what I was going to say. For all you know, like maybe we didn't have the correct testing. Like if he's like, how many fingers am I holding up? And Helen Keller can only see like dark.
I think that lying bitch wasn't very disabled at all. And she just said she just pretended to be disabled to lower expectations.
He's like, I don't want to talk to y'all.
That's right too.
Wow, what a genius!
She's also a telepath.
Can you get her to talk when you're not holding a lighter under her toes? No, this is our training session. Do you need that rider's crop to hit her in the top of the hands?
It's like a circus. The tricks are pretty awesome at the show, but the training behind the scenes is dreadful.
It's just horrific.
Do you get flu shots every year and shit like that?
My family does. I'm inconsistent. I didn't get one last year.
No, I've never gotten one of those. The last vaccine or anything that I'm supposed to get was
polio?
When I was a child. Yeah, polio, diphtheria, and consumption.
Jesus Christ.
The consumption.
No, I think I'm up to date on tetanus, which is good because I do dumb shit sometimes. And I get flu it's supposed to be every year.
I don't like a tetanus shot to get it because they give you one anyway when you step on a fucking nail or anything. It's like, well, what the fuck is it? What did you give me then?
Is that
if
true?
I'm going to get it, if you cut yourself every time in the hospital, they go, oh, here's a tetanus shot. It's like, oh, I think I had one or I had one. They're like, yeah, we'll just give you another one.
That's 80 cents.
So fuck
Let's
it.
go.
Yeah.
Not at the hospital. It's probably 8,000. Yeah, this is a big money maker, actually. Here you go.
Sheet metal business when I was working air conditioning and heating, a lot of cuts on the hands and stuff. So I got a lot of those. But other than that, the last ones I got, was that big thing in the arm that leaves the mark and everything. And
that's the mark of the beast.
That's about it, though. I don't like the whole idea of a flu shot or.
What do you?
And I know it's silly. I'm sure it's fine, but
Taylor, you get
never
a flu shot?
No, I never get flu shots.
Am I the only one here that gets flu shots?
Yeah,
I never have. I like being sick though, because you can just lay in bed and drink all day.
That's
sick. Some sicks are pretty good.
My conspiracy theory was that the coronavirus was the largest DNA gathering idea in modern history. And
why didn't you run with that?
I couldn't find enough supporting evidence. Like all I had was that nugget of an idea.
Make it up. Make it up. They're swabbing the fucking brains of everybody. They're going up and you are getting everyone's
I was going to go
DNA.
off on Bill and Melinda Gates. Like that was my original.
I didn't even think of that.
Dude, I can't believe that you were going to do the conspiracy thing and you're like, there's not enough supporting evidence.
Yeah, I made most of my Hitler shit up.
I dug deep for a lot of this stuff. And some of the sites I went to were outrageous. absolutely outrageous. So many of the Einstein things let off with, first of all, he's a fucking Jew, and also
is that compound media?
Taylor, if you think you went to a dark place to find some shit on Einstein, just imagine where I had to go to disprove the Holocaust.
Do you know how many websites I've ended up at that just said, if you try and say Helen Keller is a fraud, you're despicable?
Oh, I bet.
There's a lot of those out there.
I had to make
I will not shy away from the
Boys
truth.
email account to get into some of these websites. It was scary stuff. The people who, it turns out they were right about that one thing.
Dude, when they caught the what was that guy that they caught up in the out west because of the DNA tests or things that everyone is sending in their DNA. No, it was like the Gold Coast Killer, the Golden State Killer, one of those guys, and they got him because they had the killer's DNA, but nothing to cross-reference it with. So they went to that 21andMe or whatever, 23andMe. Sorry, 20. How many chromosomes? 46. 23andMe.
24andMe.
Oh, Jesus. I love that one. 24andMe. 23andMe. And then law enforcement could access that. And when they found a match to the Golden State Killer guy, they knew that whoever matched it was some type of family member.
Yeah.
So they worked from there and caught him. Now, if you're jamming swabs up everyone's fucking nose and sending it in, and there's lines of people doing this, can't you make a database of that and use that for whatever the fuck you want? Find people, catch people.
Theory would have been a good
not
one.
only that, it's not even as nefarious as crimes or anything. Just to focus on the medications you sell people. Oh, we did a DNA test on this guy and other tests, and this guy is more susceptible to certain diseases, heart disease. So let's focus him with ads for heart medications or this or that. Like that's what they're fucking doing with 23andMe. You don't think they're swabbing people's noses and going, oh yeah, you're negative for COVID. Let's just throw this in the furnace. No, they're going to use it. I would have went with that one. I think that I'd have been on the fence with Helen Keller and that.
If I knew my audience, a little better, I might have gone with one. I had another one that President Trump is at war with a global cabal of powerful Satan-worshipping elites who control the world and run a child sex ring. And I thought
that's a conspiracy.
I thought it's supposed to be a conspiracy.
My title page was hilarious.
The sun will come up tomorrow. That's mine. The sun will rise.
On my opening title page, I thought was hilarious. Woody, an expert on child traffic rings. And
now you're behaving as though this isn't entirely establishable within the confines of reality.
Yeah.
This is nonsense you're saying right now.
I was gonna
just follow the money.
I was gonna do the birther thing with Obama. I was gonna say that Obama was not a U.S. citizen. I thought that one might have been interesting.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good
one too. Sure. There's a lot of stuff out there that you read and go, but then it turns out it's photoshopped or something.
Or I was going to go that Michelle Obama was actually a man.
My mom believes that one. My mom is an honest, true believer in
Michael. I love that one. Hey, Mike, check Mike out in this picture, and a dick is swinging in the video.
I was trying to convince my mother that she was predisposed to believe bad things about the Obamas. And she's like, no, that's not true. I'm fact-based. I know. And I'm like, you literally thought Michelle Obama was a man. And she's like, yeah, that one's still true.
I still do. Yes,
and I still do.
Imagine how earth-shaking it would be if one day they're like, if Obama's like, well, you discovered me, and I'm actually a man, and my wife is a man.
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't matter. I'll suck her cock the same way she does mine.
They'd be like, he's so brave. They're so brave to come out with this.
Taylor, that can't be true because that conspiracy theory depends on genders existing.
That is, and that's a social
That's a good
construct.
conspiracy theory that genders exist.
Yeah, of course they.
Yeah, I think Obama likes attention too much to not admit that Michelle is a man. Because everyone would love like first gay president and first black president, bitch. Like, come on.
Oh, dude, if he nailed down both of those titles,
yeah,
that'd be pretty fucking good.
We'd rename the country after him.
First non-American president as well.
Oh, dude, if that
exactly.
All those plaques on his wall, that'd be pretty tight.
he'd have him made himself.
That's a one-off
Who is
right
that?
there.
Who is that? Chrissy Teigen. What's her name? Is it Teigen?
Yeah.
No. It is Teigen, right?
It is Teigen.
And John Legend, her husband. There was a clip that I just saw the other day of them talking on a red carpet event, and they asked her like, "What's the strangest sexual thing you've done together?" And they're kind of looking, and she said, "Well, there's the Obama thing." And John Legend just lost his mind. He's like, "Oh, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that." And it really seemed like they had some kind of a foursome together with the Obamas.
I thought Obama thing was an act I hadn't heard of. Like,
the Obama
is that
thing, like the donkey
thing?
punch or the,
the
like, angry pirate, the dirty Sanchez.
I know all these.
Yeah, so something was going on there recently, but the Obamas have always been I mean, I know nothing about the Obamas. It's an amazing thing that they were president. He was president for 8 years. And I really don't know anything about their family, what they did, how they came up, where they were born, raised, and all that shit. I know nothing about it. We know everything about stupid Kennedys and shit like that.
You saw all the stuff where, I remember like not liking is when they're like, I don't remember what his daughter's names are, but
Malia and
Malia, whatever the older one's name is, they're like, Malia Obama is smoking pot.
Yeah.
Concert. And it's like, dude, she's fucking 17.
Yeah, of course she's smoking weed.
19. I think she was like 20 or something at the time. And it was like, settle the fuck down. Come on. Like,
it wasn't even the weed part. It was like she was with a dude and the Secret Service is there. And that's got to be like, that kid has got to be the fucking coolest shit ever. I'm fucking the daughter of the president. That is awesome.
It's like a fucking Roosevelt bedroom, no less. Like, extra bedroom, you're fucking
like
it. You're
dogging the president's daughter has got to just be one of the biggest things you could do.
Yeah, I pounded the president's daughter in that giant Taft bathtub.
Oh yeah. The stinky fucking mildewed White House.
She was 19 when she smoked pot. I was curious.
All right, it's legal.
Close enough, but like Taft was cool as shit. Being out that you get trapped in a bath and then the response to it isn't "I should eat less," it's "build a bigger bath." I fucking love that about Taft.
Which one showed his dick to everybody? Was it
LBJ?
Yeah, I knew it was Johnson. I just didn't want to call it Johnson. But
Johnson, of course.
Yeah, apparently he showed his dick to everyone. He was very proud of it. Apparently it was ginormous. He had his tailor like build special pants for his giant dick.
For his big dick?
Yeah.
Dude,
wow.
That's awesome. That's
I heard the Saturn V rocket was designed after his cock. Actually, NASA.
Now we know he's circumcised.
We are going to put a man on the moon on LBJ's dick and do those other things. Not because his dick is soft, but because it's hard.
That would be another good conspiracy to do is the Kennedy shit. Like is it
a little obvious?
That's been done to death.
Yeah.
It's done to death.
I think the bottom line after everything I've heard is, there's shenanigans in play, but who knows?
Yeah,
I think something different than the official story.
Jack Ruby killing him.
Yeah, it just was crazy.
What was his actual Jack Rubenstein fucking murdering that guy? What the fuck was up with that?
It's like, here we are parading the murder of the president through a parking garage. With anybody able to just walk the fuck in? Isn't it amazing how that used to be?
Yes, but I feel like now with Epstein, same thing.
Yeah.
So that guy just got killed. Like, this guy had the keys to the kingdom. He was the center of a big conspiracy, and then he died where he shouldn't have. And
Godfather 2, who is it? Michael Corleone said that if history's proven anything, it's that you can kill anybody.
Yep.
And it's so fucking true. It's been proven. That's why I said that. If we got a month left to the election and all this shit fails, someone's at least going to take a shot at the fucking guy.
What's the name of the Epstein chick? Ghislaine Maxwell?
Ghislaine?
I guess, yeah. Ghislaine. So I wonder what we get out of her.
I don't think we're going to get anything. If you've looked
into stories, I guarantee.
If you've looked into Ghislaine Maxwell, she's the daughter of Robert Maxwell. And Robert Maxwell was one of the most prolific Mossad agents of all time. He was actually a double agent with the UK back in the 40s and 50s. He had a lot to do with the formation of Israel as a state. And so she clearly, just like Epstein,
keep her mouth shut.
Worked with Mossad, and I believe Mossad worked with the CIA. Mossad is Israel's intelligence, like CIA. Our CIA is obviously our CIA. And so I think Mossad and the CIA worked together with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, all of them in order to entrap powerful people and get them to do what they want. That seems to be the most logical thing, especially given the fact that she comes from a family of Mossad agents. Like
so you think even now she still wouldn't break that because it could still be used against these powerful people. So she's not going to say anything?
Oh, she's fucked. She will not be allowed to say a single thing. Like
why can't she say, hey, Tom Hanks, here's some video of Tom Hanks having some sex on pedophile.
Not my first guess.
Part of
okay.
It just popped in my head.
Wouldn't that just destroy all your faith in humanity if Tom Hanks turned out to be a real scummy
dude, just a piece of shit.
He was the best of us.
I think it would give me some. Like if Tom Hanks was a piece of shit, you know what? There's hope for me after all. All right. Tom Hanks is a pedophile? Oh, I'm going to wake up tomorrow with a shine and with a jump in my
better
step.
Than Tom Hanks.
Yeah. Everybody hear
people
that?
Loved Tom Hanks.
If it comes out that Tom Hanks,
I'm not Tom Hanks.
But really, yeah, that's what it seems to be. It seems to be a psyop to get people to implicate themselves in crimes and then have it held to their feet held to the fire.
So now she's just a person who knows some information, but other people know it. So if she spills the beans on these people, it kind of ruins the ability to still use these high-profile people. And why would she do that?
There are clearly some people.
My prediction would be is that they will do the same thing like with the Netflix documentary on Epstein, where they try and make it seem as though Epstein, Ghislaine, they're all atomized individuals just doing something on their own.
Right, crazy on their own.
They will never implicate a larger organization in it. And the fact that authorities now entirely control what Ghislaine is able to say means that we'll never actually know what she has to say. We'll never fucking know.
Here's the thing.
That is true.
There are clearly people in powerful positions who are not in on the jig, right? We're not in on the conspiracy. If that wasn't true, she wouldn't be arrested right now. She wouldn't be on trial right now. They wouldn't be like trying to get information out of her. She'd be scot-free and okay. So somebody is acting honestly. Right? Someone is trying to get to the bottom of this. And I won't deny that there's probably people trying to make sure they don't get to the bottom of it. But let's watch how it plays out.
Well, let's see.
But I don't see it.
He was also arrested.
Can you say that again, Taylor? It was cut off.
Oh, sorry. You could have said the same thing about Epstein.
Yeah, I think it's still true.
He's been arrested and this and that. And all the cameras failed. Do we need to look at the photo of the cop murderer that they put in the cell with him? That horrifyingly large individual.
Talk about on steroids, yeah.
That guy was so scary. That guy was so scary.
So Taylor, I agree with what you're saying, except I don't think that you countered my point. There are people in on it and people who aren't in on it. If everybody was in on it, he'd have never been in jail. Somebody was trying to get to the bottom of this Epstein thing, and then somebody else made sure he died.
I think it's more of a problem of public perception, where once the public was aware enough to the behavior that was going on this island, it became inevitable for the powers that be to arrest him and hold him, whereas if it didn't become a large story, most of the elite I think are in on this kind of devious shit, or even if they're not in on it, they're aware of it.
You can keep this shit hidden though in conspiracy land of Reddit and other places where you have enough plausible deniability. Epstein had enough plausible deniability. What was the final straw that went, all right, we got to arrest you? It was nothing worse than shit he had walked for already.
If they wanted to just disappear Epstein, they never would have arrested him, made him get all over TV, put him in jail with the cameras, and he was a real problem that they had to solve. There was an easier way to solve that problem.
If they wanted to disappear him without the appearance of impropriety, what they would do is arrest him and then have him kill himself in prison, because then there's plausible deniability about saying that you did arrest this individual and you're going to hold him accountable for crimes. Oh my God, he killed himself and all the information he had is gone. So that's exactly what they would do if they were trying to make it look as though any bit of impropriety was not there. That's exactly what they would do. If they were truly trying to get to the bottom of it, they would let him take the stand. They would let him accuse people, but they won't.
So
the same way
with her, though.
Ghislaine will not accuse anyone. She'll be threatened with death. Her family will be threatened with death. Like, that's the way it's going to be. We're not going to get to the bottom of this. Do you notice how fast that story left the mainstream media? How quickly?
Mainstream.
How quickly it was like, this person's being arrested because they're pedophile fucks. Also, Trump is Russian agent.
Let me respond to that point you made, because I don't want to talk over you because it silences you, but the point.
I appreciate it.
If they wanted to get rid of Epstein without the appearance of impropriety, he would have just drowned on his own. He would have just had a car accident on his own. I think it's way less sketchy. Those things happen all the time. His plane could have gone down. Like, there's a lot of shit that could have just ended. It probably would have barely made the news. Yeah. But for him to get arrested, for all this news to come out, then all the photos surface, and then he's in jail, and they have to disable the cameras and put in the weird guy, and the correctional officers have to be asleep and unqualified and this and that. And like, they did it the hard way and the visible way. The easy way? Dude drowned on his island. Not even in America. Just done.
But it was an independent story that broke it and forced the hand of the powers that be to do this to Epstein. It wasn't CNN, Fox, MSNBC. It wasn't one of them that forced the hand of people.
But so easy to discredit. Like, fucking what? They're going to arrest the Wayfair president now because that story came out. It's like, you could discredit these things.
I hear Wayfair, but I'm not up to date on it.
That shit is so
Wayfair
weird.
Thing's hilarious.
I was looking
it's so weird.
Yeah, you take it, Ant.
It's Wayfair. You buy and sell. You buy things. It's
is it like Amway kind of like it?
No, it's kind of like what would you call it? Like just an online place where you can buy shit.
Just Amazon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And there are some items there that were just ridiculously overpriced for what they were. You buy these industrial shelves, and it was $50,000 or $30,000, and one left. And the name of the item was the same as a missing child. You would look these things up and go, oh, it's an Emily whatever shelves. And then you look up Emily whatever, and it's like, oh, this girl's been missing for a while.
Oh, you missed the best part.
It was
like the shelf, the items were the same. Like they got like 30 of the same shelves. They've all got different names though, and they're different prices.
Yeah, different prices. Same shelves, different names, different price, but all ridiculously jacked up.
Emily must have been a fucking smoke show. Is all I'm saying.
You're literally right. It would say like Emily shelves $17,000, Samantha shelves $14,000,
and I'm
Aaron
like, you can't even buy like that's less than what a new Mustang costs. Like let's go.
Yeah, where can I get this?
Yeah,
but that was so. And then here's
you have to
the
raise
oddest
these
part.
kids for 6 years before you can sell them.
Here's the weirdest part of the whole thing is the fact that the media won't touch it. And I don't even mean the media going, wow, they're being sold on Wayfair. Just go like, hey, this has been making the rounds, the Wayfair thing. Send a journalist out. Let's investigate it. See what it's all about. And then go on and say, hey, we checked this out. It turns out to be a hoax, or they go, oh my God, there's children being sold. But they don't even touch this shit. Pizzagate was the same thing. Pizza, I want pizza. We love pizza. I have pizza on my chest. A fucking pizza's fucking at my house tonight. It was so weird, these things. But no one looked into it. Even to say that, hey, it's fake.
It might be that you can't sell ads on your expose into child slavery porn rings. Like even making fun of the Wayfair one. I don't know if like CBS could run JAG ads right after their expose on. So we looked into this goofy child rape thing.
Good point, but it doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean it is true. I get that. But it doesn't mean it's not true just because they won't fucking cover it because of, a sponsor not wanting that kind of material on. But you would think a real journalist, a Woodward and Bernstein kind of motherfucker would want to go out and go, I'm going to check this out. I'm going to look deep and see what the fuck this is about because it's just too odd of a thing. And I'll come back and sit down and go, here's our story on the Wayfair thing. It's all bullshit. We looked into it and a hacker did this or that. But to just leave it and go, we're not even going to look at it is a weird fucking thing.
I agree with you. It is weird.
I'm looking at it. People, I think it's getting debunked. I don't know. This one thing I found on WWII 9.
It's getting debunked by Wayfair. I love that. No. When they go, well, that's been debunked by who? Joe Biden.
So
it was about.
So what they say is some things are impossible to debunk, right? Like it's just impossible to see that this existed or didn't exist.
Yeah.
But other stuff is verifiably debunked. Like they're like, hey, this pillow was $10,000 and his name was Samantha, so it's this girl. Well, it turns out that girl was found 6 years ago. So.
Oh yeah,
they're not selling her. And then there's case after case after case. This one, I forget what the name of it was, but some other little girl's name, and they're like, that girl was actually only missing for 1 month. She was found right away.
Only a month.
Well,
we put the ad in. She got away.
So that was but it was a while ago. They act like these kids are missing, but it's not there. And
but why are they even named after these?
And why is there a $10,000 pillow? What is the explanation for that?
All of it. That's what I mean. Just at least look into it and say there's something fucking weird here.
Yeah, this is the kind of shit
can I just do a little longer? So Wayfair, I guess, debunk some of it. I know. But they call out the Wayfair didn't address the seemingly strange high price points. And I'd like them to. I'd like them to explain why they have $10,000 pillows.
That's a little ridiculous. I looked up, I look at some expensive stuff occasionally. I was looking at what Jorge Masvidal's fucking robe costs. It's $600. It's not $10,000 fucking dollars.
I was trying to buy one of Mannix's jackets from the Mannix TV show back in the 70s. $1,200.
Yeah. 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 I've done the same thing. I can't remember the name of the website where you can buy those movie props, but I really wanted from the first Alien movie. I wanted one of those Nostromo jackets that they wore.
Oh, yeah. Dude, awesome.
It was a little expensive. I didn't buy it, and but still, nobody's selling $12,000 pillows. I don't care. There's no brand in the world that does that.
No. Yes, there is. They're made right here in my home state of Minnesota.
I think
they're machine washable and dryable.
I live in the Baja.
You know that I was a Navy SEAL.
I've heard
a Navy SEAL, a fighter.
About you.
I was a
governor.
I was a governor. And damn it, I can't fucking compete with Anthony's.
Why won't they let me onto Plum Island?
You even did your face a little bit like
it. And he goes, yeah, he's all
that little mannerism. I love that one.
I'm just a governor looking for answers.
Like Nixon's buff nephew or something. That guy's such a goofball.
Oh yeah.
Dude, for the Wayfair thing, I think it's like Amazon uses high prices instead of making things go out of stock, so they don't lose, for a number of catalog reasons, so they don't lose the URL. Like if Google knocks it out of the index or stuff like that. Usually, it's an algorithm gone wrong if it has one item left and a $10,000 pillow.
See,
that's what I've seen. Yeah, easy for them to explain too.
That's never happened on Amazon once.
It has.
Yeah, that's on Amazon. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's happened on Amazon because the ASN gets compromised and they have to maintain their spot with the algorithm of Amazon. But it does not explain why they haven't addressed the prices and they haven't addressed the fact that these names are on there.
Yeah. Why put the names on?
Why is there a Samantha cabinet? Why is there an Emily cabinet? Why is there a Cassandra cabinet?
Frankly, it seems like this is shit you would handle on the dark web anyway, not on like an open website where anybody can go to it.
Hiding in plain sight, my friend.
Also, the reason is because Breaking Bad. Everybody wants more Breaking Bad, so now they want to find it on their own. Like that whole Los Pollos Hermanos and Madrigal and a giant global corporation doing illicit shit.
Yeah.
Like now they're like, oh, Breaking Bad did it, so I think Wayfair's. I'm pretty sure they're doing it too. Everybody's doing it. McDonald's is selling crack in their Happy Meals. I know it. If you burn the box, and then you can freebase the ashes of a Happy Meal toy and get high
true?
on it. I know it. That's true.
I think as long as people are distracted by shit that is absolute bullshit, they won't report it as bullshit. So people just keep going at it. It gets that many people out of the way of the real shit that's going on. So you can even make the conspiracy that you know, they don't want people poking around the real shit. So let them bite on this Wayfair thing for a while. Fuck it. It might keep them out of the COVID shit. So who the fuck knows?
I definitely think you're right there in that a lot of the conspiracy community, from what I've found out from just doing independent looking into it, plus what we do here where we joke around about them, real conspiracies fucking exist. Like if you don't think that groups of powerful people conspire together in order to achieve a given goal, you're a fucking retard and there's no saving you. Like obviously they do. We see that all the time that's why they had to fix price fixing with companies because of shit like that, because they conspire. And so obviously this shit happens. It's just a matter of which ones are actually slipping through the goalie and that are real, and which ones are the nonsense that we're supposed to latch onto.
So you think there's intentional red herrings? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. It seems like something. Why wouldn't you do that?
Out there in order to discredit any kind of conspiracy, because you even know, Woody, Kyle, Dick, Ant, like you all know, when something is labeled a conspiracy theory, you have an inherent bit of distrust, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, you're like, come on.
Yeah, that's what powerful people would prefer, right? To muddy the waters with a bunch of nonsense so that you can't actually discern what's actually happening. Like that's
yeah. I mean, that was the whole genesis of us doing the like conspiracy theories on here. It was like finding some that we legitimately think have some truth to them, while at the same time being kind of silly, you know. But you know, and before we did it, we like listed all those conspiracies that turned out to not be theories anymore, but just conspiracies. Like drop the theory off the end, stuff like the Gulf of Tonkin. And that whole thing where they were stealing bodies to irradiate them during the Manhattan Project, and that thing where they were spraying the gas on the people in California. Like there's been lots of human experiment. The Tuskegee experiment where they were infecting all those black airmen with like syphilis or something.
I remember that one. Well, I wasn't there, but I mean, I've heard of it.
I think I was there.
Yes, I remember that project.
Oh, this is literally a thing. Army scientists secretly sprayed all of St. Louis in the 50s with a bunch of shit. Just
that explains a lot.
Yes. Hammer murders on the rise in 1950s.
Side effects include enormous heads.
They just got a kid in
steroids.
They hadn't won a hockey championship for 70 years.
Well, they did that before the Blues were a team in the 50s.
Yes. Taylor, if I've learned anything about reparations, is that you don't have to be there for it to impact you. It has long-lasting effects.
Hell
true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Good. Just want some
that should have been your conspiracy theory. I'd have loved to hear a well-to-do middle-aged white man explain why that's all nonsense.
Middle-aged, I'm 29. No. This actually is. I couldn't do this one because it's not an experiment. The Army came clean and admitted they did it.
This is the Tuscany. I can't pronounce it.
No. This is the Tuskegee.
This is the St. Louis experiments.
They sprayed a lot of St. Louis with chemicals to see what would happen.
The military did a lot of fucking pretty heinous shit.
I wonder if they still are.
Maybe. I think I live farther enough away that I won't be impacted, hopefully.
I mean, just like, what kind of shit is the military doing now? You know, are they running testing on soldiers? Are they running testing on populations?
Like, I want to know what fucking China is up to right now in secret. Like, I want to know what kind of human fucking, like, are they making Supermen Like for real. Like what if they're making Supermen right now?
When I was a
Like
kid, that's what they said about Russia, that they were making super soldiers and genetically engineering people for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't buy it anymore.
Turn it on frogs gay.
Yeah.
I
Fluoride
just,
in the water. Yeah.
Yeah. So
they
I
are
get such
turning
a kick
frogs
out of
gay.
him. They do turn frogs into like hermaphrodites. Yeah, it does have like a weird effect on amphibians.
or like asexual type. Yeah. No, you were right. Hermaphrodite's the right word. Yeah. Well, you know what? Good for the frogs.
Yeah.
Think of how progressive they are.
All right. The frog colony down there is probably like, oh shit, I got a dick. Like, okay. Yeah. Let's move forward, guys, together.
How shitty are we going to feel if like they have one of those freedom of information things come out in like 10 years and like 95% of the shit Alex Jones rants about is true? We find out that there is a fluoride program to turn humans into homosexuals, and they did and what else has he come up with? All of Sandy Hook never happened. That was Jewish actors, as he put it. Like all of the shootings are false flags. My mind's going to explode if it turned out that Alex Jones is the voice of reason.
Well, you know the fluoride stuff, because I was on well water, so they actually gave me fluoride tablets. I'd take one a night, and so that whole thing, is interesting to me because I only suck a little bit of dick.
Yeah.
So it probably didn't do a good enough job if they were really going for it. But
You started noticing like a neo vagina cavity opening up.
No, it was just I would be eating them, and then all of a sudden, I'd wake up with a dick in my mouth, and I'm like, how'd I get here? It was a fluoride.
Oh, God.
And the last thing this poor young man remembered was eating this government-approved bowl of fluoride tablets. Woke up with a dick in his mouth. I shit you not. Shit you not. Yeah. Yeah, but that would be funny, Kyle, if like the chemtrails thing ended up being real, where all these like farmers who are just trying to, put insecticide on their crops, they're actual like evil conspirators in the Jewish collaboration with Israel. And if you just put Jewish and Israel in enough in a sentence, it starts to become a little Alex Jonesy.
I would be more impressed with all of this coming to light that it managed to stay so under the radar that Alex Jones was had the in, he was just so batshit crazy. They're like, they probably won't believe him, but who keeps feeding Alex this info? Where's Alex getting this info?
There's a deep throat type character somewhere who's actually feeding Alex Jones top secret, behind the veil kind of information about the reptilian overlords and the elephant cabal and all that stuff, the New World Order. The whole thing's true. The chemtrails poisoning our children, turning them into homosexuals and liberals, and it's all real. It's
the Jews. Yeah.
One of my favorite Alex Jones things is he was talking about some supplement that he had started taking for weight loss, and it's he's like, here's a picture of me before I took the supplements, and look at me now, and it's juxtaposed. It's the exact same. It looks like he got really sunburned on the new photo, exactly the same. He's like, I feel great. I look great. I'm great.
I feel great. I'm redder than I've ever been before.
I'm glowing. Do you see me? I'm glowing.
That's because of what's called blood efficiency.
He looks significantly worse.
To his body type, he looks like a very thick guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a standard fat guy look.
No, I don't think he's. I
he looks like a strong guy.
He looks very stout. He's not a traditional body type, but he seems to be barrel chested and thick bodied, and he doesn't look bad. Is what I'm saying.
He looks like George Costanza George Costanza.
That guy could kick the shit out of George Costanza.
I'm just saying same body type, except Alex Jones is broader on the top and more muscular.
Stocky.
His fighting technique involves just hugging whatever he's fighting. Just
crush you.
Prolonged period, just
I crush you like a bug. You get those big arms around you and start whispering in your ear about caveman supplements, and the next thing you know,
I got 40 ounces of bone broth deep in my belly right now. You think you're gonna take me down? You got another thing coming.
You smell that bomb. He'd whispering that propaganda in your ear, and you just smell that bone broth on his breath the whole time.
Bad breath is actually used by the Japanese to fight their opponents, in sumo wrestling especially. I use the same in my training.
What about the conspiracy about birds not being real?
Dude, I know dudes that believe.
That was my next question. Are there people who don't believe in birds? But you just confirmed to me that you actually know someone who doesn't believe in birds. So tell me more about that.
So birds aren't birds. There's no such thing as birds. Animals don't fly. Have you ever seen any other animals that aren't birds fly? Exactly. Nothing but birds fly, right? So they're not real. They're actually government robots. And why would they chill on on power lines? Right? That's weird. Why would an animal chill on a power line? Exactly, because they're recharging. They're not actually, they're robots. They're government surveillance robots that sit on power lines to recharge.
Seems
For
like
what it's worth, the people that I've heard say this, I know to be quite mentally ill. I've not met people that are like of sound mind and reason that firmly believe this.
I think it's a similar group of people that believe in the gang stalking stuff. They often have mental illnesses. Or it's the people that, see, I believe that the vast majority of flat earthers are trolls. In that,
I agree.
Like, they really enjoy being like, no. So there's ice wall. Yeah. Oh, they don't let you fly over that. They love the idea of like finding their dumb friends and getting them to actually believe in it. But the problem is that their smart friends hear it and they think it's funny too. They're in on the joke. And so they pick it up as well. I think that the vast majority of flat earthers are like snickering behind their hand as they look at the person who's just like doing the research now. Like, dude, I looked into it last night, man. Is this for real? And they're just laughing their ass off. But
Found a 4chan post.
I didn't know about the fake birds until maybe a year or two ago, and I've read the same shit about how they're charging on the power line.
Yeah,
I guess they're supposed to be surveillance.
Yeah, that's what it is. The government's watching.
God, they're wasting so much money making those fake David Attenborough documentaries. I just can't believe it. I watched
so much bird propaganda.
I watched an hour and a half on tropical birds last week. Like they produced all of that just to keep up with the lie. I don't know.
You fell for it, man. The turkeys we eat on Thanksgiving, they're robots.
See, if they just told me that like some birds aren't birds, I'd be like, fuck, that's all right. That might be a thing.
I agree. That's more feasible.
That's
it's not
good.
feasible,
Oh, no.
but it's better.
If they were like, the U.S. government has a drone that looks like a bird. They've had it for over a decade. The drone technology that we saw, those parrot drones, that was 30 years old. They've got bird drones now. They squawk. They shit on people. They flap. They
take French fries out of your
lay
fucking
eggs. They lay eggs. The eggs are also surveillance spots, and it's a self-propagating surveillance system.
They hatch surveillance pigeons.
Yes, all of that.
They reproduce for fuck's sake.
Like that might be a thing, but birds definitely exist. Like what I never understand is why the conspiracies have to be so like vast and all
outlandish.
Yeah, like this conspiracy has to requires like every world government to be in on it, and for there to be some like Illuminati like shadow government. And I'm not completely opposed to the existence of any of that, but people working together for a common cause is a rare fucking thing, especially, and keeping a secret is even rarer. So like all of that seems unlikely to me,
especially for birds.
I've shot a bird and eaten it right after I shot it, so I definitely know birds are real. I think that anyone who doesn't believe in birds has never eaten a bird before, or they were just really crazy. Because like, aha, they planted a real one. Look at that. Man,
I also shot
jokes on them.
This pork tastes like turkey. Ha ha.
I also shot a bird out of the sky and ate it.
Did you?
Yeah, I shot a bird out of the sky and I ate it
with the wires and everything.
Shot it with a gun.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
What kind of
gun
bird was
shoots
it?
little balls.
Yeah, bird
pheasant.
shot.
I went pheasant hunting, and it
What
was
that?
this was in Quebec. I know this guy, and his family like owns like a whole like village, and they literally buy like tens of thousands of pheasants at like $20 a head, and put them in bushes for months.
Yep.
And then they have the nearby village come and shake the bushes, and we're holding our guns pointing at the bushes, slightly above.
Yeah.
There's kids like shaking the bushes in there.
Hopefully
and
not
the
quite
bullets,
the bush.
and then the birds come out, and then we shot them.
I'm not sure if the three of you are aware of this. There's a whole movement of people. They don't think birds are real.
Well, they're not.
I think the birds are being charged
By the power lines. That's why they sit there.
No. Everybody is in quarantine, so they can charge the birds.
That's what it is.
Not heard that one?
I have literally seen illustrations. I have seen illustrations of like what the inside of a bird supposedly looks like, and it's all mechanical, like the fucking Terminator.
Yeah.
What is the name of this website?
Obviously,
who's
birds
done-
are a modern invention. You don't see any old pictures of birds like from Egypt.
That's where I'm. Whenever something comes up, I don't dismiss things out of hand. I don't say, "Ha, bullshit." I'm too smart to even look into that. No, I'll look into even the craziest things. But all I had to do was do what you just did, Woody. I went, man, I'm pretty sure they talk about birds in the Bible and like all sorts of ancient text. You know, like Da Vinci was.
Okay.
There's plenty of illustrations. I mean, look at the Egyptian hieroglyphics, with the birds and on them and shit, like, and then
the bones
I thought,
from the dinosaurs.
Maybe they've been here the whole time, watching, waiting. And then I realized that that's absurd because I've shot many birds in real life and torn them apart with my hands and eaten them. And there were no metal bits in there.
Riddle me this. Is the birds aren't real movement dinosaur denial?
I'm familiar with the dinosaur denial movement as well.
Are they the same people though? Because
No.
dinosaurs were birds, is my understanding from like a
You would have to believe
Discovery Channel show.
These are not the type of people who believe in evolution. So you're going down 2 or 3 paths that they're just not going to go with. They believe that fossils are a hoax because the first dinosaur wasn't discovered until, and I'm just making a year up here, but like it was like 250 years ago when the first dinosaur was ever discovered, the first fossils. And then all of a sudden they're finding them everywhere. And they're like, you're telling me we didn't find one for all of human history until like Jimmy Popcorn did in 1797. And then he opened up a circus showing them off. Bullshit. The resin casts.
As if like before that, when people stumbled upon it, they're like, man, this must have been one hell of a bear.
I think that's what you're looking at in ancient depictions of dragons. Is people discovered dinosaur fossils and they're like, holy fucking shit, this must have been a dragon.
Just putting the pieces together.
Yeah.
So I'll have to look more into the birds aren't real. I do like this t-shirt. I might buy it of like the old propaganda style art, but instead of like some like masked, Illuminati puppeteering the media and the government, it's just a bird.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be a whole birdsaren'treal.com website if birds were real.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Indisputable.
Now that is flawless logic.
What's a conspiracy theory that you actually believe in? You can't just say like the ones that have been literally proven to be like, holy shit, we really did do that Gulf of Tonkin thing. Holy crap, we really did test STDs on the Tuskegee in the Tuskegee experiments on African Americans. Like you can't come up with one of the ones that is like on Wikipedia factual. The U.S. government has admitted to already. What's one that you believe in that's still shadowy?
Man, that's tough because
lizard people.
No,
I'm joking. Okay.
I just want, so I always I hit the same well on this. I want to come up with a different one for the show, but I always hit the plane in Pennsylvania where the guy said, let's roll and went down. And I think it was shot down.
Yeah. I recently watched a lot of stuff about that and how like the coroner showed up to like identify, like label the bodies or whatever, looked around for 10 minutes and was just like, I'm going home. And they're like, why? Just like, there's nothing out there. It looks like there's just a hole in the ground. There's no wreckage. Like there's just, I'm more of the thought process. Here was the conspiracy theory that was being put forward in all the material that I recently looked into in my spare time, is that it didn't even go down. They were saying that they just shot a missile into the ground and scattered a little rubbish around. And then they landed the plane somewhere and smoked all the people that were on the plane, killed them.
Jesus, that's a lot more complicated than just shooting it down.
See, but I saw the engine and stuff. Like when I did that conspiracy debunking PowerPoint thing.
You sure you found the engine?
There was, I remember the photo of the engine and I remember how it hit the dirt. And one of my points was how scattered the plane was, how parts of it were here. And
I could have been lied to last week.
Speaking of that bit we did a while back, Woody, we need to do that again, like the structured conspiracy thing. Let's do that next week. That'd be fun.
I'm just doing the same one again.
Just doing the same one. But I remember how fucking funny it was that Woody had a PowerPoint and like you would make a point and then authoritatively be like, next slide. And next slide.
I wanted you to follow along.
That was really
It's like that scene in JFK. He's back
that's a
and
good
to
one.
the left, back and to the left.
I don't know what happened with the JFK thing, but I do believe it was more complicated than just Oswald doing that.
Yeah, I think
like
they
there were
fucking
more
killed the
people
guy.
in play. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
think
who did it. But
Yeah, I don't know who did it either, but I think there's definitely a conspiracy at play there. You know, I think
anytime I'm sorry, I cut you off. Anytime there's a president, he's going to have a lot of people who are against him. You know, then there's of course the other political side, and in his case, there was like mafia and the Cubans and a bunch of, you know, you could just say Trump right now. Does anyone want to kill Trump? Oh, well, surely. Lots of people do. You know, he's in a couple of trade wars. There's motivation there. He's unpopular with the blue team. There's motivation there. You know, you could look all over and find people who haven't acted as far as I know, but good.
Sure. Oh, shit, I just forgot my conspiracy theory. The thing that I think that there have been previous civilizations that were advanced that got wiped out in the past.
Oh, really? How advanced are you talking about here?
Because like they got to the stage of like large stone structures and organized society, like Egyptian style level organized
how
government.
Were they wiped out? An epidemic.
Well, that book that that I've read from the Graham Cochran guy, he suggests that it was the a comet strike that happened. I want to say 14,000 years ago.
I was afraid you were about to say pandemic.
No, it was it triggered this geologically proven period of global cooling called the Younger Dryas, where like a lot of the major animals in the world went extinct, and he thinks that was the cataclysm that like swept the earth clean of like whatever civilizations existed.
Undesirables.
It's possible.
Yeah, so that's the one that I think is. I've just watched.
Why are there no?
Okay.
Okay.
I it might not be a conspiracy, but it's more of like a like a astrology conspiracy, where there is this this barrier civilizations will reach, and then they'll just go extinct.
The great filter, right?
The great filter, right? Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's
dude. That's really interesting.
I've never heard of that.
Oh no, I wish I could. No. It's incredibly fascinating. If someone who understood it more completely explained it to you, would be cool. But Kyle, you want to take a shot at it? It sounds like you do.
I believe that the core part of it is there's this question, and it is, why are we not, with our radio telescopes and our listening devices, able to detect intelligent life that's at least able to send out a radio signal or a laser signal of some kind? And so the great filter is the answer to that. It's all of these filters that not just a society but a life form has to evolve through to get to that point. And war and plague, or all of the four horsemen are part of that filter. And it's really interesting theory. Like I like to go down those YouTube.
The question is that filter that so pretty much you're going into the right direction. The one with the radio waves is even more complicated, because us as a civilization might only use radio waves for a few hundred years or 1,000 years, which in the scale of the universe is like nothing, right? So it'll just see it for 1,000 years and then you won't see it. But pretty much the question is, why are we still alone in the universe, right? I feel like this is like an educational
even our planet has gotten to the point where we send satellites out past Pluto, outside our solar system. You would think that, so there's one possibility is that we're first, that we're the most advanced society to have ever existed. But as a numbers game, that seems improbable, right? That we're literally the most advanced society to have ever existed in the universe. That seems improbable. There's so many planets.
You may have touched on it. To have ever existed, no. To still exist, yes.
Right. So
wait. There are different questions.
Well, right. So if what I said, we are the most to have ever existed, then there isn't a great filter. We're first, but that seems unlikely. So
no. That's incorrect. So the thing about the great filter, you asked for someone to be able to explain it, guys. I'm trying to explain it here. Okay. So the great filter is the filter that if a civilization gets to a point, they go extinct. And this could be, there's tons of different theories what it could be. It could be, for example, star goes supernova, star blows up, whatever star, we cannot leave our solar system in time. That's a possibility. Another possibility is that we'll never be able to leave our Milky Way galaxy. But some other stuff that's even more interesting is that it could be that humans won't be interested anymore in 1,000 years to try and explore. For example, if VR and AR and all those things, let's say we create the Matrix and we can live inside of our simulation, why would we still want to explore if you can explore the entire universe within, right? Anyways.
Yeah, I was headed to that before I was cut off.
Okay, wait.
No, so there is a possibility that. Oh my gosh, stop it! You took the floor from me, told me I was wrong, and then I wasn't. So there is a possibility that there is no filter and that we're first, but that's improbable, right? So then we're headed to where Queb was saying that there is a filter. And what is that filter? Is that filter that you lose interest? That it could be that filter is there's an aggressive society out there, and anytime they find them, they eliminate them. So it seems like there's none. And once we do make contact with someone, it's the end for us. Go on.
It's also possible that we've already passed the filter, right? So if you look back at history, the amount of mass extinctions, we've survived, the amount of like this. The whole coronavirus situation could have wiped everything out, right? It didn't, and it probably won't, but it could have been it. So it's like, did we pass it already, or are we going towards it, or are there multiple filters?
There's definitely multiple filters, right? There's the zoo hypothesis, right? The galactic zoo hypothesis. And
what is this?
These are interesting conspiracy theories.
Wait, we're a part of a zoo where they took
that there are intelligent alien life forms out there, and they just put up some sort of subspaced road sign out there that said humans ahead, don't contact, and they're just allowing us to evolve like fucking microbes in a petri dish, and they're not going to interfere. They're just watching.
It's like that South Park where they get canceled, and the producers of the show, the Glorksians or whatever, are like, "Oh no, we put everything on Earth to see how it would go. You think that's how the entire universe works? No, there's a planet of deer, a planet of Asians, a planet of birds,
a planet of Asians."
That's the line was.
Everybody's just crashing into each other all day.
There's a few ways to look at it. There's a few ways to look at it. So you can say, all right, well, this is a tribe in the Amazon, and we will not lay contact with them. We just let them live and this and that. Sometimes they see a plane fly over and they're like, oh, what's that? And that's the equivalent of us humans seeing UFOs, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one possibility. The other one is that these aliens are so much smarter than humans that they'll look at us and go, what's the point of us communicating with an ant? Right?
Yeah.
What's the point? They won't ever understand us.
I hate that
so
one.
These,
I don't buy into that one because I think that because there are tons of humans who go and study ants and spend their whole fucking life staring at ants and learning about ants. And every time I see a Reddit GIF of like a line of ants walking next to a line of termites, and all the ants are like bucked up, like, don't fuck with the ant line. And all the termites are like bucked up, like, don't you fuck with the termite line. I'm like, fascinating. They're in a standoff while the workers carry the food and do their fucking colony shit. And then the workers are at the corner, like, don't you fuck with our shit. Don't you fuck with our shit, termite. I'm fascinated by that. So I think that no matter how advanced they are, and how inferior we are technologically, evolutionary speaking.
Kyle won me over. I was anti-Kyle at the start of that. He turned me around. I want to see some ant termite fights now.
It's cool shit.
I'm going to defend this.
I know we were making fun of the flat earth thing. We went by it. What was, if you remember, Sean, what was that guy's main thing? Like, I'm sure there was one argument that he kept coming back to, like the ice wall or something. Like, I'm curious, what was his main thing he kept trying to drive home to you?
So he mixed the flat earth theory, whereby we're not a pancake, we're like a snow dome with a flat bottom, into simulation theory.
Okay.
So it got really technical.
And so he thinks that...
He thinks
so flat Earth is a little too simple for this
This
guy.
I like. No. I like him mixing it because it's the only way that you could ever be like, yes, it makes sense because it's a simulation.
Yes.
But why would they simulate it flat?
Well, I don't know, but maybe he had an answer.
Why would they make all the other planets round in the simulation? It doesn't make, you know what I mean? Like, they would cover their tracks. They'd be like, "Oh fuck, we almost released this beta. All the other planets are round."
Well, maybe the other planets are, like one of those little dioramas that kids have spinning around in their bedroom with shadows and lights when they're growing up.
Oh yeah.
Round two,
those are just Well, I mean, they appear round, but they're obviously 2-dimensional on our walls. Maybe it's all just.
I thought you were talking about like a mobile you put over a.
Yeah, I've never been to space. Like you know that South Park episode. Was they're like, this is like the third time I've been to space, and Cartman's like, this is like my fifth. Like I've never actually been. I've never actually been.
That's wild. That is like, I feel like if you layer the like everything is digital matrixy on top of any conspiracy, then you could be like, okay, well, yeah, I guess they could have made that the world we're in. Like, you can't really disprove it any more than you could like disprove God putting us.
But I like it more. It's more palatable. It's like they put a nice sugar coating on the other thing because the other thing is so absurd.
More fun. Yeah.
The other thing is so absurd. It's bitter. That doesn't want to go down. But when you wrap it up on a little simulation theory, I'm like, oh, I like that one. That's a fun theory. I've heard smart people talk about that one.
How could you how could you disprove a simulation theory? Like, if there was a way, someone would have done it by now, right? Or no?
When you're talking private about that after the show.
Oh, okay.
That everyone's an NPC except you.
That's solipsism.
Yeah, that's more of a mental illness.
Words to look smart, Taylor.
That's bullshit.
What did you say it was?
It's called solipsism. It's where you think that you are the only person who exists.
I'm gonna Google that.
Which would be like the funniest thing to debate. It's like in your mind, you're debating a subsection of your mind.
Or you're debating, or it's sort of like the Truman Show, right? They believe that to some extent, some of them.
Yeah.
Like they believe that, they're there for the entertainment or perhaps for some sort of testing purposes. Like everything is fake. You guys are NPCs. Me sitting here, I'm the only real person in this entire existence. It's sort of, and a lot of people don't think of it as a conspiracy theory, because it's a mental illness that they suffer from. It's a delusion that they actually.
Yeah, Zach just put it in there. It's like thinking that the self is all that can be known to exist. And it's like, okay, well, then if you draw the line at what can be known at your nose and yourself, then what is the point of discussing anything with you? Because like, if nothing else can be known, like.
It comes from Descartes, doesn't it? I think, therefore I am.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll admit it's a real word, but it's not spelled the way I thought it was.
No, it's one of those tricky fucking professor words where they making up in college.
I want to know how to spell it. Is it SOLEBSCISM?
SOLIP.
Yeah, I had it right, except I thought it was OP.
Okay, never mind then. Well, so did he try to convince you of the Earth's dome-like snowy nature? And if so, like, were you at all swayed at any point?
He did. He tried to convince me and my co-host Andrew that he was in fact correct, and we just kept throwing things at him. Like photographs from outer space, pilots' journeys around the Earth, things like that. Yeah. But he did keep coming back with fascinating, engaging, and colorful answers. And in the live stream that night, it was really hopping as well. I think the people really were entertained.
So in the end, you would say that he probably didn't, support his cases that well. If there'd been a court of law there, do you think they would have sided
from the guy's point of view? He did great, I'm sure.
Yeah, from his point of view, he did great. But going into it, I think most people knew the truth.
Yeah, of course. But my dream in that scenario is that you run into the best flat Earth supporter, the guy who really knows his flat Earth nonsense, and he could be just a little bit convincing. Like I'm not going to walk away from this ever convinced that there's a flat Earth unless you take me there, I suppose.
Yeah. What if he takes you there and you can't help but be convinced?
I have to go on one of those like movie style journeys where the boat just keeps getting closer and closer, and everybody wants to turn back, but you're like, no, it can't be, and you fall off. I need that, I guess.
Unbridled enthusiasm takes me there, and he definitely had that.
That's fair. I like that. I like when someone is into what they believe in.
Everybody needs a hobby, and like what's this guy hurting? Like, what is the consequence of him believing the Earth is flat? That you get hilarious conversations at like 4th of July parties with him. If that's the consequence, I'm inviting that guy to every party. Hey, John, tell me about everybody. Shut the fuck up, John. Tell me about Antarctica again. No, as much time as you need. Everybody shut the fuck up. Like that would be great. I want to be friends with that guy. That's a much more uplifting conspiracy guy than a guy who's just like, and another thing with the Jews. And it's like, oh man, we're trying to play Settlers of Catan here. Like I'm trying to trade my sheep for your wheat so I can activate my port, and you're trying to talk to me about Jewish stuff. I don't care. I just got to tell you, I don't care. Like,
I gotta say, I've never played Settlers of Catan, so I don't get that reference. But I too am tired of drunk guy at the party talking to me about the Jews.
It does, it doesn't have to be the Jews. It can be any.
It seems like it does, Mark.
I will say they are disproportionately represented in those drunk rants.
Yeah,
definitely.
What is it about drunk people that makes them so anti-Semitic?
I don't know.
Happened to Mel Gibson too.
I don't know if I think that predates the drunkenness.
Oh,
him not caring for Jewish people.
So you think that the alcohol just sort of made them a little bit loose-tongued about their
I think it probably
pre-existing anti-Semitism.
They don't talk like that on ecstasy.
No, they don't. And also, like, if you listen to the Mel Gibson tapes, the anti-Semitic part really gets overshadowed by some other topics. I hope you get raped by a pack of blind.
I always forget that part.
That line kind of flies over the rest of everything else that happens in those tapes.
When we do that private conversation after this, we're going to listen to those tapes again too. So
I got it once a year. I re-listen to the Opie and Anthony listening of the Mel Gibson tapes, and
it's become. I've heard it so many times. You know, there's that one part where he says, "All I want you to do is sit there and shut up and blow me," and like I've heard that so many times that I stopped even believing or associating that with the actor and the man Mel Gibson, because I just can't. You can't see him saying it, so it's almost like he didn't. So I just choose to believe.
This was many months ago. I had to change my Twitch alert on Twitch because I had the clip of Mel Gibson saying like, "Sit down and fucking blow me," like every time someone would donate. And then one of my mods was like, "I think it's hilarious. Other people are getting in trouble for a lot less than the shit you're doing you're doing around here." And I'm like, "You're right. This is probably a bad idea."
Yeah. You can't have any fun.
Can't have any fun anymore.
So the Flat Earthers is a big one. But honestly, I don't like that one because it's so outlandish. I've never liked that one. I like
the moon one is more interesting than that.
I like ones that there aren't many that I'm like too deep into, but there's some that I'm like, okay, 1% maybe. Okay, I see a thing there. That's weird. The moon thing, Woody's often points out that like some of those photographs that they used were fake. Not the moon specifically, but there's a space walk, and they doctored photos and showed the public doctored photos of a spacewalk just to make them look a little bit nicer. And if they go to that length, then that means, frankly, that there just happens to be a Photoshop department at NASA for some reason. Everybody's like, yeah, they just sent it over to the Photoshop room at NASA. It's like,
which video did they fake?
What else do they do there at the Photoshop room at NASA? You open it up and it's colossal, like it's a whole.
It wasn't a video; it was a photograph. Like there was a bunch of apparently legitimate photographs. And then they slipped in a couple illegitimate ones, just to
spice it up,
have some more. And that damaged their credibility. Now, I don't think the moon landing is fake, but there were some fake pictures in there, which gives the conspiracy theorists some ammunition.
I talked to someone who I wouldn't say they're a moon landing conspiracy theorist or anything. They just are like interested in that stuff. And he was like, why didn't the landing craft make any craters, I guess they're called? Like, why didn't it indent into the surface of like the soft dust on the moon? And I'm like, well, because it did. And then I looked around and was like, okay, you checkmated me there. I can't find any where there's a crater, but there must be a reason that
I think it touched down really gently.
Like it would, right?
Well, I mean, I've seen the video, right? Like it did touch down really gently.
Yeah.
I mean, that one. What I was getting at is that one kind of bothers me a little bit. Sasquatch doesn't ever appeal to me. The ghosts and goblins either. But when I hear someone start talking about that birds aren't real, then we just need to have a whole different conversation. You can't engage with a birds aren't real person.
Yeah, there's no entry point there.
You go straight to mental illness.
Yeah, right.
What other animals aren't real? I mean,
I'll talk to you about Sasquatch all day because there
giraffes.
was one.
Giraffes are total.
Exist.
Giraffes are fake. They're not believable. Why would there be a 40-foot tall spotted moose?
That would be the way to talk to a birds aren't real person. If those are even, I can't tell if birds aren't real people are real or if that's a meme making fun of the also mostly fake
giraffes are bullshit. They're clearly cameras on long poles. That's why they have those necks like that. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. It's the most logical explanation.
I fed one. I recently, and recently is a month and a half ago, watched one of your videos, and it was about a mystery that I had heard of before, but the time I'd heard of it before was probably from like one of those like Fox specials where they leave it up in the air. Was it aliens or the devil?
It's one of the two.
50-50.
It's definitely one of them.
But it was, and I think it might be one that I have mocked on here before because of one of the facts in the case. So this is you'll know right away. I know the pieces. This is the one where that lady survivalist led her group of student survivalists, and only one ended up surviving their retreat, and that person that was a young lady, and she reported the rest of the group like falling ill, going into seizures, clawing at their skin, their faces and stuff, and dying subsequently. And she couldn't understand or make what was happening, and so she just fled. And like 2 or 3 more days later, they found her, but then they didn't go back for the bodies for like couple weeks or something like that. By then the evidence was so and no one's ever really figured out, but it's could you help me out with like what
Absolutely.
actually
yeah So that's the Dyatlov Pass. That's the region where it happened in I think it was the 80s, if I remember correctly, 80s 90s, on the border of Russia and Kazakhstan in a region known as like the Dyatlov mountain region. I gave most of the details in the video, but the short run through is that this lady was known for taking these groups of hikers on these like week-long hiking trips up into the mountains around Kazakhstan, which are pretty considerable mountains. You've got to be like a decent survivalist to begin with to get up there. And this specific group that she went with was a group of her students, so to speak, who she'd been doing it with for a couple of years. So they were like very experienced. And this pass that they were going on wasn't particularly hard by any means. It was comparatively easy. They had taken all the food that they needed for the amount of time given. There was other groups who were hiking the mountain at the same time that they had planned to have rally points where they would meet up and then continue. And then one day, I believe it was about 5 days into the trip, the other group she was supposed to meet with did not see her at one of these rally points, or her group. And it had rained the day before. So there's a good idea for what the region's like. It had rained the day before, so they just figured, oh, well, they probably just got slowed down because of the rain. And like, we'll see them whenever we get there. But sure enough, they get to the bottom of the mountain and that group isn't there. So eventually they launch an investigation. People start looking. And then about 3 days later, one of the students who was in that group shows up at a local city. And she goes to the police and tells them a whole story. The exact details of what she said isn't known. And then 2 weeks after that, and that's like one of the real suspicious details of the case. They didn't launch an investigation for 2 weeks. Weather was pretty clear at the time. 2 weeks later, they go look for them up on top of the mountain. And then there is video footage of the entire search for them and their eventual finding of the body. And then I believe it was 6 people. The survivor made 7. 6 people, all within a couple hundred feet of each other, are just lying dead in a clearing on top of the mountain. They're like, a couple of them are lying next to each other. One of them's like more towards the woods as if they're running away. 2 more together at the front of the woods. And it starts to paint a really weird picture. The initial idea at the time was that the survivor had murdered the others, because logically, if 6 people die, only 1 comes back, that would be the solution. However, there was no evidence on the bodies that there was any kind of fight or any kind of strangulation marks or whatever. But then even more suspiciously, after doing a full autopsy, there was no evidence of anything that happened to these bodies. They just kind of dropped over. There wasn't signs that you would see in hypothermia, like late stage, what is it? Like the lung fluid starts to contract or recede or whatever. And the skin of Yeah, the skin of the bodies were too decomposed at this point to see if they were like, frozen up or anything. So it remained a total mystery of what had happened for about 20 years. Eventually, a reporter, actually it's like more like 30 years, it's like 28. A reporter eventually tracked down the one survivor and asked for testimony, because what had happened is she gave the police a testimony and then never mentioned it to anyone else. So she finally sat down with the reporter after 30 years and gave her side of the story and said that what had happened is they were just walking down the mountain. Everything was normal. It had rained the day before, although they were okay. They had ate breakfast. And then one of them starts screaming and coughing up blood. And then it was the teacher, runs over to help him out. She kneels down next to him and immediately starts coughing up blood too. She looks up at the group and blood is running out of her eyes, and she's telling them to get away. So, of course, the 5 remaining begin to freak out and run. And as they're running, one of the guys drop. Exact same thing happens to him. One of the girls, I think it was maybe his girlfriend or something, comes back to help. Same thing happens to her.
Carry on.
Yeah, it's like such a weird, bizarre story.
Yeah.
Eventually, the rest of them run, and the only one who keeps running and does not succumb to whatever's happening is the one girl who ended up being a survivor. She had enough temporary shelter on her back. She was able to set up camp for the night, although all of the food was with the people who had died. So the next day she did the math and was like, I can't walk for 4 days without food or water. I'm going to have to go back to the bodies. So the next morning she gets up, she goes back to the bodies, and they're all still laying there. They're in the exact same position that they had dropped down at. So she took her food and managed to make the hike. The 4 days, went to the police station. And the reason she said that she had never told that story is because she assumed no one would believe her and would think that she's covering up for some reason. Because, if one girl survives a hiking trip and then is like, oh no, they all started bleeding from the face, that's going to cause some suspicion, which is the reason she told
When
them.
they found the bodies, and you were saying they didn't see anything about them having died in a curious condition. What about all the vomiting and the blood and the
so it had been 2 weeks outside, so the top layer of skin was just darkened, sunken in across the face. All the blood at that point had either, whenever someone dies outside in the woods, there's a lot of bloating and pustules and other gross stuff.
Not to mention the crows had picked these people's eyeballs out, and the foxes ate their lips off. God knows what was left of them.
Yeah, it probably looks pretty bad.
You can't see the full body on the video, but he comes up to someone who's laying face down, and you can see his hands, and they're just black and emaciated. So they're in a pretty rough condition. They weren't able to tell anything if they were
one of those Everest bodies you see.
Yeah.
Where it's they look like a really old piece of dog shit.
So I think one of your explanations, and probably the one that you think is the best, is what I agree with, and it makes a lot of sense to me. But before we I feel like it's almost a spoiler. Let's see what Woody and Taylor, do you guys have any theories about what could have gone wrong here?
So she didn't murder them.
You know where this happened, the time
of
year,
one of the theories.
And the roughly the
I like this game, Kyle. This is good.
The murder thing. The murder thing doesn't make sense because you said it was a woman who survived, and it was a group of people who would have fought back if someone was just sort of willy-nilly murdering.
Yeah, the survivor was
what about poison? Could you poison? Are there any berries that cause symptoms what they experienced, or any food like that in the region?
Go ahead.
Well, they're all survivalists, right? They know the poison.
I think it'd be bad ones.
From the good.
I painted something today. It's terrible.
But these are.
Taylor, I don't like the way you're doing this. You need to lay out your
let me lay this out. So
questions.
Wendigo gave you the fast forward version, but these are the best. This lady, I think I've made fun of her before in the past. Some lady led a bunch of kids up into the wilderness, and then they all ran out of their tents naked at night and froze to death. I think that's what I had heard. But no, she was a legit fucking Sarah Connor style survivalist lady who knew her shit and knew how many calories each person would need to be eating each day, down to 100 calories, and she was an expert.
Okay. Here's my theory.
Okay.
She looked at her food supplies, determined that there wasn't enough for everyone to live, found some way to kill the people around her so that she could, and made it out.
Okay. So murder is
murder is the way I'm going on.
Okay.
All right.
Did she report that they were like short on food during their expedition? I
So
guess if you murdered
whenever-
someone for food, you wouldn't.
They could have made it out. They could have made it out without food as long as they had water, right? Because like they're survivalists. They
4
could have
days.
eaten-
Yeah.
To continue giving the facts, whenever they found the bodies, most of them had their food supplies still on them that hadn't been ate through.
Okay.
Indicating that they didn't starve. So.
Oh, I'm gonna change my answer. There was a romance thing. She didn't like. There was some sort of interpersonal thing
the
going on.
7-way, and she wanted to be she wanted a good old fashioned traditional 4-way.
Wait, God intended.
Like this guy,
Four men,
that
just being
guy,
men.
this guy liked that girl, but she wanted to be liked instead. So she murdered like 3 or 4 of them, so they wouldn't know she was targeting that girl in particular.
Or
But
maybe
it all happened
like-
so quickly, apparently, because they're all in that little area.
Well, if I thought it was that, I would probably imagine a scenario where she killed one girl, but then she got caught.
Then she killed them after one murder. I see what
Yeah. Because what are they going to do? Arrest her? They're 4 days out. They're like, I can't believe that's what would happen. They'd be like, I can't believe you killed Amber. And maybe they got into a fight.
You don't tie him up or something. If someone murders someone on a camping trip, you don't go, "Hey, strike one, Buster." That's fucking absurd. No, you would tie them up and leave them, if anything. Like,
if it was a cute girl and there were other girls there to be like, Mark, you're not gonna tie up Becky, are you? Her hands are turning blue. She said she can't breathe. What do you mean she can't breathe? Her hands are tied. She can't breathe.
I don't imagine.
You cut those ropes just to avoid the screaming.
This is funny because
No, that's how it
Kyle
happened. And then one guy got so tired of it, he tied them all up. And then he
he just left them.
Just a random woodsman was like,
all 6 of them were tied up in one circle. Crazy how bears do that randomly.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying. There must be an answer to this that you guys know. I don't want you. I keep going back to poison. I don't understand what can make everyone do the same thing.
Yeah, according to my theory, the one that I subscribe to, you're not far off with the poison.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
What do they suspect?
Spill the beans, Wendigo.
Yes,
Tell
I'll
them.
spill the beans. All right. So this is kind of like a bit of a cheat because you didn't know this information going in. However, this region of the Kamar-Daban region, which is again on the border of
It's full of ghosts.
Very haunted.
Notoriously full of ghosts.
The ghost.
It's the home of the Ghoul King.
Oh yeah, it's a bad area where we got bad with ghosts. Lousy with ghosts. Yeah.
Right with
ghosts.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's ghost season up there. You jest, but this is how most of the theories I read about. This is where they come from.
They're fun. I like it.
They are. Anyway, so that region that's on the Russian border was used during the Cold War as a weapons testing facility. That is an openly documented fact that they would use the mountains to test mortar fire or artillery barrages, and most importantly for this story, gas attacks. There are specific strains of nerve gas that were tested in the region at that time that can last in the air for, I think some of them are up to like a year and a half. Like once they're detonated, they just have to disperse and then hopefully no one breathes it in. And a lot of them were detonated like in these completely obscure like canyons and mountains for that reason. Most importantly to this story, most of them are pliable to water. So if you were to physically flush a region or wash it, it would cause the gas to not be destroyed, but to move somewhere else. So the theory that a lot of people subscribe to, and the one that makes the most sense to me, is that they're hiking down the mountainside, and then it had rained the day before, which again matters for this story. So it rains, and this rain causes a washout of a mountain, a canyon, a valley, or something, and causes the gas to move along the mountainside. This group of hikers are then walking, and it's also important for this story. This was like in the final years of the Cold War, whenever stuff like nerve gas was being developed a lot. So it makes sense that if they did test it, it would still exist around there. So they're walking down the mountainside, and then all it takes, I forget what the name of the one I showed in the video was that was tested in that region, but it is so effective that like half of one of Kyle's vape hits would kill you instantly. It just takes a very minute amount. So as it's flooding through the region, one of them just breathes in a little bit, and that would immediately cause the lining of their lungs to begin to fall apart. It would cause the bleeding of the eyes and other soft tissues. Another detail I didn't mention, according to the survivor... Kyle's dying. See, like that, the nerve gas, there it goes. What I saw that scratch in your eyes. What I didn't mention is one of the girls who was affected, according to the survivor, she started bashing her head onto a rock and like scratching at her throat, indicating that it was painful or she could feel something in there. So that would explain what Kyle's about.
What about the rock? Because of the pain?
Oh, well, she would have been feeling like the inside of her eyes and like nasal cavity bleeding and flaring out. And according to this girl, she just started hitting her head against a rock as she was dying.
That is so fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. That would also explain why one of them got affected, and then the person who came to stand in the same spot they were also got infected. There's also the very important mention from the survivor that it was foggy on the mountain that day, which could have not entirely been fog. So yeah, the theory that a lot of people go with, and I'm not the only harebrained one, this is kind of like the consensus online, so to speak.
No, I'm in, man.
That they were victims of old Soviet weapon testing. So
yeah, that makes when you said that in your video, I was like, yes, that checks too many boxes with it's in the right region, the right time frame, and the right effects. And I don't know anything. I'm sure there's some poisons that would cause that, but none that should be there other than the ones that were being tested there in the region. Now, whether it was a cloud of it that like moved in a special, unique way, that I'm not so sure. I could easily see one of them found the shell and had it in his bag. And then maybe the cops found it and were like, oh, call the military. And the military was like, you never saw this. Like something like that could have happened. But
that's
because the cloud seems like funky to me.
That's also part of the reason. So her original police statement was never published. She said later that's the story she told the police, and they kept it confidential for some reason. And that's also why people think the police didn't investigate for 2 weeks. Because the police are like, oh, well, that's the old weapons testing. We want to make sure that stuff clears out of the area before we go up there and go looking.
Because the military is like, hey, police, give us 2 weeks. And then trust me, you can walk on as much grass and turn over as many leaves as you like.
During the Cold War, anything like that would have been suppressed. The United States was suppressing tons of stuff, and the Soviets were even worse. You needed to hide every failure because it made you, it was life or death. If it looked like they might win that launch sequence battle, then they might actually do it. That's why you had to stay a step ahead, or at least so we were told. They added the goat men later on. I enjoy that a lot too. Yeah, the goat men are fun with chaos.
God, the number of times that I get questions about the goat man on TikTok.
Who's the
have to
goat man?
I have to explain to people that is not actually part of anybody's, like any culture's folklore.
Here it is. So are you talking about the goat man who used to come down out of the mountains down here in Georgia with the goat?
Oh no, you guys have a goat man, and Maryland has a goat man, and Texas has a goat man, and I'm like, people think it's like some Native American legend, and I'm like, not quite. Like it's not quite where that comes from.
A bleeding man.
Like
no. It's a man with a wagon led by goats who lived up in the mountains, and he'd come down to town, in the spring, get his stuff, supplies for the rest of the year, and then he'd goat on back home. Man.
He doesn't sound like much. He doesn't seem very sinister.
Well, he's not at all. People would come out and the goat man's coming. Yeah, everybody look.
Oh,
that's the thing. The Maryland one is like supposed to be a monster, and so is the Texas one. Yeah, no, they're asking about
old man down here in Georgia.
No, that's not the same thing I'm getting asked about.
There's pictures of him. He's a nice.
Are there any of these regional ghouls, goblins, monsters that you're like, oh, that's real, but it's a serial killer?
There's certain things that I am open to, or at least open to the possibility that there was a legitimate version of it sometime in the past. One of the most interesting ones that I've come across is the Wendigo, which is a Algonquin legend, and essentially it's built around the idea that when somebody commits an act of cannibalism out of desperation or greed, something along those lines, that they transform into this demonic entity that has a constant craving for human flesh. And the Native American legends on it vary from it's just a person who is a cannibal to it's a legitimate monster. But that's one where I'm like, I feel like this has its roots in something real.
Well, we've seen it twice in modern times. We saw the guy in Florida who attacked that man, beat him to the ground, and for 17 minutes ate his face until the police showed up.
But wasn't he on bath salts?
That's what everyone said.
He was sober.
That's what everyone said. Stone cold sober. He had trace amounts of THC from like weeks gone by.
Damn.
Sober. Then another guy that was also eating a man's face and snarling naked, and unrelated event, different place in the country, and the police were trying to stop him, and they put the canine unit on him, and he still continues to eat the man's face. And at one point, he looks up at the police officers, growls, and says, "Kill me, I'm eating people." They eventually beat him off the man, and the man's face was eaten off, and he's in prison. These are both real stories.
They should have taken him to the hospital.
I'm sure they did.
They
that.
did. That guy in Florida, like Zach, try to find the guy in Florida, the victim, because his face looks exactly like from that Hannibal Lecter movie. Remember?
Oh yeah, when he's
Mr. Verger. That was the character's name. Where his face had been peeled off and fed to the dogs. Looks like that.
I'm gonna
guy.
feed you to my dogs, and he
No,
like
the
talks
pigs.
all weird. My pigs. I didn't really practice the voice before I started the character.
Oh yeah, this is what happens when a Wendigo gets you in Florida.
Oh.
Yeah, that's one of those legends that I'm like, I feel like this could have come out of something real. Skinwalkers
That's enough
are
of
another
that.
one.
I just wanted a glimpse.
Skinwalkers
It's like
are another
cleavage,
one where it's they're like there is a real tradition associated with the idea of being a skinwalker. Whether or not people can actually transform into animals and travel the astral plane is up to you to decide if you want to believe it.
I've decided on that one. What I think is that they will eat your face in Florida, but no on the astral plane thing.
Yeah. So there's things like that I think probably have their roots in something real. And then of course there's the missing 411 phenomenon, which there's some of those cases where like, yeah, that person probably just got lost. But there's other ones where it's like, if everyone involved in this is telling the truth, then some weird shit happened here. And so I'm one of those people who like, I don't know that I believe in any specific version of a supernatural kind of thing, but I am open to the existence of things we don't yet understand.
I usually lean when I've got all the facts and it still just really doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I start questioning the things that were told to me by people and weren't evidentiary. Because I remember there's one where a lady lost a toddler in the woods. She had like 3 kids with her. And I think this might be from Wendigoon's channel. She's got like 3 kids with her, you know, stepped up from the ages a year each.
I think
and one of them's real little. She turns her back for like 20 seconds. Kid's gone.
I think I was in that video.
They searched the woods, you know, like you might have been. They searched the woods.
It's the missing 411 one, yeah.
She goes back, like we never find this kid again. And it's like, did a stranger come in, wait until she turned her back, snatch the kid, and then sprint away to a car waiting somewhere? That's far-fetched. What's more likely to me is that mother didn't like that kid, and or maybe like through her like incompetence somehow, that kid got killed or something, and her way of it is like, oh, we lost Tommy in the woods. I'd want to know, did anybody else see Tommy in the woods that day? When's the last time anybody else saw Tommy? Are we sure he made it to the woods?
I have one of those. We did a documentary. It's called Into Thin Air, the case of Tom Messick. It's on our YouTube channel, The Lore Lodge. But we drove up to Brant Lake, which is where this guy was when he went missing. 82-year-old, I think, paratrooper veteran, but blind in one eye, had hearing damage in one ear. He and his 3 of his buddies, and I think they're like 3 of their sons, went out hunting. And as the story goes, basically they left him, they spread out in a line. You know, the older guys were basically waiting. They were the watchers while they had other people pushing game towards them. I guess that's a normal hunting technique. I don't hunt, but from what I'm told, that's perfectly normal. And they were out there for a few hours. And then when they decided to pack it in and go back to the camp, Tom Messick, the older guy, was just gone, nowhere to be found. And they fully searched the area. Nobody found anything whatsoever. And as far as the story goes, it really sounds like this guy just vanished into thin air, which is where we got the name, but with no explanation. So we drove up there because David Paulides tells this story in a certain way, and we were like, we want to get the whole story. We want to really dig in, talk to people up there, go to where he went missing, you know, not just take somebody else's word for it. And a bunch of people up there told us, like, we don't think he was ever here. Like, we think like there was an accident somewhere else, or he fucked off to Cancun, you know, whatever. And we just don't think he was ever there. Or the other option was people said aliens. But yeah, there's these stories where, like, a lot of the times where somebody goes missing like that, it seems like the possibility is that they were never even there. And that's why the missing
part of my
person
brain
is
will
so
be
strange.
led. It's really easy to lead me to that place to take a little leap of faith and be like, hey, you're connecting the dots here. Maybe their mob could have been, maybe they came and got him. Okay, I can see that. But like, whenever you're saying that like a child went missing, I start thinking of all the reasons people have for getting rid of children, how often it happens. It was a famous one when I was a kid, when I myself was a child.
Ramsey?
Not that one. It was the one, I think in South Carolina, where this lady said she had lost control of her car and had gone into a lake with the child strapped inside, and child had drowned. But she had done it on purpose. She had just strapped her kid in the car, put the car in neutral, and rolled her car into the lake and killed the kid.
And didn't think that they would notice the car was in neutral?
Well, look, I was a child at the time.
She wanted to pass it off as an accident.
Yeah,
I get that, but like that's such an easy thing to catch.
I mean, South Carolina, the judge is like, women drivers, am I right? Get on out of here, Sally.
All right, you owe me one high five. Get the hell out of here.
It's South Carolina. So, but yeah, whenever I think that story in particular, the one where like, we brought the child here, we turned around for 30 seconds, the child went poof. We searched for an hour. We went back and got adults and teams and dogs. We surrounded the area. The helicopters hit the sky. The Amber Alerts. Every road was cut off. And you still didn't find the kid? When you tell me you brought a dog in and you lost a toddler still, all right, something happened. Somebody's lying. Dogs are really good at that. Like, anybody who's got a dog, like, try to put a treat in your pocket and, like, make it fast them, right? Like, they'll track the kid down. Toddlers stink like shit. That little kid's getting drugged through the woods or walking himself, rubbing on everything, drooling, spitting, shitting. They found it. So someone took that kid.
That's one of the missing 411 profile
him.
Points. That's one of the profile points for these cases is the dogs can't find them. And there's some cases where it's like, yeah, that makes sense. But a lot of these cases are kind of weird.
To me, that says that they're looking in the wrong place, which means that someone has lied. The person who pointed that way is the liar. The mom is saying, look over here, when really we should go back to like look for the blood in her basement because she let the kids play down there and one of them hit the other one in the head, pushing a shelf over, and she didn't want Tommy to go down for the murder of Billy, and so she's gotten rid of Billy. Like that's so much more believable, right? Like
it's more believable that it's some sort of that it's a cover up of a murder.
The ones that get me really are the ones where like there's other witnesses who were strangers the day these people met. Like for example, like the Dennis Martin case from 1969, Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Like the kid was playing with kids from another family and his brother. Like they were all around when this happened. Like this would have had to be like 20 people involved in this conspiracy to keep their mouths shut about this kid going missing. And then, he's vanishes within like 5 minutes with from out next to his brother. His dad took his eyes off him for like 20 seconds. Yeah. And then they call him the Green Berets, and the Green Berets can't find this kid, which of course has led to a ton of like conspiracy theories about like, oh my God, the Green Berets, like, they went in there because they were hunting monsters or whatever. No, they were training nearby. Like they train in that area, but
it's not exactly the same. But I've seen kids, like parents take their eyes off them for a couple seconds and disappear like 200 times. And the reason is,
but they're usually within like 50 yards.
No, please go.
Bullshit. They're miles away.
Really?
And here's the scenario. I was a lifeguard on the beach for years, and it's just that the kids are digging a hole. Parents take their eyes off them for a second. They start walking. The kid gets disoriented and he just keeps walking and walking and walking. 100% of the time they go downwind. It was like a predictable thing. Don't even look the other way. They walked with the wind at their back. That's the way they went. And we would just get on the radio, tell every lifeguard, and invariably, like 2 miles away, 4 miles away, somebody would return a crying child to the lifeguard. And then we'd be like, oh yeah, they're looking for one of those on 17th Street. Was it a blonde? and I've literally like 200 times I've seen this. So the idea that a kid just like vanished when the dad took the eyes off him for a second isn't foreign to me in the slightest.
Oh yeah. Step one is easily believable. It's like all the things that come after that. It's like, all right, so they were in a park and there weren't any people there, like parking lot's covered. It's all everybody that was in that parking lot we know. So where'd the kid go? Like there's 50 miles of wilderness that way. The highway's this way, and that's they got to go past the people, get to the highway. So where'd he go? We searched that whole 50-mile area. The dogs, the tree, the Green Berets, and like nothing. And
the
then
dogs
like,
make sense to
and
me.
then you
Like,
start
why wouldn't
thinking
a dog
like
be able to find it.
A dog is that effective?
They have dogs. There are dogs that are bred for this. Like bloodhounds are bred to search out a specific scent. Like you give them
I'm
a
aware
scent,
of that.
They track
I
it,
just don't know how effective a dog is. I don't know.
They're,
like
they're pretty effective.
I would think that they would be good at
they've
like
got
getting a person in the woods.
if
Like,
they're dealing with a fresh tracks. My understanding is that dogs are extremely effective. If
it's
they've
within
got
like
the thing
a few
sent,
hours, yeah.
If it knows what the kid smells like, they give the kid's hat or something or blanket or whatever. Like, especially the kid, right? He's like falling around everywhere. It's not like he's wearing sneakers, like sprinting through
Yeah.
the woods.
Yeah.
there's not a ton of similar childlike smells in the woods it's dealing with, like discerning. Like I feel
Dogs
like
find missing people 10% of the time. I have one experience with dogs. Our house was robbed, and the dog didn't do shit.
Well, see, that stat's not helpful though, because how often are dogs deployed when in the wrong area, right? How often is it the fault of the handler who put the dog in the wrong place? I could tell you that when dogs are used in areas where victims were actually present, they found the victim 90% of the time, but dogs are used ineffectively 90% of the time, unfortunately.
That's the problem with the statistic is like they'll bring dogs out in situations where there was never a chance the dog was ever going to find the person. Like either
square
it
miles
rained
add up
or
quickly. If I tell you that a 5-year-old can go 6 miles, all right, 6 miles in every direction. Well, that's incalculable. No one knows what that is, but
but
it's a lot.
There was one kid, I'm struggling to remember his name right now. I think it was Keith Perkins, maybe, where Les Stroud from Survivor Man tried to track the same distance this kid went in the same period of time, and he couldn't do it. And they were like, and they found the kid, but the kid was so young he couldn't really describe what happened to him.
Is it pi squared? For the area of the circle?
Yeah.
IR squared?
No, it's
you just kind of get the gist.
Do you multiply the radius by pi?
Something like
It's
that, yeah.
37 square miles.
Pi r squared. Pi r squared.
Was it pi r squared? Did I get
think
it
so.
right?
That sounds right.
That's one of the things.
Pi times the radius squared,
Since
yeah.
we've had to find the area of a fucking circle.
But yeah, there was this one kid. I'm trying to remember who it was.
It rocks, never having to do
think
math
Keith
again,
Perkins. Keith Perkins sounds right, but he went like it was some ridiculous amount of like distance, like 12 miles in 24 hours or something like that.
I need to get it out.
Child.
If the kid walks 6 miles in any direction, which I know it's probably downwind, but whatever, it's 113 square miles.
Now, what if he could have
hard to find?
All right, so the other two that I brought the Denver International Airport, which many people believe is a conspiracy, where it's not actually just an airport. There are large structures underneath it. There's a lot of stuff going on, an Illuminati hub. And then I brought that getting women the right to vote was a long con by elites in order to disrupt the nuclear family. I could do either one of those. I told you they were lighter.
I prefer the Denver airport because I've watched like some 20-minute YouTube videos about that. It is fascinating. And every time I've ever been in the Denver airport, I tried to be observant and see some of the things I had learned in the videos. And I'm sure you're going to cover this, but it's way overbuilt. I find that one very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Did you have a vote on that one?
I've never heard either of these, so I've never heard either of these as conspiracy theories. So no, either would be great.
Okay, so I'll do the Denver airport one then. So I know Kyle has because you picked me up there once. Have you flown through the Denver airport, Filthy?
I don't remember. Probably it's Denver, Colorado. Yeah. Okay.
So the Denver airport was made in 1995, and Denver already had a functional airport. It worked just fine, but they spent billions and I'm doing the Denver airport conspiracy now, Woody.
Thank you.
So the airport itself is insanely big. It is 33,531 acres, 52.4 square miles, and its longest runway is 16,000 feet. It puts other airports to fucking shame with how big it is and how much space it takes up. Before it was constructed, there were a lot of fully finished buildings, 5 of them, that they had on that area. And they buried them all underground, and they just left them there. They left them all under there. They said that they weren't built correctly, and so they put them underneath the structure, is what their explanation was. And these were 5 fully formed, like a network that was underneath where the airport is. Keep in mind, this is an enormous airport. It's literally the biggest space under an airport in the country by a lot. This is one thing that, I'm just setting the stage for what made people kind of conspicuous of this whole thing. Something that this was featured on 2010's version of Jesse Ventura's hit show Conspiracy, and he confirms everything I'm about to say. And the Freemason thing. Do you guys know what Freemasons are?
Yes.
I could use an explanation.
It's basically like an elite group that a lot of people contend, kind of like the Illuminati, where they have. Yeah, it's kind of lumped into that same mythology, or assertion.
Many of our founding fathers were Freemasons.
People, founding fathers. They have a disproportionate amount of power. They can exert their influence, not necessarily directly. They're like a deep state, quote unquote, where they can manipulate powers that be in order to get their way, but they are staying in the shadows, is what people would assume. And so the Freemasonry has a huge part at that airport. The capstone of the airport has the compass and sextant, or whatever the fuck that thing is, compass and something else. Sorry. Did I write it down? I did not. Well, it's got the Freemason insignia on the capstone there. And it was sealed. The capstone was sealed on March 19th, 1994, before it was opened. And on it, it says, "To the people of Colorado in 2094. Oh, a square and compass Freemason symbol. That's what it was. And underneath that are 2 Grand Masters listed of the Freemasons. It also says a list, and it has New World Airport Commission. And people don't know what that is, but it has the Freemason symbol. It's the capstone of the building. It's got 2 of the Grand Masters listed, and it's got New World Airport Commission. If you don't know, New World Order is the thing that they always say those people are building. They're building a New World Order where they're going to sit behind the shadows and conduct us like puppets. That kind of turned people off. The next thing were the statues. So if you've ever been inside the Denver airport, you'll know that the aesthetics of it are fucking weird.
Yep.
This is something that I noticed before I knew this was a conspiracy, where I'm like, I've never been in an airport getting my bags where there are gargoyles staring down at me all over the place. It's a fucking strange aesthetic there. And so there are gargoyles all over the place in the airport, which is a Masonic symbol, I guess. They have a 30-foot horse out front that's blue, has glowing red eyes, and they call it Blucifer, because they think it's a demon horse. They use that, I saw it. The Freemasons do the whole 4 horsemen of the apocalypse thing. And so they're like a poem or some shit under there. They think that was a hint at that. People say it's cursed. And there have been reports of people having panic attacks and like passing out nearby the horse. And the horse itself was commissioned by an artist. Filthy, I'm presenting this.
How dare you snicker?
This is serious shit, man.
I'll zip it up.
Do you think I would joke about a magic horse out front of the Denver airport? If you do, you don't even know me. But shut up. So this 32-foot horse, as it was being commissioned and sculpted, it actually killed its creator. The head slipped off, gashed open his femoral artery, and he bled out all over the head of this horse that is now sitting out front of the Denver International Airport.
Or was he sacrificed?
You're reading my mind. There's also the problem of the murals in. So a lot of airports will have that aesthetic. Hey, come look at Atlanta. We've got cool, neat stuff, and like pictures of that. This is just a big mural. Multiple murals telling like a story, and the story is not very normal for what you would consider in an airport, where you normally see like birds or like, a nature scene. It's showing like predictions where, you got, they say it's about the Germans taking over again. Because the first one is a guy who looks very Nazi-esque in a gas mask, and there are people, struggling and everything. And he's clearly being, assertive. He's going to take shit down. There's another one where there is a Boy Scout who is clearly representing the U.S., handing his weapon to a Bavarian child, clearly symbolizing Germany. You know, not a peace agreement, but handing the weapon to the German. People do not like that. There's another one of a devil jumping out of a suitcase. There's one. It's either a statue or it's a mural. There's a mural of Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. There's one of children gathered around a knife. There's kids in front of a burning building. Those were all. And then America submitting to Germany by giving weapons to the Bavarian kid. And another thing they mention, flipping my page there, is that the runways look like a swastika if you zoom out and look at it. You know, you got a nice looking swastika shape there. And at first I thought, well, of course there wouldn't be curbs in a runway. You're setting planes off. And I thought, no. That makes too much sense. And so they're all straight. They look like swastikas. The other thing I mentioned early on, if you recall, are the underground bunkers that people assert are under this thing. And it's not even an assertion. It's known that there are bunkers under there. When there was like some missile threat from North Korea during Obama's administration, he was mysteriously flown to Denver. Oddly enough, that it's odd that he would go to Denver. People speculate or postulate that this might be a place to house undesirables in some sort of apocalyptic scenario where no one would know, or they say that part of it might be to keep the elites safe in the event that something were to happen that was calamitous.
Full spectrum, really, for these.
Full spectrum. They're multi-purpose rooms down there.
Yep.
The 5 buildings were completed and buried intact, totally functional down there. There's also the 2007 incident that people believe that there is something electromagnetic happening underneath that building in one of those finished buildings, because 14 windshields on planes spontaneously broke on the same date at the same time in 2007, and it set the whole airport back, and there was no explanation for it given. There's also the 2012 Aztec apocalyptic insignia above a couple of the murals. On one of the little statues they have there, they have AU, AG on it, which are chemical symbols, and they believe that could be kind of a hint. You know, it's gold and silver, but they say that it could be a hint towards Australia antigen toxin, which is a weapon of choice for the Illuminati. So it could be a hint. Yes, you act like I went to one site and read all this. and then the Queen of England is also buying up properties surrounding this very airport. So I put you this, gentlemen. Is it more likely that an architect or a team of architects made a building too big and an artist with a bad sense of style was conscripted to decorate it? Or is it more likely that covert Germans working out of Argentina built the Denver airport to make sure that there would be a place to hide when it all goes tits up?
Option number 2, I guess.
I'm stunned. Compared to these other presentations, I mean, I thought a lot of these other presentations, I thought they were very well done. But this one I think takes the cake for me. There's almost no way to refute this. Like nothing is even able to be challenged. It's so clearly laid out step by step.
Taylor, you don't know this, but while you were talking, I put on the big screen all the different murals that you were describing. Yeah, they're seriously fucked.
They're not good murals for an airport. That much is fair.
I'm like, but there are gargoyles looking at you.
Major airport, right? Like I've been to JFK and LaGuardia. I've been to LAX. I've been to Vegas and Denver and Atlanta.
No Nazis.
They often have motifs. Right, you know, if you're in like the Southwest, they often have a lot of Native American stuff and fucking Adobe looking shit. And you know, you go up north and there's all kinds of like aviation stuff. That's bizarre. No other airport has that. Like here in Atlanta, we've got, you know, sometimes it's a bit like it's like a local museum, a little bit of local history and flavor. Or sometimes it's aeronautic history specifically. You know, that makes sense.
And
that's
I could just.
bizarre.
Well, I mean, the Illuminati or the Freemasons, whoever it is who are behind this, I mean, clearly had the same thought. They wanted a little bit of their local culture portrayed in the airport. I mean, that was what they weren't willing to compromise on. Sure, I mean, the shadow government, the hidden secret, like puppet strings they're pulling, but not here, not giving up the tradition of the airport reflecting the local culture. That was not something they were willing to hide. Not something that's an American value so deep that they
So-
weren't willing to
so
compromise.
deep. There'd be a bunch of John Denver shit in there or something, right? Like what the fuck is that? This one that I
I
linked
don't think
here.
John Denver's from Denver.
No,
he?
but he sings the song. That's all I care about.
Oh.
The one that I linked here, which ignore the InfoWars banner at the bottom left. That's clearly like an evil stormtrooper with
Oh.
a machine gun and a sword stabbing a white dove.
The symbol
And-
of peace.
And
Killing
in
a
the
symbol of
background,
peace.
in the background, there are perpetual women holding dead babies and rubble.
Yeah.
It's like the god of death or the god of war is what it looks like, perpetuated.
That guy looks like a Nazi to me. Like he.
Yeah,
I mean,
a bit. Yeah, a soldier for sure. Like he's war, if anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's.
Kyle,
See,
do you
like
know
this
that
one?
gun? Is that a gun that you can identify?
It's made to look like an AK-47.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. I've never given it any thought, and I looked into it, and it was very weird. But it's just, I mean, first of all, this is stone cold retarded. If you actually, you got to be stone cold retarded to believe in a conspiracy like this. But also, and guess what? Like when I was reading about it, all it took was like 5 seconds to undo everything that I just claimed. I just
Right.
didn't want to start with any of that. It was like, well, they were trying a new baggage system to expedite people's travel, and it didn't end up working. So now it's abandoned, and they have a traditional baggage system. It's like, oh no, I don't think so, lady. I think that it's that there are electromagnetic pulses, And then those 14 aircraft, they were inspected by engineers or whoever, aeronautical engineers, whoever would do it, I don't know. And they were like, yeah, this is clearly caused by, rubble or something smashing into it.
You got the
there were very
pig man
high
down
winds
there.
on that
Show
day.
me the pig man.
What's undeniable though is someone has a bad sense of art.
Yeah, all this
Yeah.
like the gargoyles, the murals, that big scary blue horse with the fiery eyes. These
guy's
are
awesome.
arguably the worst aesthetic choices for an airport. Like, are you trying to put people on edge?
But anything like that brings tourism, right? Like, doesn't this type of shit, like, is this something that people are going to come and view? Like, this is hype for this.
It's
Why
an
are we
airport.
discussing
Who goes
this? Because
to
it's
an
fucking
airport
hype.
for tourism?
Yeah.
Agreed. But here we are
I'm
talking
going to
about
Denver.
this.
Where are you staying? Nah.
Not this guy. Not this guy.
Nah. I'm going to take a quick peek, couple of pics with me and the Nazi, and then I'm back home.
Staying.
Next week, I'm visiting LaGuardia.
I've flown through this airport, but only as a kid. I don't remember any of this. But now I
I'm
want
going
to
to
go
buy
back.
a $9 beer in every airport across the
I looked at the swastika and showed it to everyone too. I went to Google Maps and showed them that, and it does kind of look like a swastika. I see it, but as someone like who, whatever,
a stretch.
the little flying I do, you want to take off and land into the wind, and that's why they have like crosses, kind of, so that regardless of the wind direction, you can probably go pretty much into it.
Yeah, the swastika thing was the silliest part, arguably, because it was like, what would you think a runway would look like? Like a bunch of straight lines going outward like the sun, like a curve here or there? Like, no, it's gonna
Like an
be.
asterisk.
If there is a shape that shows up at an airport, arguably the swastika is the most logical one.
And
Right?
it's not
Nobody's
even
making like a yin yang peace sign airport. Yeah.
It's just hilarious to me that like part of this is so presumably they're so either secure in this or so necessary that the conspirators are flagging this.
They put
the whole
it right
point
on
of
our money, man. That's how they
keeping-
work.
Right? Like the idea of like keeping something secret, but you're being as blatant as you can is such a bizarre juxtaposition of like how you think about that. Like, you're trying to hide something? Well, I'm going to put symbols that reveal this all over the fucking place. It seems really, I don't know. It's funny that you fix on. Yeah.
It seems like you'd be like teasing it, like you would have to be the most ballsy motherfucker to be like, yeah, we're building it in Denver where they already have an airport that's fine, and guess what, it's going to be the biggest one out there, and guess what, we're putting fucked up murals and gargoyles in it. Why? Because they'll never suspect a creepy airport of actually being creepy.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that was an interesting one. Like a lot, like clearly it's retarded, but it's interesting the stuff people read into this and the fervor that some people will express on something as minute as whether or not the Denver airport has buildings underneath it. Like, who could possibly, well, I ask, who could possibly care? We're talking about it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That horse does not make me want to fly.
That horse is amazing.
It's cool outside of like a rock climbing or a paintball course, but it shouldn't be at the airport.
It should
like,
be
Daddy,
inside
this is my first flight. What's that?
It belongs in a laser tag arena.
Yeah, it really, that's the kind of thing. Or on like Double Dare 2000, something like that is where that belongs.
Do they like dress up like any of the flights that fly out of there? Like sometimes like, you know, the stewardesses or whatever, and they're like running around in like the fucking horse costume. Like that's like they do it all like, kids, you need to buckle your seatbelts or the horse from hell takes you down. You know, like I want to see like, I would love to see like they should have art from that, and probably local artists will probably be inspired by this, of like the horse pulling down planes or something. Like just like this is such a great. I just love that image. Like that image is incredible.
It is a very cool, aesthetically pleasing statue in the context of the statue itself, not of like outside an airport.
Yeah, it's both totally bizarre. Like this is clearly what some of the hype of this is about, is how bizarre this is to have at this type of thing. Like airports are airports are dull and uneventful and safe and comforting. Why is there a fucking glowing red devil horse in front of this one?
Why is there a picture of kids holding weapons, standing by a burning building, holding a knife or whatever? Like that, I don't know. That doesn't seem to go very well with Wetzel's pretzels.
Right.
I was curious because you said it was the biggest airport. It is by land. That's the measure.
Yeah, that's the conspiracy part, is that they bought way more land than was needed for it.
Yeah, it's the 6th busiest by people.
Yeah, like Atlanta's the busiest, I think. I think Atlanta's number 1, but it's not nearly as big as Denver as far as area.
Yeah, you're right about Atlanta being the busiest in terms of people. My site doesn't have land on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to need a source on that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Tell us if you guys want this conspiracy shit to be a recurring bit, because I think it's entertaining and engaging and interesting to hear the things people believe, especially the sillier ones like this.
Kind of like the opposite of like a Mythbusters or something. It's really like really embrace the conspiracy.
All right, Woody, you seemed excited. You seemed ready to rock, ready to roll. I want to
I'm
hear
that guy who likes to get the presentation finished and then enjoy the rest of the class.
Okay.
No.
Well, I'm happy to go too, if that's what you meant. But you can.
Zach, bring it up. Meet Markeith Morris.
Thank God you put who it was presented by.
In case you had questions.
I'm expecting fucking MLA format.
Signed his work.
We'll be answering who is Markeith Morris, the incident, what happened next, and those 3 sections were meant to be removed.
Add section. I'm excited for section 5.
I started with a template. All right. This is Markeith Morris in 2017. He was a power forward with the Washington Wizards. He was a good player. He never got an all-star invitation, but he did win a championship a few years later. Solid starter. Side note, this is unrelated to the conspiracy. I've always thought, given the crime rates, Washington Bullets was a more racist name than the Washington Redskins. But that's just me.
Fitting, though.
This is Markeith after rolling his ankle. He left the game and he was ruled out from playing. In the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals in 2017, look at that ankle on the left picture.
It's bad.
That guy's ruined. He was unable to leave the game under his own power, and he was ruled out. This was not a good thing. They needed his help. In the very next game, he scored 16 points, pulled in 6 rebounds, and had a handful of sexy assists. It was his best performance, not just of the series, but of the entire playoffs that year. And he showed no signs of injury. There's a picture of him in his Washington Wizards uniform. But the thing is, I'm lying. That's not Markeith Morris. That's Markeith's identical twin brother, Marcus. Marcus Morris is his identical brother, who also plays in the NBA. These two guys are incredibly close, to the point that they have matching tattoos all over their body. I swear to God, this is true. Fact check me.
What?
These guys are so heckin' ride or die. When they went from high school to college, they would only go if the college would accept both of them on the same team. Once they made it to the NBA, obviously they were drafted by different teams. That's how it works. Markeith, our boy here in question with the rolled ankle, signed at a reduced salary at a discount so they could bring his brother onto the Phoenix Suns also. These brothers live together. These brothers have a joint bank account together as adults. Their mom has warned any future wives that they're going to have to accept the four of them cohabitating in the same house together. This is a ride or die pair of brothers. You might be wondering if they're the kind of ride or die guys who would pull a scam on the NBA, right? Like it's another level from just sharing a house to like swapping out and having your twin brother play in your role. Oh, they've done it before. They did it in amateur ball. They switched their jersey right on the flipping bench. It happened real quick. He hurt his ankle. I fouled out. I gave him a little limp as I headed back in like I was hurt, and I kept playing. Dude, what I contend, oh shit, the last slide's not here. That's horse shit. Anyway, the last slide says, this is not the natural, where an injured athlete comes back and regains glory. This is the Parent Trap.
Oh, okay.
I thought of the Parent Trap.
Yeah.
When I was listening. This is great. I'm glad that they scammed the NBA.
It's duplicity.
Okay.
I haven't seen that.
It's you get duplicate and it's duplicity.
Yeah.
What's happening, so you get it's better. Anyway, clearly
I appreciate it.
I like your theory. I'm shocked they have the same tattoos. I'm like not 100% that you're not just fucking with me and just duplicated that man's photo, because obviously they're like twins are identical. I get that, but those are exceptionally identical twins. If you know what I mean, like they got the same goatee, like they got the same tattoos.
Yeah. But
they're not
even look the same.
And they're complicated tattoos. There's lots of cursive handwriting all over his chest and arms.
Zach, can you pull it up again?
Yeah,
that's great.
The tattoos specifically feel like they're just trying to trick people.
If you go,
they're just having fun. Good for them.
You can see their nipples are slightly different. But I know for a fact this is true. In Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final, there was no pregame nipple check to ensure which player it was.
Tweak your nipples, bro. They're gonna find out. Tweak them.
Thanks, Zach.
I mean, if you were fibbing, you got me, because I believe it totally.
Google
they fibbed,
having
and
a
that's
twin
great.
would be
Good for them.
having a twin would be so great. I feel like it would open all sorts of doors for you, like especially like when you're going through like school and early jobs and stuff, and it's not the end of the world. What they're doing there is on a national stage, on a global stage. Hilarious. The
I can't
queen
believe
is
I
here.
forgot my hat for the presentation and ruined everything.
How long? You look like the Queen of England. What the fuck? Jackie made that, huh?
Style. Oh, okay, Jackie may have made the hat.
Would you share your girl with your twin? Because in the movie Duplicity, he creates those copies of himself, and he's like, "Did you fuck my wife? Did you fuck my wife?" And it's like, "I'm you. I fucked my wife."
Are these
No, I wouldn't
were
share.
these players like? I know they're identical in every way, but were their stat lines, their ability within the league, similar enough they would get away with it? Because you said that one guy
mention it during the thing, but I think actually the healthy brother did not have as good a career as the injured brother. But that doesn't support my point, so I didn't bring it up.
And that's totally fair. I'm sorry I exposed it there because that's important. Okay. Well, I'm all in on that one. I'm definitely all in on Brad's LBJ RF or JFK one, because like you got to work cited, man. I believe you. And I think only one of the links was Wikipedia.
It's multiplicity, not duplicity. That's the Michael Keaton movie. Duplicity is some other bullshit. Multiplicity, that's the comedy where he keeps making copies of himself. He comes up with a machine that'll do it, and they're to do his like extra chores and stuff. But then the copy of him is tired of fixing the sink too, so it makes a copy of himself to fix the sink while he does this and that and the other. But the copy's a little dumber because it's a copy of a copy. But it's also lazy, and it doesn't want to fix the sink either. So it makes a copy of himself until they've got like a retarded Michael Keaton walking around, like unable to fix anything, just being a sweetheart.
It's a good movie.
I haven't seen it.
It's good.
All right, I
It's
know.
like The Prestige.
I know
A
we
little,
want to
but
let
it's not as
Tom go last because Tom's
Yeah.
got a setup out there in the hallway. So I guess I'll do mine. I did 2 in case one of you guys happened to do something too similar to mine that wouldn't work. But the one I had more fun researching is an older conspiracy theory in the world of the internet. It's dead internet theory. And basically, dead internet theory, it's been around for over a decade, but it's one of those conspiracies that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, everyone was like, this is nonsense. Who stands to gain from, the internet being dead and being like a Potemkin village style thing? But now people are coming around to it. And the core, the principal assertion of dead internet theory is that frankly, an alarming amount of global internet traffic, engagements, likes, comments, bot behavior is totally inorganic, and that we are now at a point, as of 2024, according to a few different data analytics firms I looked at, where we are now true minorities as real people on the internet as of 2024. Some companies like Cloudflare say that happened years and years ago. The more conservative, not conservative like Republican, conservative like in their estimates, they're just now saying it, that like, yeah, we are now a minority. There are more bots than us. And so that's the core of it. And I think it's really reasonable because you look at some of these companies, Cloudflare, Imperva, a lot of them make annual reports called a bad bot report, where they use their data, their analytics, and they analyze the percentage of internet traffic that they believe to be organic or inorganic, like bots. And like I said, 2024 was the first time Imperva said we are true minorities. And you might say like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense because, there's no way 50% of every comment section on Reddit, on YouTube, on Twitter is all inorganic. And that's true. It's not 50% because you have to break down the types of bots. Not all the bots online are malevolent or insidious or something. They estimated that 14% of global online traffic in 2024 was good bots. So the kind of stuff that like crawls search engines to index web pages, just like useful stuff.
Wayback Machine.
Yeah, exactly. And so that stuff's fine. It's not messing with your ability to use the internet. But then they also said that an all-time high of, I think it was 38% of internet traffic, this company Imperva estimated is bad bots. And a bad bot, a lot of the data firms I found had different definitions for what they called a bad bot. But
I call them clankers.
The clankers? Yeah, I saw that. I saw the first slur for the for the robots, and I like clankers. And so they basically said these clankers, there's 38% of the internet being taken up by these guys. And a bad bot can mean anything from like a malevolent malware program that's trying to steal your identity and take out some fraudulent loan and Russia with it, all the way down to a bot that just harasses you on social media because something's gone haywire and it's just bothering you. And so like all this to say, a bad bot just means unwanted behavior, annoying, unproductive behavior. And that's 38% of the internet. And this was from a very, very conservative estimation source. Like I said, Cloudflare estimated that, I think their number was 65% of global internet traffic is totally inorganic, bots, AI, not real. There's no person sitting there upvoting that Reddit post 10,000 times. There's no person retweeting or liking that post 1,000,000 times. It's not real. And so basically to establish this, we have to say there's both the means and the incentive to flood the internet with bots. And with a lot of conspiracies, you have kind of a core head honcho bad guy where it's like, yes, this is the sinister guy who's flooding the internet with bots. But that's not what it is. It's a lot of convergent, independent interests. So like the entertainment industry uses bots on sites like Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit to create fake conversations to drive AstroTurf narratives to push people to go to the theater. They've been caught doing this. And so that's why maybe you go on Reddit and you see some post that's like, oh, Iron Man 24 is coming out. And then you go to the comments and everybody's raving. They're excited. They're jubilant over the prospect of Iron Man 24. And the point of that, those bots doing that, is to target you. And you're looking at it going, well, I'm a human in 2025, and so most of my reality is constructed by what the consensus on every screen I see throughout the day is. And so maybe I'm missing out. Man, I guess there's a huge amount of organic attention towards Iron Man 24. I need to go see it. And so that was an intentional way for the entertainment industry to use bots to manipulate your perception of reality in order to make you feel like like you were missing out. So you had to get there and do it. The University of Zurich, over the past like half decade, have done a ton of research into bots in as far as using bots to manipulate and create manufactured consensus in forums like Reddit or Twitter or Facebook, Instagram. And what they found, this was, I think it was earlier this year or maybe last year, the University of Zurich did yet another one where they were like, you know what? I'm interested to see how quickly we could create an army of bots that not only manipulated people's perceptions on Reddit, because this was a specifically Reddit study, but also how quickly will they like assimilate into the rest of the site? Like, so that, you know, it's not just, hey, why is this account just commenting 100 times about Iron Man 24? Like creating a real looking identity that was commenting on different forums and everything. And what they said is, quote, it was phenomenally easy. It was so fast. They said that as like within a couple days, because all they had to do was train the bot army on Reddit style speaking, how people type, what the narratives they wanted push, what the ones they wanted kind of depressed were. And they said almost immediately they started leaving comments. They seemed to be organic, and they were rapidly able to start manipulating people's perceptions on these forums. And there was no way for people. This is the kind of thing that just a few years ago, or if this wasn't a study and if it was some like DARPA program, people would go, oh, you're crazy. That's just, you know, people are excited about this silly movie. But that's not the case. It's totally astroturfed. It's not real. We need to be more on guard than ever for this shit, because I can totally see how 10, 15 years ago, the dead internet theory, people were like, I don't know, man. It doesn't seem that way. Now, in the last 2 years in particular, since the explosion of AI and the ability to train these things even more rapidly and deploy them in mass, like the internet is as dead as it's ever been now, if truly over half of internet traffic is inorganic. But the scary thing is we're moving to a deader and deader and deader and deader internet every single day, every single month, every single year, because now these government organizations, these NGOs, organizations like DARPA, large industrial firms, entertainment houses, they all know now that this works. Like, it's not in the theory stage anymore. They know they can manipulate people's perceptions in order to drive certain purchasing decisions, certain outlooks, get them to vote a certain way. The 2016 election, like, that's like small potatoes. It was a big deal at the time, but like 10,000 Russian bots in 2016, like think of how much changed in 10 years technologically and what's possible now. And so it's not just evil oligarchs and Americans, it's foreign governments. We know Israel, China, Turkey, Ukraine, Belarus, the United States. A lot of these countries have been caught red-handed doing it.
Oh, yeah.
And so we've established that the means to do it is there, and the incentive is there, because the proof is in the pudding. They can manipulate your perspective on things. A big example of this is way back in 2014, Reddit fucked up when they posted a traffic report. And it was meant to be a lighthearted thing where they're like, hey, this is where people use Reddit. And here's like the list of the most Reddit addicted cities. And then, the purpose being that people could go, oh, I live in Milwaukee, or I live in St. Louis, or, Dubai. I wonder where I am on the list. But they immediately had to take it down because they fucked up, and they showed the most Reddit addicted city was Eglin Air Force Base, an Air Force base with only 2,000 people that was responsible for somehow hundreds of thousands of accounts and all of these things. And it's like, really, that's really fascinating. And what did they do?
U.S. Air Force Base?
A U.S. Air Force Base. Yep, Eglin Air Force Base.
Home of the 688th Cyberspace Test Squadron, I believe.
Yeah.
And then actually on that most Reddit addicted cities list, the number 2 city was Oak Brook, Illinois, which is also home to some other big spooky data center.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know about the number 2 one. I just know that then I guess the top 2 were both compromised, inorganic, not real. And remember, this is way back in 2014. Shit has advanced a lot in that time. And so they immediately had to delete that. And like Tom was saying, this wasn't an Air Force base where they're like, I can't wait to be like Top Gun and fly around. It's like, no, they were a cyber warfare, a cyber division. They were studying how to manipulate people's perceptions of reality online, how to manufacture consensus on different, opinions about a potential conflict globally, trying to get more people on board and more people to change opinion. Like they were studying this intensely. We also know the U.S. government did it through DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And anytime I've heard anything about DARPA, it's always very sketchy. And they still maintain to this day, like, yeah, just because you fucking caught us 9 times now doing this doesn't mean we do it. And so they'll deny it up and down. But they have been caught multiple times using bots to try and manipulate people's perspectives about geopolitical happenings and events. And it's really what DARPA is doing with the bots and the manufactured consensus and whatnot. It is the same shit that we mock China and Russia for doing with their internet. It's the same fucking thing. It's just us doing it. And so like, it's less of a hot button thing. We don't really draw that much attention to our own seedy nonsense comparatively to our geopolitical enemies. But the big thing is this is not even a political left-right issue. It's we are being deceived intentionally, actively, and systematically by powerful government organizations, and that has led to and will continue to lead to further explosion of the bot and inorganic content online, to where 10 years from now it may really feel like you're alone, because we already have a phenomenally siloed internet now compared to what it used to be. Like we've got what are there, 10 websites?
Yeah.
Remember 2002? It's like, nothing on E-Bomb's world. I go to fucking, I got to go to Albino Black Sheep now. I got to go to something awful.
Dude, I would dispute that, because I remember when I was a kid clearing the internet history after a good porn masturbation session. Like, all right, clear all this. But then there's nothing there. And I'm like, nothing seems worse than like bigbooties.com. So I'm just like, fuck. Coca-Cola.com? They must have thought I was going to be a soda engineer or something like that. I'm going to Pepsi.com and Nike.com, just products. So there's some search history.
You were just going, I remember doing
USA.gov.
Yeah.
I didn't know any websites. I was just looking around the room. I was like, guys are Sozeing my way out of it.
Look at Mountain Dew 3 times. Just over and over.
I literally went to Coca-Cola.com.
The DARPA thing is unbelievably suspicious. They even have a subsection called the SMISC, the Social Media in Strategic Communications, and they've been active publicly since 2011. I'm sure prior to that they were doing their thing, but the entire purpose their stated purpose is to use bots, astroturfed internet behavior in order to quote combat misinformation, which misinformation is whatever DARPA doesn't like whatever the government doesn't like. Nobody ever fact checks something good for their side. You know, if a story came out, like when Trump is like deporting some person for being anti-Israel at a protest, they don't see a sign and go, I don't think that's factually correct. We got to get rid of that guy. Like, no, like if someone had a sign there that was like, Trump saves 1,000 puppies a day, that's totally a lie, but they wouldn't be fact checking that, would they? Like, so any sort of fact checking, any sort of quote unquote misinformation control is just about narrative control in reality. And so, and something else, this is towards the end of it, you know, so I think I established that a huge amount of the internet is fake. It's increasing more and more every year. Even by conservative estimates, it's over half of the internet at this point that is AI, bots, not real, inorganic. There's no person on the other end.
That makes me feel better, though, because I like sometimes when I see a controversial Reddit post, like if it's maybe police violence or some riot or something, or an Israeli-Palestinian thing, I'll go and I'll read the comments. And it's like, oh my God, are these real people? Is this how real human beings think about anything? Like they seem so radical and like stupid sometimes that imagining that some of that at least is just a bad bot or a stupid bot or a bot that's meant to inflame someone like me so that I write some paragraph trying to disprove the ridiculous thing they just said.
Could be. It could be a bot from the U.S. government trying to
I remember
manufacture a belief about an event that's inorganic to get you to think, well, I don't want to be the odd man out, because we're so social. No one wants to feel on the out, and so
like
if you
10
see
or 15 years ago, like YouTube comments used to be normal, decent people that you could have a conversation with. Like I distinctly remember like being in the comments for hours after I'd post a video, being like, yeah, it's this, that, and the other. Oh yeah, I'm in Tennessee in this one. You recognize the sky, like having normal human.
Now
being
those people are a
interactions.
bunch of weirdos, not like us. I'm glad you like my
Killing me,
hat.
dude.
I'm glad you like it. I was afraid I would look silly.
No, you look sick. And then
I
this
love
was
it.
like a side little addendum to the dead internet thing, but I thought it also helped elucidate the reality of how much more shallow the internet is than what we like to believe. Do you remember on Google how you used to be able to search something like baseball, and it would say 1.7 billion results achieved in 0.7 seconds or whatever, up there at the top? They've since removed that. They don't have that feature on Google anymore, which kind of stinks because that was always fun. But it was never that many results ever. Like, type in baseball on Google. There should be billions of results for baseball. Billions with a B. There are 26 pages and 243 actual results on Google. It gives you the option to repeat the search with the omitted results included. Oh, okay. So I'm sure that's why it's only at 26 pages and not, 476,000 pages as it should be. So that makes sense. No, it's still that include previously not included results option gave me only 22 pages for baseball there. And so for years they were saying billions of results, hundreds of millions of results for all these things, and 99.9, like that's barely hyperbole. 99.9% of people never leave the front page of any sort of result. Most don't even scroll all the way down.
You're 1,000% right. Pornhub pulls the same scam. If you type like Elden Ring characters' feet in Pornhub, it'll act like there's 26 pages of results, but you get past page 1 or 2 and there's no more videos.
I knew you'd be on my side. Yeah. So yeah, it's like the internet is so much more shallow than we think, and it's so much more artificial than we think. And I'm blown away by it.
And so something that was really interesting about the Google results thing is there was an like kind of this expose recently. Also, let me know if I need to turn my mic up.
I think you're okay.
You sound good.
Okay, cool. There was an expose recently, and I say recently, but it was like probably like a year ago or so, about the way that, like basically why Google search had gotten so much worse so quickly. And because, we can all remember the point, probably in like 2021, 2022, where just, it's like, hey, Google doesn't work now. This sucks. It turns out that it was the result of one specific guy at Google who got, basically he was put in charge of the, Google search, whatever. And he came up with this idea, like a plan to increase the total amount of Google search traffic in order to increase the number of basically ad impressions that Google AdWords can sell. So it's like, the amount of ads that they can show on basically the amount of ads that they can show to people who are searching for things on Google. The way they did that was they just made the results twice as bad, so you had to scroll twice as long to find what you're looking for. That was actually straight up their methodology. Genius. And it immediately worked. And the guy was like, hey, yeah, like, check it out. Like, I've increased search volume 100% overnight. And I guess Google was just like, good job. And yeah, no, so like that guy got promoted, and I guess presumably to ruin other things, but they're still kind of trying to unfuck that. And I think at that same time period when they just sort of been like, oh, well, shit, we've got enough of a market share that people, like, we could make our product twice as bad and people won't even, like, notice or like really even say anything. They'll just be like, oh, I guess it's just twice as bad now. And I think that was around the same time. They were like, hey, let's, first of all, let's stop pulling as many results when you have to, because like the way if you want to search for anything on Google now, you have to use the search flags, like the search operators, file type, whatever, in text, using the quotes, using all that shit. And so like you really need to get fucking specific with what you're asking Google for, and you need to be using it closer to like a like find and replace or something, where you're looking for actual specific strings if you wanted to index the whole thing. But I think, they just sort of realized, hey, it would be way cheaper for us to only, pull like the first 400 results or something instead of, index, all 2 billion every time. And I think it also ties in hand with, and I'm going to get a little conspiratorial here, I'm sure that's going to be shocking given the context of this episode, but I think they are using that, like, they are absolutely, I think, using that as a form of censorship.
Sure.
Like, I remember that happened to RFK in the primaries. Like, you tried to, like, look up, anything for his campaign platform, and you got brought to everyone else's.
Yeah, they did, where you would try to look him up, and it would be like, did you mean Kamala Harris?
That might have been a good idea, though. Like, sometimes the bots are trying to lead us to the promised land. This is one of those cases. That's just guardrails.
I'm not a fan of RFK by any means, but I do think that Google did just straight up put their thumb on the scale with that. Mm-hmm. Whether or not, your thoughts
Imagine
on
if
that,
he was the
whatever.
president right now. Oh my God! Like, do you think this is wacky? If RFK was president, we'd be fucking
no one would watch the State of the Union.
Exact same. We'd still be talking about the Epstein list.
Oh, yeah, we'd be dropping seed oils on Iran.
We probably would. It'd just be giant amounts of Red 40. Just we're dumping right on their heads.
People that are RFK juniors in the list too.
Red 40 sticks to kids.
Oh yeah,
I bet it does.
RFK's statement on that was hilarious. He's like, I've had Epstein at my house. I've had Bill Cosby over at my house. I've had Epstein. I've had who was the one who I've had P. Diddy at my house, and I've had Weinstein at my house. What's the big deal? And I'm like, dude, stop talking.
Next, you're gonna say that you've never had your wife commit suicide.
Dude, that shit's so dude, cheating on her so many times and like keeping a memoir about it is like psychotic.
Alpha males do, Taylor.
That's despicable. That just despicable immoral behavior. But I'm totally on board with them using Google that way to censor. For the I was trying to find more examples of the dead internet theory where like it was clearly bots being used to push certain narratives, and one that I couldn't find sufficient evidence for, as far as like a direct this then this then this like chain, but I am convinced is all of the Kamala Harris memeing, all the coconuts, all the brat, like that was to me that was the most clearly inorganic, astroturfed, foisted, top-down thing that was being pushed by the same kind of bots that push all sorts of things. And it's not a political thing, because
that was a
bots
PR group
push Trump
around a table.
too.
That was a PR group around a table, like throwing shit at the wall. Like, what if this and that? We got young and perky and a rebel but we won't go against anything that the octogenarian's been doing for the last 4 years. No, that's all fine. Like, that's where she lost like so many kudos in my estimation, when they asked her if she would do anything different, And there was one point when she said something like, food prices are going to be lowered on day one. And the guy from Fox News is like, why don't you lower them now? It's like, fuck. What a great question.
Damn it, I'm the vice president. That hurts me here.
You can just feel the difference between organic and inorganic sometimes. Like for better or worse, the upswelling under Trump back when the Donald was big, like in 2015 or 2016 or whatever, and Reddit seemed to just get taken over by conservatism. Like the whole front page would just be, and it wouldn't even be good posts. It'd be like the Trump train, like an animated choo-choo
I don't know that
train.
that felt like organic to me. That's what bots do, right? They take a totally liberal place and they took it over like that. Trump got fewer votes than Hillary, right? It's not like there was this huge upswelling of Trump love. That's what it would be like if bots promoted your posts.
That's all. I agree, but I think it's also what it would be like if a group of people who had never really felt represented before, the ones who voted for him that never vote, had suddenly had this outlet online. Like, wait, y'all all agree? Y'all are like me? You think this is funny? Great, upvote. Everything upvote. It seemed like a coordinated, like it was definitely manipulating the vote system, but it was like suddenly there was a subreddit where their thing, second only to making funny content, was upvoting everyone's content and and sticking a finger in the eye of like liberal media.
Wrong censorship, right? If you said anything, you got banned from the Donald.
Oh yeah, that's all. That's all.
Well, that's Reddit.
Yeah, that's just Reddit.
No, the conservative Reddits are special in that regard.
Even if you go to the trans
all
Reddit
Reddits
right
are
now,
like that now.
Yeah, Reddit is the most censored site on the entire internet. Like, there's
really
no site more heavily censored.
I'd say that like all of Reddit is basically as heavily censored now as, the conservative subreddits were probably, circa 2015, 16, 17.
Okay.
Like now it's just, and I think it's just has to do with the kind of person who wants to be a Reddit mod now.
it's tribalism. It's protectionism, and it's also like propping up certain narratives that won't hold water without that sort of that sort of protectionism. I know there's a subreddit that's about subreddit drama. It's that's what they do, and I saw them focusing on. I think it was one of the trans subreddits. The trans men are being treated badly there. The people born with vaginas who now want to be short, hairy, fat men are finding that there's no love for them there. And that really the movement seems to be about feminizing and turning dudes into pretty girls. And that there's a big audience for that, but not so much for turning women into short, fat, hairy dudes. And they're getting mistreated there.
Wow. So the trans people with dicks are more popular than the trans people with vaginas.
Yes. Not only, and more accepted.
There's way more of them, I think, right?
There would have to be. Look, I don't have any statistics, but, well, that's the other thing. Maybe there's not. Like, maybe there's not, and they're just not seen as much because of that bigotry within the trans community, those bigots.
Yeah. But that, like, Reddit as a whole, just the way it's set up with the upvote system is so easily plugged into by the bot manipulation tactics, where you can just deploy a few thousand bots and totally take over a Reddit forum and downvote the things you don't like, have the things you do like upvoted, astroturf the conversation in the comments. Like that does happen all the time, and that's not specific to Reddit. It happens on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, these things as well. It's just specifically the upvote and front page system incentivizes it and makes it more easy to manipulate. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the only thing that gives like the general public direct access to the ranking algorithm.
YouTube used to. That was a bright and shiny day when they used to actually care what people thought about videos that got uploaded and show them to the people who subscribe to you. What a novel concept.
Tell me about it.
Yep, not anymore. Now it's just a total crapshoot.
So weird. Yeah, that's so weird. Yeah. And I mean, that's clearly also about being able to shape your own narrative on your own website. Because if it's all user input that shapes your front page, then you are not in control. You are just hosting content, which is what YouTube was supposed to be. But they don't want to just host content. They want to shape opinion on a global scale because they're the second, third, maybe the number one most visited site. I thought Google used to be 1, and then YouTube was 2 or 3 or something. It was something like that. Like imagine the power that you used to be able to get. You could put your video in pets and animals, and suddenly you're on the front page to the 3rd most popular website on the planet. It was an incredible amount of power to give your user base.
YouTube is 2. I didn't realize it was 2.
Yeah, YouTube's number 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as the
That's
Donald
crazy to think
stuff
about.
and whatnot, I could totally buy in that there was some bot shit going on the Donald, trying to boom
proven.
that up and make it big. I'm sure it is. That's why I said this is not a politics specific conspiracy.
Yeah, no.
It is people in power will use whatever tools they have at their disposal to manipulate our thinking and manufacture consensus on issues. And that's right, that's left. They all do it.
And it's corporate. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
All right. Last link. Open the slides. Don't go ahead. And here we go. So before the funny starts, no joke. Painkiller already lost a fan, and I miss him. So this is Dan. Dan was in the $50 Hangouts, so I spent 4 hours a month with him for the last couple of years, maybe. I wish he wasn't dead. He was an actual genius. I think he graduated high school in 2 years, aced his MCATs while he was still an undergrad. I think he was in his 3rd or 4th year of med school, and I was looking forward to his story. He died in a car accident last week. He's gone. And as you can see, he had a movie star body, if that counts for anything too. But I wish he wasn't dead. So I devoted my conspiracy theory to Dr. Dan.
Rest in peace.
Oops.
Rest in peace. Very cool guy.
Colonoscopies
Jacked.
are bullshit.
Yeah.
All right.
Should we disregard this in the voting, Woody, or are we voting? Is it tied to?
I don't know. We haven't figured that out. Oops, shit. Every time I touch this, it changes. All right. Colonoscopies are a nonsense procedure performed by doctors who are into butt stuff and money. What do you think will happen if you don't get a colonoscopy? This is the big lie. We're told that regular colonoscopies after age 50 make colorectal cancer 90% more curable. They're more than 90% curable, but only if you catch it in time. The truth is, colonoscopies do not prevent or materially reduce anyone's risk of colorectal cancer, regardless of age. There are no prospective randomized controlled trials of screening and colonoscopy that reduce the incidence of mortality or colorectal cancer. We're on the first This Is Science slide. The New York Times is a reputable paper. They report that patients in all their studies had at least one adenoma detected at colonoscopy but didn't have cancer. They developed cancer in the next few years at the same rate as would be expected in the general population without screening. This goes on and on. The science is there. Colonoscopy can result in significant harms, most often associated with polypectomy, the most common serious complication. Colonoscopies are a problem, ladies and gentlemen. The next slide. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration says that. All right, so this one is about virtual colonoscopies, right? Here they bombard your body with radiation, equivalent to Japanese survivors of atomic bombs. Colonoscopies don't prevent cancer. Colonoscopies cause cancer, people.
Whoa.
Next slide.
Oh.
Whether it's a virtual colonoscopy or not, it does not reduce the deaths from cancer. There's no data out there that supports that. So we're on the green slide. You're probably thinking, you're making salient points, Woody. Why would doctors perform them? These are my discoveries. If you look at how enjoyable anal sex is versus time on this chart, it gets better and better the more experienced you are. Why are doctors performing colonoscopies?
Did you make this chart?
Yes. No, this existed on the internet.
Doctors
he
like
showed this same slide to his wife last week. The anal sex overtime slide.
Oh, that's a great slide.
Doctors like anal. This is an undeniable truth. And two, if you look at my time benefit analysis of anal sex, you'll see the more anal you do, the more you like anal. This is science. Next slide. Pornhub searches, right?
What? What does this have to do with colonoscopies?
If you look at the searches that happen on anal over time on Pornhub, it's going nothing but up. It's going I assure you, there are other links that are going down. Brunettes. I don't know why. Brunette, that search term is getting crushed. But Anal is on the rise. Interest in butt stuff in general is on the rise. And people are saying that doctors who perform colonoscopies are on the vanguard of this movement. The movement towards liking anal sex.
Lots of smart people, lots of good people are talking about this. Lots of smart people are saying, why don't you just get your ass checked out? I say because my ass is fine. Go fuck yourself.
Next slide. The price of colonoscopies is not consistent around America. And if you look at places where colonoscopies are expensive, like South Dakota, interest in anal is low. And then divert your eyes over to like Nevada and Las Vegas, where colonoscopies are cheap as fuck. Why is that? Las Vegas is the anal sex capital of the world, and they give out colonoscopies there like they are candy.
I've gotten it in the ass in Vegas many times.
The anal sex capital of the world. I choose to believe it.
So here's my conclusion. Colonoscopies are not about saving lives. They're fulfilling the wants and desires of the doctors who perform them.
Wow. That is
I am never
mind-boggling.
getting a colonoscopy.
Thank God. I'm glad I won you over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
You know who's in favor of colonoscopies? That fucking retard Helen Keller.
with her moving fingers. Yes.
I don't like this.
Dr. Dan, if you're up there, that was my tribute to you.
Yes, Dan.
So is the would the prostate exam also be part of this fascination that doctors have with anal, or does that help?
Undeniably, yeah. The prostate exam, the one where they grab.
As I would say, that is another slice out of the same pie.
That one where they grab your balls and have you cough. That's not for you. That's for your doctor.
Wow. Yeah, you'd think in 2020 they wouldn't have to stick anything up your ass anymore.
No.
Let's be real here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good point. All right.
It's all a conspiracy by big colonoscopy.
Right.
They wave over your back and it tells you if you're fucked or not.
Fucking Dr. McCoy at least had like a like we're fucking close enough to that to maybe have some gadget that doesn't have to go in your ass.
I don't know. They're shoving fucking Q-tips down into people's brains right now to find corona. So I don't think we're very close to anything cool.
You can't counter my conspiracy with an obvious hoax, right? The COVID in general is not real. Anthony doesn't have any friends with it.
It's not real. I don't know anybody that's
by that evidence alone,
touche.
So Roslyn, New York is apparently a fucking enclave of safety when it comes to the COVID.
So yeah. I'm going to side with Taylor on the believability that the conspiracy may in fact be legit, and only because if I heard you right, Woody, it seemed that there was a problem with your some of your information. It seemed like you were saying colonoscopies don't prevent cancer, but aren't the purpose of colonoscopies to detect cancer?
I was hoping that you didn't notice that.
I did notice it. I noticed it immediately. No Helen Keller here.
I fucking knew Helen Keller would give me the goal on this one.
When you showed me, I was like, well, fuck. I'd have done something much more ridiculous if I'd known he was going Helen Keller.
I've said I believe for years she was a fucking retard.
I know.
All right. The entire PKA cast is on steroids.
That's how I gained so much weight so quickly in my fat fucking belly and thighs and face.
A conspiracy theory by an obvious roid head. All right, the case is clear. This presentation will outline the impact of steroids have on adult males and compare them with the changes we've seen in the hosts over the years. All right, let's get the obvious one out of the way. Performance-enhancing drugs increase skull size, right? You can see the impact that it had on Barry Bonds right here.
Wow, that's crazy.
Next slide with the Joe Rogan.
My goodness.
Fuck, I could rest my case right here, really?
Oh my God.
If you think this change just happens, then you're adorable.
I like how you didn't even shrink my photo enough to fit in the frame.
He's overlapping, Joe.
Next slide. All right. Performance enhancing drugs increase muscle size. Holy shit, Taylor. All right. So here's me. Natural? No. I have a bridge to sell you. Look at my biceps. Look at my thighs. This is kind of performance this is what peak performance looks like. And it doesn't happen naturally. Next slide. Taylor. Jesus Christ, Taylor. Look at you. Look at you. You didn't look like that when you first joined the show. This is the obvious impact of performance enhancing drugs. On to Kyle. Next slide.
Jesus Christ.
Do you think you get those kind of gains in 2 months behind bars? You're out of your fucking mind.
This is compelling. Oh, you should see me from behind. Just a mess.
All right. So now we've seen the positives. Next slide. Steroids increase skin cancer risk.
Oh no! If you guys don't know, Kyle recently had a bout with skin cancer.
Yeah, it's funny. See,
good shit. Yeah. New research supports earlier linking steroid use to non-melanoma type skin malignancies, which is what he had. Next slide. It's not all bitches and hot tubs, babies. Yeah, so steroids stimulate the growth of certain cancers, and they enhance other medical problems too. Next slide. Performance enhancing drugs they cause hair loss. Hair loss. Anabolic steroids and hair loss. These things link together. Next slide. Look at me.
Oh my God.
Right?
Woody, you look like that Elon Musk picture before he got his hair plugged.
That was when I went to the black barber. The one on the left. He straightened me up.
A black barber, and the black barber quote squared him up. Look at the look on Woody's face, and the one where he's like he just looks disgusted. He's got the N word on his lips. You can tell.
It's a sad day.
What happened to your hair, Woody?
The great hairline, the once great hairline, is no more. So, what are people saying? They're saying, "Oh my God, muscles are off the charts." They're saying Woody's bald, and they're saying the other two are getting cancer shortly. I rest my case.
I'm afraid because you made a great point. I've been on steroids.
Wow.
These are real people. Wendy Ryder, Ronnie Reeder, Abby Author. These are reliable sources.
I saw those. So a bit biased.
Oh, Abby Author. There's. I didn't realize that they were excerpts from fictional people at the bottom.
You thought there were actual writers talking about us?
No, I didn't think that. I thought these were just points that he had made, like little bullet points. I didn't realize. I didn't see that Ronnie Reeder from the NYC had given a quote. I thought this was just a Woody quote.
This is the word of the episode. Apparently, this is salient, Woody. I like it.
I heard you use that word before my PowerPoints came up, and I was like, maybe Taylor's vocabulary is rubbing off on me.
That's quite a long road to talk about how muscular you and Taylor are, Woody. Making a whole comedy bit,
That's a humble brag. Yeah.
Putting your thighs in our face. All right.
Again.
Yeah. Hilarious.
Now you're gonna know that me and Woody collabed on this one.
Look how jacked I am. I must be on steroids. Yeah.
You that still shot photo of me where I'm leaning forward all awkward and it fucking makes my traps look terrible. Yeah, use that one.
And then you guys want us to say, well, like, let's see your balls because they're probably shrunken, and then you whip them out and they're just huge.
Debunked.
The large skull size thing was compelling. Let's say that.
I think Taylor was stretched in that.
I've got a couple things I'm interested in. One of which is a conspiracy theory that I looked into this week and I couldn't get enough of because it was so important that, well, I'll just get into it. So this conspiracy purports that Long John Silver's, the fast food seafood restaurant, has never been about seafood. It's been a marijuana laundering drug business the entire time.
You have my attention.
So buckle up. This is important. First of all, ask yourself, have you ever seen a very crowded Long John Silver's?
I have.
You haven't. You're lying. There's never been. There used to be a Long John Silver's around here. It was the only fast food place that I was like, oh, I can go there because there's no line. I'm in a hurry because
I prefer
no
Captain
one,
D's.
No, everyone does.
It's easier to go to the moon than to fake a crowded Long John Silver's, I've heard.
Yeah. See, so with that in mind, there's never been a huge line at a Long John Silver's ever. So, and I've got the whole epic written out. So the history is that Long John Silver started in 1969 in Lexington, Kentucky, from a man named Jim Patterson, and he wanted to have a seafood restaurant, a popular seafood restaurant. That's what he wanted to do, and he wanted to do it fast food because no one had kind of stormed, that no one had done that yet. And so he's like, all right, 1969, fucking, we're starting our seafood fast food restaurant in Lexington, Kentucky. Never quite takes off. Meanwhile, there was a moonshining family only a few miles away that had made a fuck ton of money during Prohibition. But after Prohibition ended, they were struggling, and they were kind of, their gang hold on the area, who knows how big it was in Lexington or in the surrounding areas. Big. It was maybe. They were starting to lose their hold because income wasn't coming in as quickly. The guy's name was Johnny Boone. And Johnny Boone was the descendant of those moonshiners, the child of them, and he wanted to get his criminal enterprise back up. And so he decided, I'm going to get into marijuana. And so he started the Cornbread Mafia out of Lexington, Kentucky, which was all about bringing weed in, selling it, and making a bunch of money. And they did that for years. And eventually it got to the point where it's like, well, we can't launder this through little, locally owned gas stations and shit or laundromats anymore. It's not going to work. We need to find someone we can launder this through. Who do they find? Jim Patterson, the owner of Long John Silver's. They go, Jim, we got a lot of money. We know that your little seafood restaurant is struggling. How about we help you expand a little bit? And so for the next 20 years, Long John Silver's is expanding across the country. None of them have ever been busy. None of them are serving fish. It's all Johnny Boone's weed money coming in, laundering through Long John Silver's, and then they get it back. And so they both agreed to it. Jim Patterson is exploding. Long John Silver's is expanding all over the place. Meanwhile, everybody's saying, it's not a very busy place. Food's not very good. That's what people are saying. Ask anyone. And and so the pot is making so much money, and Long John Silver's is spreading so quickly that Johnny Boone becomes the godfather of grass in the South in the 80s. And so in the mid-'80s, the FBI starts looking into Long John Silver's and into Johnny Boone. And they catch Johnny Boone between 87 and 91. That's when the investigation was, and 91 is when they finally nabbed him up. And so they nab him up, they put him in prison, but the Cornbread Mafia doesn't want to stop. They're rolling. They've got lots of pot money. They've got so much pot money that they sponsored commercials for local politicians going against heroin because heroin was getting big at the time, and they wanted the public perception of heroin to be heroin's evil, heroin's bad, heroin will give you AIDS because, the 80s AIDS scare and associating anything with AIDS in the 80s was a death sentence. And so they were associating heroin with AIDS as much as possible, and that did successfully for a little while in certain regions slow down heroin consumption. And what did that do? Boost up marijuana consumption. And that helps the Cornbread Mafia a lot. And so the crux of this is that Long John Silver's has never, ever been popular. They've never independently turned a profit. And it was the Cornbread Mafia, initially led by Johnny Boone, that is responsible for the few remaining Long John Silver's. And look this up. Look at how many locations they've closed. You know why? In the last couple of decades, why
marijuana
so
legalization
is because marijuana legalization and the dissolving of much of the Cornbread Mafia. So all of these things, I'm not saying to believe it. I'm just saying everything I just said is absolute fact.
Yeah, none of that's true.
No, that's true. I read it online.
The thing about the restaurant not being crowded is true, and that's the foundation of all of it.
Well, the real problem is that fried fish isn't very healthy, and that's not what people are after. And there's a competitor called Captain D's, which is just superior.
Have a blessed day, motherfucker. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.